But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
What's up? What's up? What's up, Joseph? Welcome to the backup channel with 70 subscribers. Welcome. Just a second, I'm getting everything set up here, ready to go.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
Where my true believers?
Y'all need Jesus.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'm gonna make...
Also, Joseph, thank you for the donation. It came through the mail. And we had a package come in today. I think someone else said there's another one coming in soon. I appreciate those. Thank you very much.
Fucking superpowers.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel.
If we can get to 100 subs, I can rename the channel youtube.com/CBC Media, and it'll be easier to find, I think. But till then, we don't get a vanity link, so here we are.
He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What?
Thank you for hanging out with us even through the new channel and shit.
Dude, come on. Seriously. This is arms and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Get lit, get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3.
Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the rope, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders. They ringing his bell. No damn research. They rework and copy on Coxicane.
That's right. Thank you, Joseph.
Acting like they know hitters, assholes throwing bullshit, shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night.
Dude, Brad was talking the other day, and he said that he checked the mail, and somebody sent him in the mail from Virginia. Somebody sent him in the mail. He said a check that was just astronomically high, and he would say the amount, but it was embarrassing for him to even say what somebody donated to him. I can't imagine what that check was, especially after he raised $70,000 the night before. Now he's afraid to say what this check's worth. Damn. That can't be good. All right, I'm firing up D-Live and Facebook now, guys.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you
Down. That's right. Here we are.
Have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them.
Welcome, Facebook fellows.
The rest of the world you don't have the
and fellerinas.
balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
In a 6th sense for the stupid shit. shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord.
I mailed out the rest of the stickers today, and got everybody's shit going everywhere. So if you've ordered anything from me, your shit's coming. Thank you for the orders. But we're getting going here.
King Kong, starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think
I was trolling Scott. How is it going? Doing well?
Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Travis is already headed your way. We got the package you sent today for the boys. Thank you. I appreciate it. The Hot Wheels track. Ollie, we haven't put it together yet, but Ollie's obsessing over it already.
When I was high on shrooms, I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said,
I sent him a personal telegram message and said, "Hey Scott, you ever seen a penis this big?" He didn't respond. I don't know if that's a yes or a no, or it just startled him. I have no idea.
An alcoholic. Oh, give me a. Oh my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up.
All right, guys, y'all ready? I think I'm ready.
Here we go. I think I started some shit.
Let's get this shit going.
Piss them off.
We're live on the backup channel if you're not there.
Okay.
Stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Fuck it, we'll roll with it. We got 8 people here on YouTube. Let's do it.
Say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over.
Project Camelot was fighting with Robert David Steele today. Oh, that's cool. Where at? Can you tell me how to find it? I'll check that out.
And they acting like they know hitters, assholes throwing bullshit and
All right, here we go, guys.
all this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens, believing in reason. What's up, everybody? I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Even though we're on the backup channel, CBC Media. We got a 2-week ban for picking on Mr. McKay. He's not very happy about it. Let's take care of some housekeeping first. If you want to support the show, make sure you share. Make sure you subscribe on both channels. Like the video. That's all it takes. If you want to go above and beyond, you're more than welcome to donate at KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, KULTKLUB.com, or you can go to buymeabeer.com/cold beer. Buymeabeer.com/cold beer. The link is actually buy me a coffee, but buy me a beer works too. Also, if you want a sticker, we got new stickers in. So I've got, hold on, I'll show them to you because I've got different sizes now. These are the stickers that we sell for $4. It's about this big compared to my hand. I think it's 5 inches by 3 inches. They're $4. That includes taxes and shipping. And then my sticker guy just made these up. I haven't listed these for sale, but my sticker guy just made these up. So this one's about probably 2 times the size of the original one, and this one's probably about 6 times the size of the original one. Like if you wanted to put it in the back glass of a pickup truck, that's what it was made for. I have a few of those. I don't know if I'll sell them or I might give these away as prizes. I think that'd be cool. Give them away as prizes, but we'll see. But the regular 4-inch ones are definitely for sale. So thank you for joining us tonight. That's all that nonsense. Do with it what you want. I don't care as long as I get to broadcast and talk about Scott McKay. So, and all these other grifters, but mostly Scott McKay. That's who I'm actually, that's who I'm covering for the next Griftbusters. It looks like the next episode of Griftbusters will be on April the 2nd. That is a Friday on April the 2nd, and won't be on my main channel. I might broadcast part of it here, but I can't broadcast the main channel unless my appeal goes through, which I've never had one go through yet. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I do want to show you something I found interesting. So if I go to YouTube right now
and I'm on this CBC Media account, which doesn't follow anybody, isn't subscribed really to anybody, anything. And I search Patriot Street Fighter. This is what it brings up. It brings up the real Patriot Street Fighter 7, okay? And then if you scroll down, I see you, Beverly. And then if you scroll down, it brings up some other news stories. It brings up this weird Scott McKay. That's not even the actual Scott McKay. It brings up this Sun Law 266 with some Scott McKay videos, right? Kristen W. These are all the Sun Law ones. But then it brings up a very interesting channel. This is Patriot Street Fighter 9, which is not even one of Scott's channels that I know of. This one is, this 48,000 Patriot Street Fighter 8, but this Patriot Street Fighter 9 is not. So if you click on that, if you click on Patriot Street Fighter 9 and you go into there, the first thing you see, the latest video is called Dime Store. I wonder what that video could be. I swear this is not my channel. I had nothing to do with this. But the latest video is called Dime Store. I wonder what that could be from 14 hours ago. If you click on that, let's see what it is.
This douchebag.
That sounds familiar.
You don't have the forking balls to call
Oh
out
no, it's the music video. Who put this up there?
who they are and tell them the rest.
It is the full music video we did that time for Scott. What the fuck?
Donate to the cause.
It's got me in it and everything.
There's the meat hammers. I don't know who made this. I mean, I know I made the video. I don't know who made the channel and uploaded it. This is my exact video right here.
Baby, lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up
5G towers.
He get fucking superpowers.
So that's the whole music video, and I thought, oh well, somebody uploaded my music video to a Scott channel. That's kind of funny. So I backed back up, and I thought, what else do they have here? Oh shit! Here's one. Here's a video called Beer Man. What is what is this video, Beer Man? YouTube took down Cold Beer Confessional 2. They took my channel down for copyright infringement on Cold Beer Confessional. Which doesn't make sense, but I tried to argue it. They took it down anyway, so I named it something else and made a new one. I used to have a CBC too. This one's going to be a little bit different. I'm going to try not once. This is literally my original video calling his ass out about the Purple Heart. His language relates to. This is a battlefield, and we're soldiers. He said the other night he went through a big, long spiel about how, oh, there's some people. I don't care who this is. I mean, you're more than welcome to upload my shit. This isn't technically copyright because you didn't change anything, but I don't care. Fuck him. I'm not making money off this shit anyway, so check it out.
People look back.
I think we should let everybody put stuff out there. Have the one award. There it is. That's my full video. And the comments have not been good to him. Somebody put, wow, a whole 107 subscribers. You must be proud. And I put, this guy, am I right? What a dick. Like, I'm joining in on yelling at the guy who made the channel. I have no idea who made this. Fuck it. Put it out there. I don't care. It would be different if it was like my fucking full-time income and this is my most viewed video and it was feeding my family, but fuck it. Upload it. I don't care. It's really funny that somebody made it under a Patriot Street Fighter 9. I hope people find it accidentally like that. And then what's weird though, is it looks like they actually do have some real Scott videos up too. Like there's a mix. There's some legit videos of his. Plus there's Beer Man and there is the music video both. So that's what kind of threw me off. I thought, well, maybe somebody's just making a troll account. Not really, because a lot of these are Scott's actual videos. This one says Save the Kids. I'm not in this anywhere.
How come? CEO of Huawei around
What is U.S. Marine Corps?
and that all the patients he saw, Castro, which is up there in Seattle, they're Nazis from the German faction. They changed the name.
Oh God! See, he's got his real videos up there, so I don't know what was going on there.
To the Bush family, from the.
It's pretty cool. Anyways, I've got a couple things to show. I want to go see the Project Camelot thing though. If they were fine with RDS, I want to see that. Project Camelot. Robert David Steele Resurrection Tour, is that what it is? I guess it is because it's the newest one. That's Carrie Cassidy. Carrie Cassidy and David Nino Rodriguez both explained, both interviewed Ron Partain. Now, if you don't recognize that name, Ron Partain, that is Patriot Street Fighter's guy who does all his merch and all his bullshit. Like, I'm sure he's something to do with that tomahawk, but he does all his clothes and stuff. And that's what the guy specializes in, is QAnon merch. That's how he makes a living. He also claims to be some type of, thank you. He also claims to be some type of fucking, I don't know, like aficionado on like Bitcoin and altcoin and shit, but he doesn't seem to be. He seems to just be an idiot. But that is his shirt guy. If you ever see an interview with Ron Partain, that is the guy behind the shirts. All right, let's see what we got. Exactly, Jesse. That's the same thing I said. How come I can't say this man's shirt's too tight? It looks like his head's going to explode, but he can sell tomahawks. That doesn't make much sense. Okay, we get the cheetah part. Well, let's see what's up. There should be an interview. Okay, here it is. Okay, here we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot. Very happy to be here today.
Okay, I'll send you a link right now. I think I got it, Travis. Yeah, that should go straight to the video where what we're doing right now. That link I just dropped.
And I have Robert David Steele with me, and we're going to have a fascinating show today, I have no doubt. So if you took a look at the banner, which I just had up, you can see we just made it very, very suddenly. So there wasn't a lot of time to get everything in order. So I would love to have you just start off and introduce really yourself and what you're up to, Robert, because it's really all about you right now.
That sounds about right. When he first introduced it, he said, "This is the peace pipe end, and if they won't accept this end, well, we'll use the other. I'll let you decide what to do with these scumbag politicians." Like, he's fucked up.
I was the son of an oil man. I grew up overseas.
Is that yours, Jay?
I joined the Marine Corps to round myself out, and then I became a spy. I then went on to create the first modern American national intelligence agency, the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity. And then I started the open source intelligence revolution, and CIA has fought me for 40 years, and I fought them, and I'm about to win. But along the way, I became a top reviewer for nonfiction. Over 2,000 reviews across 98 categories. And I have to tell you, most of what I know is based on my nonfiction reading, not on having been a spy or creating a national intelligence activity. The spies don't know very much. They're just spending a lot of money doing bad things.
Oh, I got you. I was wondering who did it. I don't know.
And somehow I ended up championing the truth. 9/11 was a wake-up call for me. I published a book with 26 authors at tinyurl.com/911-POTUS, POTUS. And I kind of evolved. And then I got linked up with Dr. Cynthia McKinney. We got into election reform. Then I started sponsoring a guy doing satanic pedophilia. Then some lawyers came and paid me to create a website on Wall Street.
Whoa. Did he just like glaze over? I was sponsoring a guy. Yeah, I can turn it up some. I was sponsoring a guy doing satanic pedophilia. Is that what he just said?
With Dr. Cynthia McKinney, we got into election reform. Then I started sponsoring a guy doing satanic pedophilia. Then some lawyers came and paid me to create a website on Wall Street treason and crime. And now I find myself making 5 movies, running 10 websites, and about to run a multi-million-dollar national tour. I have no idea how this came about.
It's an amazing thing. Well, I think you've done some very smart moves along the way that positioned you actually ideally for what we're encountering right now.
Okay.
And so and in the past really 4 years.
That was weird.
I think you've had a lot of practice, and you're very good at what you do. You're a real communicator and an expert at that. So let's talk about where things are at as far as and then we can also talk about your tour.
That's great. And I'd be happy to update everybody on the movies because they actually tell a very important educational story. Let me start by saying I had dinner with Juan Osavin 3 times last week.
Juan Osavin. Juan Osavin.
And we talked about a lot of things. And the most important outcome of those dinners is that my tour, which was going to start on the 15th of June, has been redirected to start on the 15th of May so that we can be in Dallas on the 29th and 30th when Mike Flynn and Sidney Powell are speaking. We may or may not join them, but we will be in Dallas on those dates, and we will be at Mount Rushmore on the 4th of July. No, sorry.
Okay.
Do you want more updates? Yeah. Okay. So my bottom line.
Yes, I absolutely do. Having dinner with Juan Osavin does not met the situation we're dealing with up sufficiently.
Well, the other thing that we talked about at dinner is essentially McInerney's all wet. He's scaring people. He's I don't think he's deliberately spreading misinformation.
So McInerney is all whack, I think's what he just said. But he's scaring people, he's freaking out, which I have an interview tonight with David Nino did with McInerney. And here he is putting him down, kind of. I told you guys, that McInerney guy is fucking crazy. Don't listen to his ass.
Just don't think he has a clue. 1/3 of the generals are indeed unsettled and they're chicken shits. And they're worried about their military-industrial complex second jobs. But the deal has been made at the highest level. I think Donald Trump will be coming back. I think everything is settled. Everything's going to be fine. Biden-Harris may have just signed a suicide pact together. They're gone. They're nothing. And I believe the 4th of July may well be the coming to Jesus moment for America, which is why I'm very pleased to have. I'm going to have 5 buses and a gear truck, and I'm going to be towing.
Now it's the 4th of July. Are you shitting me?
A tractor that runs on water to Mount Rushmore, and we've got 84 stops in 107 days. Across the United States of America. And the key people will be myself, Dr. Cynthia McKinney, Sheriff Richard Mack, and Lee Dundas, 1S, although I think of her as Lee Badass, so sometimes I misspell it with 2 S's. And Sasha Stone will be making a movie the whole way. From where I sit, America's about to come into the light. And that's the best summary I can give you.
All right. So when you say Sasha Stone is going to be making a movie, is he going to accompany you then on the road?
He has his own bus with his own staff, including a Bulgarian gymnast. And he's just going to have a hell of a time. He's going to be flying a drone above the convoy. I mean, this is nothing less than a peace caravan, a summer of peace 2.0. Cynthia McKinney and I tried to do this in 2017, and we were destroyed, and the timing wasn't right. Now all the things have converged, and there's no one that can stop us at this point. But Sasha is actually running a studio bus.
Sounds weird.
Streaming the whole way. It will be doing interviews for the principals to appear elsewhere, and also for our invited guests from other places. We even have a hologram technology, so that when we're on stage, and we'll be on stage for 3 hours, interchanging musicians, house musicians, local musicians, and our speakers with their short, like 10-minute scripts. And we're going to do that for 3 hours. And obviously constitutional counties, faith, family, and freedom, election reform, COVID-19 truth, other forms of truth.
Shit, I don't know.
Breaking down the stage and loading up, we'll do an hour of basically a camera line so that people can get their picture taken with all of us. And then we get on the bus and we move. And we're in a new hotel by midnight.
That's right, Beverly.
And then in the morning,
what's
there
up,
are
Em?
sessions where Sheriff Mack trains sheriffs. Cynthia McKinney does power cell training for county power cells so that we bring people together regardless of their party. Lee Dundas and I will do Truth for Life sessions. And then we're negotiating with someone where very, very uplifting stuff might come in. So we do these 3 tracks. Everybody kind of gets an orientation what the tour is. And then you have a plenary session in which everybody just discovers their inner angels. I mean, a huge consciousness raising exercise. I think this is the Beatles meet Woodstock meet Grandma on a Harley.
Yeah, he's basically backed off anything about T coming back to be the president. Instead, he said, I think America's in for a great awakening, and we're going to go around and teach people how to do this. We're going to train sheriffs. We're going to teach counties how to do solar cells and worship them to where they make energy and all kinds of weird shit, but it has nothing to do with the original. The cabal is coming to the ground. and this guy's going to be God Emperor. They've backed completely off that. Do you know if his resume is true? He did work for the CIA. I can prove that. He did work on the clandestine side, which usually has spies and shit, right? He did work on that side with the overseas spies activity. But the only reason I think that he did something more with technology than he did like being 007 is every time he's testified in front of Congress, it's been a technology testimony, like about securing data and data hacking and shit. It's always been about computer shit. So I think maybe he might have been out and maybe even in the field, but more in a data role, like bugging computers, bugging rooms, shit like that. Maybe it doesn't seem like he was a full-fledged like 007, like, but he does have CIA credentials. That is true. All right, real quick, let's knock Night News out. And then we got to get over to see our favorite hairless wanderer after this video's over, because we had a run-in in the comments, and he's live again tonight with Jason Q. I'm sure he's going to say something about me. All right, here we go. Come on.
I want it.
Okay, I see you. Yeah, we see you. But just come on.
I thought that was
I know. We see you. It's okay. Hop up here.
Have you saw that?
Yeah, tell him your name.
Yeah, I thought you did.
What's your name?
I went on you.
What'd you do today?
I said I got it.
You didn't go to school, I know that much. You lazy butt. Mommy wouldn't get out of bed, would she?
No, Ollie wouldn't get out of bed because he didn't go to sleep till 2.
He's a kid. You get him out of bed.
Shut up, William.
The adult is supposed to be in charge of that.
William, shut up.
All right, talk to him.
All you do
Yeah.
is until Daddy shut up.
Dad, shut up.
Don't say that to me. I'll knock your fucking teeth out.
I go to.
Quit. Quit. Do your interview, Ollie. Quit. There you go. Tell him what you did today.
Nobody here.
Mommy's gonna get you in trouble.
Okay, I'll go away. Yeet.
Yeet? What are you yeeting?
Yeah, because why you do that? I go to you. Yeet.
Yeet. Okay. What were you?
Yeet.
What did we make for your? What did we make with crafts today? What did we make for you?
Then for my chat, I can put bone on that pet and non. I go
We made a stand for your tablet that holds
Yeah.
it up, didn't we?
all day.
All day.
Yeah, I know what it.
It holds it up all day.
No,
Yeah.
I
It will?
thought
If you put it in there,
turn the wheat.
turn down wheat.
Yeah, I want to stay right here all day.
Okay. What else?
Travis, thank you for your...
Oh yeah. Did you say thank you for the racetrack?
Wait, no, yeah, I go with no.
Say thank you for the racetrack.
Do it.
Racetrack. Good job. Travis is his name.
It's a mocha out there, so Mom.
I see it.
Why is that ball off? It was my TNT.
They asked you to sing the chicken song. Can you sing the
You want to for you want to sing it for and what that?
chicken wing, chicken wing?
That's a wall.
How's that one go? Chicken wing.
With that wall.
I see ya. How's the chicken wing one go?
Chicken wing, hot dog and wong.
Chicken and
Wong
chilling with my
and
chilling with my homies. Oh, somebody sent you an ice cream.
and I want that. I don't want that.
Oh, you like that one?
Yeah, I want that.
There's more ice creams. Look out.
Why mom wish you don't show?
Yeah.
Hey, you. I saw why no part of it. Don't say why what it don't in no hand.
Somebody asked about
Hey,
Spider-Man. Do you know where Spider-Man's at?
No.
On your shirt.
Really, dude?
Potterman.
Ollie likes
I know.
spider pig.
Ollie calls himself Spider Pig.
No, I thought you said bad pig. Bad pig. Bad pig. Bad pig.
Does
What the?
whatever a spider pig
What?
does.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, okay.
Okay.
Holy moly!
Holy moly. That's right.
Oh God! Cheeto!
Oh no. Hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni.
Hold on,
Somebody put it in the chat.
I know that no change that change that fall.
No, okay.
No more fall.
No more. No more frog.
Yeah, cause that will eat up from my eye.
Alright.
Somehow.
You want to tell everybody you love them? Because
No.
it's like, it's jerking back and forth and shit. He doesn't like it. Trying to hold on to the steering wheel. Freaks him out.
What the? Oh no.
You want to tell everybody?
Okay.
You want to tell everybody you love them?
Well, dude, but I'm sorry I don't got that color hold my eye on it.
Oh, that color hurts your eyes?
No, my eye right here.
Oh, hurt one eye. It hurt your eye?
No, but
It hurt both eyes.
you don't say one eye.
Oh, it hurt both of them. Okay.
No,
All right.
one.
Tell them who your name is.
I when Nana knew what you buy.
Mess. That was
It was not.
that was a mess.
Cute.
Oh. Mommy's gonna get you in trouble. She don't quit running that fucking mouth.
Shut up, William.
You remember last time you had to wear your glasses for 2 weeks? You trying for 3? Got both of them motherfuckers. Alright, here we go, guys. Back into the RDS video. Let's see what happens here. Thank you guys for hanging out with Ollie. Wait, what happened? Did something happen? Did I skip ahead or some shit? Hold on. I messed up.
Together. They're gone. They're nothing. Ernie's all wet. He's scaring people. Think he has a clue. They're gone. They're nothing. And I believe the 4th of July may well be the.
Okay, let's watch it again. I messed something up.
Which is why I'm very pleased to have. I'm going to have 5 buses and a gear truck, and I'm going to be towing a tractor that runs on water to Mount Rushmore. And we've got 84 stops in 107 days. Across the United States of America. And the key people will be myself, Dr. Cynthia McKinney, Sheriff Richard Mack, and Lee Dundas, 1S, although I think of her as Lee Badass, so sometimes I misspell it with 2 S's. And Sasha Stone will be making a movie the whole way. From where I sit, America's about to come into the light. And that's the best summary I can give you.
He said he's touring with a bunch of people. I didn't hear Charlie Ward, but he said he's driving a tractor that runs on water and he's touring with a bunch of people and Sasha Stone's making an interview. Did he say Charlie Ward? If he did, we'll back up. But let me finish this.
So when you say Sasha Stone is going to be making a movie, is he going to accompany you then on the road?
He has his own bus with his own staff, including a Bulgarian gymnast. And he's just going to have a hell of a time. He's going to be flying a drone above the convoy. I mean, this is nothing less than a peace caravan, a Summer of Peace 2.0. Cynthia McKinney and I tried to do this in 2017, and we were destroyed, and the timing wasn't right. Now all the things have converged, and there's no one that can stop us at this point. But Sasha is actually running a studio bus that will be doing.
I'll check in a second. I didn't hear all of it.
Interviews for the principals to appear elsewhere, and also for our invited guests from other places. We even have a hologram technology, so that when we're on stage, and we'll be on stage for 3 hours, interchanging musicians, house musicians, local musicians, and our speakers with their short, like 10-minute scripts. And we're going to do that for 3 hours. And obviously, constitutional counties, faith, family, and freedom, election reform, COVID-19 truth, other forms of truth. And then while the crew is breaking down,
none of this has to do with the real president
of basically
anymore.
A camera line, so that people can get their picture taken with all of us. And then we get on the bus and we move. And we're in a new hotel by midnight every night. And then in the morning, there are sessions where Sheriff Mack trains sheriffs. Cynthia McKinney does power cell training for county power cells so that we bring people together regardless of their party. Lee Dundas and I will do Truth for Life sessions. And then we're negotiating with someone where very, very uplifting stuff might come in. So we do these 3 tracks. Everybody kind of gets an orientation of what the tour is. And then you have a plenary session in which everybody just discovers their inner angels. I mean, a huge consciousness raising exercise. I think this is the Beatles meet Woodstock meet Grandma on a Harley.
What the fuck? Why does it just end there? What happened? Am I supposed to go somewhere else to watch it? Robert Davis still interview Carrie Cassidy March 24th. Am I supposed to go somewhere else to watch the rest of it or some shit? National tour funds raised daily. This is an excerpt from the interview. Oh, okay. I have to go to the whole thing to watch it. But let's see who he names right here.
Overseas, I had a pretty good education. I joined the Marine Corps, the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity. I fought them, and I'm about to win. Over 2,000 reviews across 98 categories. Very much. They're just spending a lot of money doing bad things. And somehow I ended up championing the truth. 9/11 was a wake-up call for me. I published a book with 26...
because Thomas Schoenberger makes it look bad. Thomas Schoenberger makes him look bad.
Authors at tinyurl.com kind of evolved. Like pedophilia, then some lawyers, $1 million national tour.
Some very smart moves along the way.
Oh, here, that was a tour.
I have no idea how this came about. In 10 websites and about to run a multi-million-dollar national tour. I have no
multi-million-dollar national tour.
It's an amazing thing. Well, I think you've done some very smart moves along the way that positioned you actually ideally for what we're encountering right now. And and in the past really 4 years. So I think you've had a lot of practice and you're very good at what you do. You're a real communicator.
I got you, Travis. Thank you.
An expert at that. So let's talk about where things are at as far as you know. And then we can also talk about.
Yeah, but they took it down and put this one up instead. Like the full interview is not up anymore.
That's great. And I'd be happy to update everybody on the movies because they actually tell a very important educational story. Let me start by saying I had dinner with Juan Osavin 3 times last week. 15th of June has been redirected to start on the 15th of May so that we can be in Dallas on the 29th and 30th, which was going to start on the 15th of June. The outcome of those dinners is that my tour, which was going to start on the 15th of June, has been redirected to start on the 15th of May so that we can be in Dallas on the 29th and 30th when Mike Flynn and Sidney Powell are speaking. We may or may not join them, but we will be in Dallas on those dates, and we will be at Mount Rushmore on the 4th of July. No, sorry.
Okay.
Do you want more updates? Yeah. Okay. So my bottom line.
That's pretty fucked up, but.
Absolutely do. Having dinner with Juan Osavin does not met some the situation we're dealing with up sufficiently.
Having dinner with 107 does not sufficiently sum up the situation that we're dealing with right now.
Well, the other thing that we talked about at dinner is essentially McInerney's all wet. He's scaring people. He's just don't think he has a clue. Generals are indeed unsettled and they're chicken shits and they're second general. I think Donald Trump will become going to be fine packed together. And I believe the 4th of July may well be the terrorists may have just signed a suicide pact together. And I'm coming to Jesus to Mount Rushmore days across the United States of America and the keep 84 stops. And I'm going to be towing a tractor that runs on water. To Jesus moment for America, which is why I'm very pleased to have. I'm going to have 5 buses and a gear truck, and I'm going to be.
I'm going to go to the main website so we can see, watch the full interview here. Okay, that works. I want to see who's going on tour with him. By the way, here it is. It's 54 minutes long. That makes more sense.
And I have Robert David Steele with me, and we're going to have a fascinating show today, I have no doubt. So if you took a look at the banner, which I just had up, you can see we just made it very, very suddenly. So there wasn't a lot of time to get everything in order. So I would love to have you just start off and introduce really yourself and what you're up to, Robert, because it's really all about you right now.
Well, I was the son of an oil man. I grew up overseas. I had a pretty good education. I joined the Marine Corps to round myself out. And then I became a spy. I then went on to create the first modern American national intelligence agency, the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity. And then I started the open source intelligence revolution. And CIA has fought me for 40 years, and I fought them, and I'm about to win. But along the way, I became a top reviewer for nonfiction. over 2,000 reviews across 98 categories. And I have to tell you, most of what I know is based on my nonfiction reading, not on having been a spy or creating.
Yeah, we saw that little part.
Spies don't one-POTUS on Wall Street treason.
At what you do, you're a real communicator and an expert at that. So let's talk about where things are at as far as you know, and then we can also talk about your tour.
That's great, and I'd be happy to update everybody on the movies because they actually tell a very important educational story. Let me start by saying I had dinner with Juan Osavin 3 times last week. And we talked about a lot of things. And the most important outcome of those dinners is that my tour, which was going to start on the 15th of June, has been redirected to start on the 15th of May so that we can be in Dallas on the 29th and 30th when Mike Flynn and Sidney Powell are speaking. We may or may not join them, but we will be in Dallas on those dates, and we will be at Mount Rushmore on the 4th of July. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Do you want more updates? Yeah. Okay. So my bottom
Yes,
line.
I absolutely do. Having dinner with Juan Osavin does not met the situation we're dealing with up sufficiently.
Well, the other thing that we talked about at dinner is essentially Mac and Ernie's All Wet.
This is the National Tour Fund Raise Daily. It says we need to raise $11,000 for each day for the 90 days to cover the expenses. Logo change today to emphasize faith, family, freedom, constitutional, blah, blah, blah. This is like an update of them getting money. Need $75K for April 1st to make all the down payments. The schedule will be locked down tonight, so we can schedule Modesto, California, Elko, Nevada, Cora de Alene, Idaho, Little Rock, Arkansas, National Tour Music. They've got a big thing going on and a bunch of updates about it. But as far as his own personal website, where it says who will be there, it says it's using an invitation from John Peterson, but he will be traveling with Cynthia McKinney, Sheriff Mack, and others, including Leah Dundas and Penny Kelly. Learn more about the national tour over there. So I'll look and see what others are and see who all's there.
He's scaring people. He's I don't think he's deliberately spreading misinformation. I just don't think he has a clue. 1/3 of the generals are indeed unsettled and they're chicken shits, and they're worried about their military-industrial complex second jobs. But the deal has been made at the highest level. I think Donald Trump will be coming back. I think everything is settled. Everything's going to be fine. Biden-Harris may have just...
He just says, I think he'll be coming back. That's the only time he mentioned it, at least for that excerpt.
Signed a suicide pact together. They're gone. They're nothing. And I believe the 4th of July may well be the coming to Jesus moment for America, which is why I'm very pleased to have, I'm going to have 5 buses and a gear truck, and I'm going to be towing a tractor that runs on water to Mount Rushmore. And we've got 84 stops in 107 days across the United States of America. And the key people will be myself, Dr. Cynthia McKinney, Sheriff Richard Mack, and Lee Dundas, 1S, although I think of her as Lee Badass, so sometimes I misspell it with 2 S's. And Sasha Stone will be making a movie the whole way. From where I sit, America's about to come into the light. And that's the best summary I can give you.
All right. So when you say Sasha Stone is going to be making a movie, is it going to...
It says our present plan configuration is 4 buses, 1 each for. So each person's getting a bus. That'll include Robert David Steele, Cynthia McKinney, Sheriff Mack, and Sasha Stone. Sasha Stone will be the creative director for the entire tour, orchestrating a mix of riders, fly-ins, video drops, Instagrams, live streaming, and more. Jesus Christ, have you seen my live streams compared to these dumbasses? Fuck Sasha Stone. I should have gotten a bus to drive around and throw up some graphics. Sasha Stone sucks. And all his jewelry that's tingling and clicking and shit in the background make it very distracting.
Accompany you then on the road?
He has his own bus with his own staff, including a Bulgarian gymnast. And he's just going to have a hell of a time. He's going to be flying a drone above the convoy. I mean, this is nothing less than a piece.
I'll be driving a tractor that runs on my own fucking stool and urine stream.
The timing wasn't right. Now all the things have converged, and there's no one that can stop us at this point. But Sasha is actually running a studio bus that will be doing live streaming the whole way. It will be doing interviews for the principals to appear elsewhere, and also for our invited guests from other places. We even have a hologram technology, so that when we're on stage, and we'll be on stage for 3 hours, interchanging musicians, house musicians.
If they're traveling across the nation, I'll go and get you guys a live stream from there. Hell, I'll fucking storm the stage if that's what it takes. I'll get up on that motherfucker.
Local musicians and our speakers with their short, like 10-minute scripts. And we're going to do that for 3 hours. And obviously,
somebody let him know that I've got better stream graphics than Sasha Stone.
Constitutional counties, faith, family, and freedom, election reform, COVID-19 truth, other forms of power cells, so that we bring people together in which everybody just discovers.
You heard this part already.
Do you go to a certain area of the city and set up your vans or whatever these things are, these house trailers? And it's like the circus comes to town. I mean, how do you set up meetings ahead of time?
We're actually trying to hunt down and hire Trump's event manager. Because we right now we were expecting audiences of 1,000. Now we're being told we're looking at 3,000 to 15,000, depending on the place. In St. Louis, we're looking at 15,000 people.
That'd be hilarious, Robert.
I would be quite happy with 500 to 1,000 because millions are going to be watching this as Sasha live streams it. And we do video interviews and so forth. This is going to be a global event. Where we go one, we go all is about all of us worldwide, not just about Americans. Now, as far as venues go, we had looked at Home Depot, we had looked at high schools. Right now, it looks like we're settling on minor league baseball stadiums, and not necessarily in the stadium, but in the parking lot of the stadium. And I mean, I never thought I'd have to be sitting here calculating how many porta potties per 1,000 people. But that's what my day was like today, finalizing the tour and thinking about porta potties. I don't think we're going to lack for money. We are trying to raise money. We need to raise.
These people are making a fucking killing off this shit.
Basically, $15,000 a night for this, and we're on track. We've got 2 people that have given $50,000 and $100,000, and so To be fair, I might not always be right, but since the elections in November, I've been more right than anybody. I don't think I've been wrong since then, but definitely more right than any of these fucking people. I think I'm going to make my 1.5 million minimum that I need for this. And if we get more, then we'll do billboards, we'll do advertising, and we'll do stuff. And this is all about America having a come to Jesus meeting in which we decide the 1% no longer run the country.
All right. So
I do think they'll do the tour, but I think they'll raise an astronomical amount of money. And the tour will be this rinky-dink fucking piece of shit where they stand up there with one shitty microphone and one sound guy that volunteered from the local high school, and the rest of it will be pocketed. And why are they all, even fucking bands travel in a goddamn tour bus together? Why are they taking 4 buses like a fucking convoy? Yeah, Quantum just said the same thing. Why do they need to raise money for 4 fucking buses? That's what's crazy.
So your message is because I was just going to ask you, what is your message? And you're kind of saying it's that the 1% no longer run the country. So let's just, sort of diagram this out. So
your message is that the 1% no longer run the country while you're desperately trying to fleece your followers into making you part of the 1%. The 1% no longer run the country, but I'm going to need to raise $6.5 million by April, if that's doable. Okay? Just so you guys know. So he's got down on March 23rd, he got $13,183 from online checks, from online donations and checks on March 23rd. Also on March 23rd, he received a $100,000 wire transfer. To date, they've raised $225,258 to date. But he says he needs $75,000 before April. So I guess they're saying they need $300,000 before April because he's got $225,000, needs $75,000. Damn.
You go to an arena. You need a stage. You need mics. You need broadcast speakers.
That's what we have a gear truck and a crew for.
So are they going to go ahead of you and set up, or are they going to?
My brother-in-law used to drive for a couple different bands, and he drove their gear and stuff. I could understand having like a sound truck and setup and blah blah blah, but all of them on their own fucking bus. What is this? Like you're not going to the fucking Grand Ole Opry to perform right before you die. Like this is a bunch of fucking scammers traveling around to tell people, oh well, Trump didn't come back, but listen, we shouldn't wear masks no more. Shit like that. The 1%'s no longer in charge. Thank you for making me part of the 1%, and you guys can have it now. There you go.
You're going to be there.
They'll be.
Oh.
They'll ride with the caravan in part because we will have security front and back. We may also have motorcyclists front and back. I'm reaching out.
Probably fade out, Jay.
Forrest Gump moment speaking to Rolling Thunder in front of the Lincoln Memorial a couple years ago. That was a really great honor. And I think very highly of Rolling Thunder. And I was in Vietnam as a kid, and I'm very familiar with the POW and MIA situation. There's also Bikers for Trump, but this convoy is not about Trump. This convoy is about beyond Trump. It's about restoring power to the public. 70% of the public is disenfranchised by the two-party tyranny. My goal in life is to terminate the Republican and the Democratic parties, and to have a Congress in 2022
That's true, I guess.
1/5 independent, 1/5 other small parties such as the Constitution and Green parties, and 1/5 Sandinistas replacing the Democrats, and 1/5 Trumpers replacing the treasonous Republican Party. Nobody in the Republican Party, including Rand Paul, deserves a penny from anybody. In fact, one of our sub messages is stop the green. And we put dollar signs around the green so the morons will understand it's not about climate change. Nobody should give a penny to any politician as long as the system is rigged. And President Trump is absolutely right. The system is rigged. And until you unrig it with the Election Reform Act that Cynthia McKinney and I have
Eddie,
pulled together based on reviewing.
Eddie's got a ban.
Instant runoffs, paper ballots counted publicly on site.
Okay, thank you.
Public debates, including third parties, cabinet level debates, balanced budget presented in advance of the presidential election. There's a whole range of things, including free media and election day as a holiday, free public transport on election day.
Yeah, they've definitely got all the conspiracies to keep going on. They'll say, you know, we fought a good fight, we did what we could, but they're still here. But don't worry, they'll slip up, and we'll be there to catch them. We're going to watch everything they do. We're going to keep up with it. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, and you just wait. We'll get them. We'll get them. And nothing. They'll just keep professing this conspiracy, that conspiracy, and send me more money. That's all it'll be, over and over again.
We put a stake in the heart of electronic voting, which is a completely fraudulent endeavor. And we put a stake in the heart of all the fake ballots, which were a very big part of how the election was stolen. And it wasn't just stolen from President Trump. Senator Warner in Virginia stole his seat from the GAID, from the veteran, the amputee veteran, who was running at 57% until the fraudulent system kicked in. So senators stole their seats. Members of Congress stole their seats. Hashtag unrigged election reform is a foundation, but the larger message is constitutional counties and faith, family, and freedom, and an end to federal income tax, an end to the ability of the federal government to borrow, to print, or to tax.
That's not happening. An end to the federal government to borrow money, to print money, or to tax you for money. Yeah, okay, you got it. I'm sure that's fixing to happen any day now. The federal government is just going to operate on $0 fucking. You got it.
Money needs to come from the county, a portion of the state, which apportions it to the federal government. We smashed the federal government back into a very small box. And we focus on the truth. I mean, the truth about COVID-19, which is a fake pandemic with toxic vaccines that sterilize women and kill old people. This is.
That's what makes me more disgusted about it than anything. They deserve a reckoning. They're lying. They're grifting. They're taking people's hard-earned money. They're promising them something that most of them know will never happen. They're setting it up to where they end up financially wealthy, well off. They're taking this money and stuffing it back and grinning ear to ear, telling fucking lies. And when it's all over, they'll get to look back on it as, remember when we ruled the internet? Remember when we were so famous? Remember our glory days? Exactly like you said. They will never look back on this with fucking shame or be held accountable. They're just going to move on. That's it. No one's ever going to hold them accountable. And the people who donated and they got lied to, they'll be so fucking embarrassed, they'll just slink away to nothing.
It's just appalling. So we've got people like Dr. Tenpenny and Pan Popper and others, and I think it's going to go very well.
Okay, so you feel confident about your message.
Eddie's meat hammer was dismembered fighting the baby-eating lizard people. If only Will had a med bed in his basement. Oh.
Apparently, but
well, the message is still being scripted because remember now, I'm the only person that's financially and legally liable for this whole thing. Everybody else is my guest.
There you go, Mason.
But Sasha Stone and others are crafting what is in essence a massive theatrical performance in which there will be 84 acts. And at each act, you'll have different actors. You'll have the core four. In fact, can I
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, it's very important that you share the channel or share the video if you can. If there's anywhere you can share it, just because we only have this is our backup channel. We have less than 100 subs. We got 70. It's hard to even find it when you search for my name, by name, CBC Media, because it's such a small channel.
Show you our graphic.
Sure.
Let me show you our graphic, and just so people can get a quick sense.
You just laugh at him?
These are the 4 people that are going to be on the bus for the whole way. Actually, each one of us has our own bus. So Sasha Stone will have a production team with him. Cynthia McKinney will have the musicians, including the music director. I will have the tour manager and the Roughnecks that set up the crew and everything. Sheriff Mack will be the boys' bus, and Lee Dundas will be the girls' bus. And she'll probably have her husband and her personal assistant with her. I expect Sheriff Mack to have a couple of other sheriffs. So it's called the Resurrection Tour. And it's about constitutional counties, faith, family, and freedom. This is about to change. It's actually 84 venues, and it still is 107 days. And it's one chance. And this is the tour map, which is just slightly modified. And here, we're really proud of this. This is Mount Rushmore honoring John F. Kennedy and Donald Trump. And the hashtag is Arise USA. We've got a bus wrap that is going to knock people's socks off. And
amazing.
We're going to have downloadable flyers in a day or so, and you're going to start seeing these
flyers. How freaking amazing.
All right. Now, when exactly does it start?
It starts the 15th of May, and people can go to bigbatusa.org, where we have the tour in very specific detail posted. We just updated it. So tomorrow we will have the new final updated tour. I added about 10 stops, and the reason I did that was because I want everybody in bed by midnight every night. So we're not seeing
okay. Got to be in bed by midnight.
For a little cubby for nap times. Everybody gets a room with a shower, a private room with a shower every night. And then we do hotel meetings in the morning. We have lunch with local leaders. Then we do our event from 2 to 4, and the crew is setting up while we're doing.
So not only are they doing these travel buses, which bands take around, they live on the fucking bus, right? It's like an RV tour bus. They live on the bus, but they're going to a hotel every fucking night and getting an individual room for every fucking person. Nobody double bunks. Nobody lives on the van. No, the van's just from hotel to hotel. That's it. Jeez, no wonder it's so fucking expensive. There are literally headliner bands that don't live this well on a fucking tour across the United States.
Morning meetings and having lunch. And then we do our 3-hour show, and then we do a 1-hour kind of rat line. And shaking hands and taking pictures. And we do that so that the crew has time to break down. And then we're on the bus at 6 o'clock, and I'm trying to keep every leg under 4 hours.
Okay. What do you mean by you're going to have performers? 80 performers. I mean, I'm not sure I understand that.
Well, I'm a performer. Sheriff Mack is a performer. Cynthia McKinney's a performer. Dr. Tenpenny's a performer.
Pam, y'all are performers for sure.
Now, there will be some people, every stop will be like the 4 core players, with maybe 2 or 3 people that fly in, plus 2 or 3 locals. For example, I'm thinking about putting a libertarian on every single stage if I can find some sane libertarians that aren't associated with the corrupt Libertarian Party leadership. I want people to understand that libertarians and independents are not getting a fair shake, and Sandinistas are not getting a fair shake. And in fact, I just finished negotiating this. We're about to do a contract for this hat with an embroidered eagle in multiple colors. So Trumpers can come in a red hat, and Sandinistas can come in a blue hat, and Constitution Gold.
Oh my God, this is, oh God.
And we're trying to attract everybody, which is why Cynthia McKinney is so important. And my ultimate vision is the Trumpers and the Sandinistas, the populists of the left and the right, come together with the libertarians and the independents. They all have group sex, and they create little red, white, and blue babies. Okay?
What?
This is about killing the parties.
What?
Parties, authentic, inclusive, and truthful. And that's a line that Cynthia McKinney and I developed when we were on the first tour in 2017.
All right. So in notifying the cities, you notify the city halls or the governors, et cetera, that you're coming to town. Is that the process?
Well, first off, I hire people to do that stuff. And
right.
We've got a tour manager. We've got a publicist manager. We've got a finance manager. Okay. I don't bother myself with those details. We are giving every governor and every mayor one chance to be on stage with us. And the half that welcome us will be reelected. The half that do not welcome us will probably not be reelected. This is huge.
Okay. Well, that's
not very enthusiastic.
Sorry?
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
Well, I don't actually, I don't really have an opinion because I'm not familiar with this sort of thing. I don't participate, or I haven't in the past, in normal, so-called mainstream politics. So I see that this has some shades of that, but you're trying to go at it in a different way, which interests me.
This isn't about politics. This is about civics.
All right.
Oh no.
But you're trying to reach people about waking up to the situation, right?
Yes, and we originally thought about
no.
the Great Awakening Caravan, and we turned away from that. I think
You don't
resurrection.
seem enthusiastic.
We've talked to some of the Bible groups, and they've talked about how there's a huge new interest in renewal and revival across America. But resurrection for me is the resurrection of faith, family, and freedom in the United States of America. And what that means is nothing less than putting down the deep state and the shadow government. And the shadow government is the secret intelligence agencies that are out of control, combined with the two-party tyranny that is fronting for the deep state. There's nothing wrong with America that can't be fixed, and fixed quick, by putting all Americans back into government.
Okay. So now Trump came out not that long ago, and I think he was being asked if the Republican Party was going to be dissolved. And he actually said, no, that the Republican Party.
That didn't sound good. You don't sound too enthusiastic. I've never grifted for a nationwide tour. Like I've never said, hey, I need $300,000 in the next 30 days, so me and my friends can all get buses and hotel rooms and drive around the nation and tell you, hey, throw your mask in the trash. Hey, don't vote for this person, vote for that person.
Party was alive and helpful and well. And so what do you say to that when you're...
Well, I'm thrilled that you're asking me that question. I'll give you an answer, Carrie. First off, Donald Trump is a genius and a master troller. The Republican Party is
a master troller,
state sponsor of terrorism. It is a sick, demented criminal activity.
I'm actually a masturbator.
The Republican Party has been cheating the public. All of their money collected for Stop the Steal, they haven't spent a dime on election fraud investigations or election reform activities. The Republican Party is a thief of the first order, as is the Democratic Party. So when President Trump says something like that, he's trolling. Dan Schultz, a lawyer, West Pointer, spent years trying to get President Trump to focus on the fact that 50% of the precinct seats in the Republican Party are vacant. And the Republican Party, which is run by Mitt Romney through his relative, okay, and Romney is an alleged money launderer, inclusive of laundering money from child trafficking for the Mormon Church, which sells children as a cash crop. At least several cults of it do, for $50,000. Great cash crop. No birth certificates. Nobody misses the kids. Polygamy is profitable. So the bottom line here is that President Trump, my beloved President Trump, is trolling. The Republican Party is dead as a doornail, and so is the Democratic Party. Now, from the ashes of the Republican Party should rise some Tea Party Trumpism deplorables. And
some form of people who will send me money so I can live in a hotel but pretend that I'm in a bus.
From the ashes of the Sandinista, who were betrayed by Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is a piece of crap who sold out to the Democrats years ago and has been pretending to be an independent all these years. The Sandinistas are populists of the left. They need to come together with populists of the right. And there's absolutely no question in my mind that we can create a vibrant Congress that makes evidence-based decisions in the public interest. And I want Sandinistas, libertarians, and independents and Greens on that chamber floor together with the Trumpers. This is not about Trump. This is about we the people coming back into power.
Okay, I appreciate that. But first of all, you haven't heard my last two interviews that I did, in which I talked actually fairly extensively about just what you're saying, the Republican Party, the staunch old foundation that actually is backing Trump as long as he supports their agenda.
No, that's incorrect. They've never backed Trump. They have been stabbing Trump in the back.
They have. They were in Las Vegas, let's put it that way.
Oh, bullshit,
and they were in evidence there.
You're being misled.
All right. Whatever you think they do, I don't care whether they back him or they didn't back him or whatever. I'm just talking about what he has to basically do something, because he's backing vaccines. His whole platform is a Republican. So if he is you say he's trolling, what the hell does that mean? I mean, the bottom line is the guy either has to come out against these things that are poisoning the world, or he's not. He's either in bed with Big Pharma or he's not. He's out of office. He doesn't have to kiss anyone's ass.
You know, you're just completely on another level, and you're not tuned in at all.
To what exactly?
First off, Trump is the legally elected president from 2020.
I completely agree. He's president of the republic, not the corporation. I get it.
No, I very candidly, Carrie, you understand that stuff better than I do. I'm not going anywhere near the corporation, even though I do publicize Anna von Reitz, and I respect her enormously.
Well, I've had to learn about
Trump is the legally elected president, and the military has acknowledged that at the highest levels. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have zero access to nuclear codes.
You just said McInerney was the biggest piece of shit. He's scaring people. So what military has come out and said, okay, let's see. President, we're going to go with Donald Trump. Where? Tell me. All my friends are in the president, or all my friends that are in the military. They're not coming out and saying, "Oh, we officially acknowledge this." They're not saying that. Where did you find it?
Or military movements. They are simply not in charge.
Throw them under a bus tour.
Still high non-scalable fences around the White House and Capitol Hill. I think Amazing Polly has done a great job of talking about this. And Trump is not promoting the vaccines, although
Amazing Polly's a nutbag.
If it were in fact pushing vaccines, is reprehensible and would in my own mind be grounds for impeaching President Trump. But he's not. The vaccines are not mandatory. There's a lot of trolling gone on. This whole thing about how military have to take the vaccine in order to continue to serve, that's absolute bullshit. That's crap. What's happening?
Wait. He was going to say bullshit. He messed it up and said bill shoot. And then he said crap. But the military is being required to take the vaccine. That's true. You don't get it when you're in the military. You don't get a choice. Okay, you don't get a choice on the flu vaccine. You don't get a choice for your inoculations unless you have an actual doctor sign off that you're allergic to something in it or whatever. You don't get a choice. I told you guys the story about how they gave me the flu vaccine 6 times in a season. Because they kept losing my name in the paperwork. And I didn't get a choice. I didn't get to say no. I didn't get to say shit.
And Juan and I talked about this at dinner the other night. It's really, we are in the process of having our near-death experience. And the various little things that Biden has been doing now, including all the children in cages at the border, is everyone is just kind of seeing the panorama of what life is going to be like if Donald Trump doesn't come back. I expect him to be back in April. And
does he in April mean April 1st, as has been publicized?
I'm not sure. Juan O. Savin has made bets about April 1st. I don't think dates are hard dates because there's a lot going on. I don't have any direct knowledge.
Juan O. Savin.
Juan and a few other people, but that's indirect knowledge.
Yeah, it was a story. I told it to some people in the chat, but basically every flu, when you first go in, they line you up like cattle at boot camp, and they start giving you all kinds of inoculations. Anytime you're going to deploy, certain times of the year, they line you up like cattle and give you your vaccines. Everybody goes through, you shuffle through, the nurse fucking sticks you over and over again, smallpox, anthrax, all that shit. Everybody has to take it. But every flu season, the medics come around and they give out flu vaccines. Sometimes they'll have the nasal spray, sometimes they'll have the shot, and you have to be on a list that says you got it. Like, you have to be on. If not, they'll call you out. And they were even acting like I was getting in trouble, like I was trying to avoid it. But I had already gotten it several times. They just keep doing that shit. And if they lose your name, then you officially did not get it.
Bottom line here is that I believe in America the Beautiful.
I got you, hippie.
Donald Trump. I believe in the American people. And what I'm seeing across this country, and I think this tour is basically going to be a manifestation. This is like a guerrilla column in support of faith, family, and freedom and President Trump. But it's not about Trump. It's about bringing the people back into power so that we have an honest Congress in 2022. So it doesn't matter who president is. Okay, that's the whole point of balance of power. What we have right now is an executive, a legislature, and a judiciary, including a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court that has been credibly accused by Attorney Lynn Wood of being a pedophile and involved in pedophilia blackmail. The Supreme Court. Okay? Yes. So, Carrie, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this caravan to 84 stops across this country. We're going to have a conversation with the American public, and then we're going to get out of the way. And, oh, by the way, it is a multi-year endeavor. We plan to do this every year through 2024.
All right. Now,
they're going to do it every year until 2024. They're going to do it every year through 2024. They're going to raise a few $100,000. Jesus Christ. And travel around in buses.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, I'm going to sort of challenge you here and ask you, what do you think, if you're talking about getting people into Congress, and that takes time, and you're saying, well,
Mariah jokes about me being a whore. I was actually doing something for our community. It was a little known about fact that women were suffering from HPV, which can cause cervical cancer. I was giving thorough exams and tests through most of the early to late 2000s.
2022 or whatever. But the reality is not only this country, but the whole world is watching the United States right now. The whole world is sort of sitting on the edge of their seats. And I don't know if you saw the Sorkafal whole statement about Putin calling Biden out to come and do a public mano speech because of some of the things that Biden has been saying about Putin. He's not happy. He basically was calling out the Russian military to come into this country and take it back for Trump. I know this is just rhetoric, but the bottom line is that
I don't believe that for a minute.
That's according to
that's crap. Okay.
Sorkafal is an intelligence operation. Nonetheless, it does occasionally tell you what's happening behind the scenes.
Kinda. They've been getting at it.
Donald Trump on a daily basis.
I'm sure he is. I think they're friends.
It's not just that they're friends; they respect each other. Both of them have big brains and big balls. Okay, and the three people running the world today are Putin, Trump, and Xi Jinping, and maybe the supreme leader of Iran. Look, Biden is probably dead. He's probably being played by actors, and the person that fell 3 times the other day, that was in the script. Okay, we're in a WrestleMania drama here, and
it's a drama. It's a script. It said fall 3 times while going up the stairs.
I'm not going to worry about it. Look, we're in God's hands. I'm doing what Robert Steele is capable of doing. It turns out Robert Steele is capable of doing a multi-million-dollar bus tour. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to let the chips fall where they were. At the end of the day, this is not about Donald Trump. The greatest meme I've ever seen on Trump is, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. This is about you. This is about every single American getting their head out of their ass and demanding power again.
Okay, now let me ask you, when you go on the road and you're on the road, are you expecting to have dialogues with people? Are you going to have just speakers? How are you going to deal with crowds that may have challenging questions like I do?
That's a wonderful question, Carrie. Thank you. Well, first off, we'll be doing as many interviews as we can get from the road. Okay. And Jimmy Schwinn will be organizing our interview calendar. We're starting with Charlie Ward and several others in the next week. And basically each of the principals.
Ooh, there it is. There it is. I think M already left, but somebody remind him. There it is. Charlie Ward is going to be one of their first interviews from the road.
Plus each of the supporting principals, like Tenpenny and others. I mean, Tenpenny's the greatest thing I've ever seen. She really nails it. And plus she looks like, grandma. And I just love that about her. So all of these people are going to be organized into interviews. We're also refusing all invitations to speak during the tour. If you want us to speak during the tour, you can come to the tour, or we can drop in virtually. We're not going to scatter our energy by flying to other places when we're doing an 84-stop tour in the country. And we're going to have discipline. Now, in terms of dialogues, the best dialogues will be Cynthia McKinney's Power Cell meetings in the morning in the hotels, and Sheriff Mack's training sessions for the sheriffs. And then Lee Dundas and I will be doing Truth for Life meetings, in which we talk about what is the truth? How do you get to the truth? What does the truth mean to you as a community? Then we do our show, and the show is intended for thousands to appreciate. And I learned from Rolling Stone, so we'll be intermixing our own musicians, local musicians. We've got some of the world's greatest saxophonists and trombonists coming with us.
Please don't put that bullshit in my chat again.
This is going to be raucous. And the Battle Hymn of the Republic will be blaring from the buses as we go down the road. There's so much drama. In a positive way that's going to come out of this. So the 3-hour show will be intended for thousands with no dialogue. There's also My Patriots Network has got forums now set up for every single county. And so people are encouraged to go in and have civic dialogues. And I think that between the hotel, the event, the interviews, and My Patriots Network, what you're going to see is the beginning of a national conversation. And I have absolutely no interest in guiding or controlling that national conversation. I just want it to start.
Okay, with that in mind, now I want to ask you one of the most important questions, and that has to do with the alternative media. So I'm going to assume, because you're part of the alternative media, that you're going to be inviting alternative.
By the way, Scott McKay's fan group said my glasses were too big. They were having to obstruct my identity, and they were worried that they couldn't identify me and find me where I live in Alabama. So I found some much smaller glasses. I don't know if they fit me very well, but this ought to help them figure out who I am. So there you go. Patriot meet divers.
Alternative media people to participate, to be in these sessions, to be able to ask good questions, etc., and also report on your progress of your caravan, whatever you want to call it. And then at the same time, part of that question has to do with the fact that if Trump is coming back on April 1st or sometime in April, I am an alternative journalist. I have credentials as a journalist, and I want to be invited to his press conferences. In other words, what the biggest mistake he made, in my opinion, is when he couldn't reach the mainstream, he never tried to reach the alternative press other than using Q, which a lot of people didn't pay attention to. So hardcore Trumpers, bless their hearts, and they followed Q. Okay. I think Q was brilliant. I have no issue with Q whatsoever, but it did not reach the people that are in the alternative media that are what you might call sort of in other disciplines, and they're not heavy duty Trumpers, and they don't want to try to discern whether, what Q really means, and they're not interested in following a mystery. So this is the problem. Okay. They never deal with the real alternative media. And there are plenty of credentialed people like me out there, people that have incredible platforms. I think when 107 had his meeting in Vegas, he opened the door to us, which was to his credit. But then
we helped take one seat back in the Senate. But some of the states we didn't go to lost 17 seats, but we helped take one seat back here.
And he didn't do anything with it. And I've got criticisms about that. So what do you have to say about alternative journalists, letting them in the door instead of just pandering to the mainstream that won't pay attention anyway?
Well, yeah, first off, I expect the press, we may not even use the White House again. There's every possibility that Washington's going to be broken up.
I'm sure of it, but we can all go to Florida just as easily.
Look, I think you're overstating the importance of the alternative media. President Trump is speaking to the public.
Overstating the importance of the alternative media. Now, most people that I know do not get their full and only news, if any news, from the mainstream media. They listen to dumbasses like me, but better, better versions of me. But I think the alternative media is pretty important, and the fact that she just said that she was alternative media, and he's like, I think you're overstating the importance. That's a direct shot at her, shots fired.
Directly. And my bus caravan would certainly welcome alternative media to show up at the events. Our buses are too crowded to give media a ride. We will not be providing rides for media, but we will provide.
I'm sure the media can afford a car. I don't think that's the issue.
The bottom line is the alternative media will have a privileged position with us in the sense that we'll give them interviews. I, for example, turned down an interview from Foreign Policy. This puppy wanted to interview me over the phone so she could cherry pick my quotes. And I said to her, no. I said, you have two ways you can interview me. You can send me written questions that I will answer in writing with the right to publish my answers, or you can interview me on a Zoom that I record so that I can publish the whole thing after you do your cherry picking bullshit. And she basically never called back. So the alternative media will get as many interviews with us as they want. And you're just gonna be blown away when you see Sasha's program. Imagine 85 stops with 4 principals and 4 supporting players for every single stop, and they're all changing all along the way. What we're talking about is what used to be called a Chautauqua, which is a traveling caravan of educators.
Man, I'm sold. Take my stimulus and get those buses rolling. I think the hip kids are calling them the STEMIs. The STEMIs is what they call them now.
That basically goes into every town and offers free homeschooling, if you will, or a free town hall educational session. So in any case, I'm not here to help the alternative media connect with President Trump. I don't think he needs any help. However, I do think that if, for instance, he were to reoccupy the White House, he already knows that I've recommended that he get the press completely out of the White House and deal with them by video. Push the press back to the National Press Club, put the press secretary over there, and the alternative media is welcome to submit video inquiries. And the plan right now
loves to toot his own meat hammer.
Exclusive video answers to the people who submit video questions, and they get those for 24 hours, and then it goes into the ether.
All right, listen, in a free society, the media represents the people. And in this society, the mainstream media was completely bought off and controlled by the Illuminati, wisely, because they became part of a propaganda machine that to this day is programming the masses. You cannot overstate the importance of the alternative media as a body to represent.
Not to give too much away, but when Scott McKay talks shit about my aviator glasses, there may be a plan in the works to supply some aviator glasses to more people on more shows. But we'll see. We'll see.
And the grassroots and the people. If you're all about the people, then the first platform you should be concerned about is inviting in the real media, the people that have investigated from day one.
Scary, but if I were President Trump, you would have a very hard time getting 30 minutes with me. Okay?
Why?
The bottom line is you're over-representing your importance.
Ooh. But, so, you turned down real media to come do these shows, but President Trump, you would have a very hard time getting 30 minutes with him because President Trump's still licking the fucking boots of mainstream media.
I represent.
Let me tell you something right now. If President Trump, the last fucking year he was in office, would have said fuck the big four or whatever they are, the mainstream media, and would have went exclusively to fucking like Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, people, not me, not even her, but like people who consider themselves alternate media. They're not owned by a media syndicate. They're not working for CNN. If he would have went exclusively to those people and did fucking interviews, I bet you he would have had twice the number of people show up in some of these fucking states. I'm telling you, people are desperate for anything other than the lies that come through their TV set.
Represent the people. How can I over-represent?
You don't represent 300 million Americans. You represent.
I have a YouTube channel with 70 million viewers. 70 million. Okay, Robert. I think that's a
lot
fair
of them are
number.
Albanian.
Okay, that's as many people as voted for Trump. Okay, minus 10 million.
He said a lot of them are Albanian. A lot of them are Albanian.
Okay, I would say that that's pretty fucking important. All right, and I think undercutting the alternative media, and we're talking about a vast everything that isn't mainstream, which mainstream is like this, the alternative is like this. So what you're missing is that we represent the people, and our platforms are huge. And if you don't get that, then you're living in the dark ages.
He is. I mean, like, yeah, she probably doesn't deserve 30. She probably wouldn't get 30 minutes with Trump. But there are bigger alternative media people out there that probably should have gotten 30 minutes with Trump for sure. The problem is, he's a grifting piece of shit that uses YouTube as well. You know what I mean? Like, just because he was on the news fucking twice, and back in the 90s, he got to testify in front of Congress on fucking data security, doesn't mean shit now. He's a fucking YouTubing grifter.
You just don't get it, Carrie. The people need to
I rest my case.
The people need to talk to each other.
You want to see my chat room right now? You want to see
no interest in your chat room because you don't represent me.
You've interviewed me so many times I can't count.
And I value you very much. And I think you represent an extraordinary, unique, extraordinary slice of knowledge. You represent an extraordinary group that
it's not just about me. It's about all the journalists. Okay. It's about all the people. Even Sasha Stone is one of us. Okay. And you've got him, I don't know what you're doing, leading your tour or whatever. In other words, you're really actually not doing yourself any favors by putting down the importance of the media that represents the people at the grassroots level.
What a little bitch, dude.
I don't understand it. The alternative media is valuable. It does not represent we the people.
Then what the fuck does? Fox doesn't. CNN doesn't. MSNBC doesn't. What does then? What does? If it's not the alternative and it's not the mainstream, what the fuck is it? You and your channel? Fuck out of here, dude.
Exactly who represents we the people? If it's not the alternative and if it's not the mainstream, who is it?
What part of we the people don't you understand?
A group of people that don't have platforms, that can't speak out, that can't communicate.
Individuals represent themselves.
That's so fucking stupid. So Donald Trump is going to sit down with each individual person. He can't do mainstream because that doesn't represent the people. He can't do alternative because that doesn't represent the people. He's going to travel from house to house until he meets every person in America. Okay, gotcha.
And they represent themselves. They vote with their feet and they come to us. Okay. And the numbers are clear. The numbers speak for themselves. I don't even have to talk any further about it. Okay, let's move on. Okay. But
that is true. Like, you may not like Tim Pool or like Tim Pool. I watch him and I like to pick fun at Tim Pool a lot. But he's got better numbers than CNN on YouTube. Like, I can't do with their TV ratings, and TV ratings are so manipulated anyways. It's fucking ridiculous. But he's got better numbers than CNN online, including their website views. So, like, you can't overstate that.
But
oh. Clicked her too many
I
times.
have to say, you're going to have to adjust your platform, and you're going to see the wisdom of my words in the very near future. Nonetheless, moving on. So you're going to go around the country. You're going to try to educate people, and you've got a certain number of people that you've selected.
Camper for him.
So let's talk about who those people are. So we know it's you and Cynthia McKinney, and so do you have a list for us yet?
No.
Have you invited all the speakers yet?
I think that's happening this week.
Okay, so I think the people, that are watching this are going to be very interested to see your list of speakers.
Yes, and they can all go to BigBatUSA.
So this bigbatusa.org is where he keeps updates. This is the update I was just reading. March 23rd, 13,000 some from online and checks. Also March 23rd, we had a $100,000 wire transfer, and total today was 225,000. Then right underneath that it says need 75K for April 1st to make deposits.
.org. They don't need you to see my list of speakers.
Well, no, but you're on my show, and I'm helping you promote your tour.
I understand that, Carrie, but I think you're really disrespecting the American.
Wow. She tried to drop it, and he's going back in. She tried to drop it and said, okay, well, we're moving on. Do you have a list of speakers yet? And then she said, well, I'm sure my people would be very interested in seeing that. And he's like, well, they can just go to the website. They don't need you to do that. Again, you don't represent anybody. Like, she tried to move on.
People in this way that you want to put yourself in intermediary.
Oh God, I am about the people. That's all Project Camelot has done all these years, and this is 16 years, even longer than you have.
I think Trump would have been smart. I think Trump would be smart to put together something where you can post text like Facebook, pictures and videos like YouTube, and tie it all into a media corporation. So hear me out. You have a news station that tries to be as unbiased as possible. I'm only using Trump because he's got the money. It doesn't have to be right-leaning. It doesn't have to be left-leaning. Just unbiased. You have a news station that does that, and say it has like so many broadcasts a day, but it also has a social media aspect. When they go to cover a news story, not only do they cover it as unbiasedly as they possibly can, they also pull posts, and they also pull people who did videos on it. Like, if YouTube had a news and they were talking about, something that happened in this town, let's say they were talking about a hurricane that came through, and they're talking about the hurricane, they're talking about it coming, and they're like, okay, and now we're going to go to the individuals out there, and they pull like 3 or 4 videos that are people like running around and showing hurricane damage that are like small-time creators from their own platform. Think about how many people would create for that platform, for the viewers, for the money, or for the advertisers to build on a platform, to be unbiased, and a chance every day to get picked up by what is exactly the mainstream news, because they got to pull so many stories from their own little pool that they keep on their own website. That would be an amazing media outlet / social media network. I think if I had the money, that's what I would try to build.
I've been in the public eye. Back when you were a CIA agent, okay,
officer, not agent,
orchestrating false flags for the government, okay.
What false flag?
We were exposing people like you. So let's if you want to go mano a mano with me, I'll do it.
You let me know when you've been a spy. You've created a National Intelligence Activity Center. You've been.
I wouldn't say being a spy is something that
12 fucking books, and you have been fighting this.
So you've written 12 fucking books. He's trying to throw that big dick out there now. Trying to throw that big. You let me know when you've been a spy. You've created a National Intelligence Center, Activity Center. You've written 12 books.
CIA mano a mano for 40 years. You don't even come close.
I have been. I mean, my record is clear. It's public. In fact, the people know what I'm about and what I've done. It's
your ass today.
All we can see of your record is what you tell us that you did at the CIA, my man. Fucking prove it.
Okay, so let's move on. Okay. Aside from the fact that you don't really think there's much to our platform as alternative media, you want to go down to individuals who don't have any representation whatsoever, except for Congress people that lie to them, senators that lie to them,
and now you're a grifter. That's right.
Politicians by nature, yes men, yes women, people that have sold their soul by and large. That doesn't mean to say there's not some good people out there, and I hope you're going to have them in your caravan. I'm sure you will.
A peeping Tom.
I appreciate your effort, Robert, and I'm glad to have you here. I don't think that you're going to benefit by putting down alternative media. I don't think that's going to be
down alternative media. I don't know what's happened to you today, but you're completely missing the boat here.
What's the vote? What's the vote?
I'll just list some alternative media I pay attention to. And
Great.
you're one of them. So Amazing Polly, Charlie Ward, Simon Parks. I love.
Whoa. Big mistakes right off the fucking bat. Right off the bat.
X22. I love the Sargent Report.
Right.
I read State of the Nation. I read Martin Armstrong. I read Charles Hugh Smith.
But your point seems to be they don't represent the people. That's your point?
They represent themselves. No, you have no right to say you represent the people, nor do I.
Are you kidding?
Yes, I am.
That's not true. So I would say that that me and my report and what I do, like the show that I do, it's not even news, right? It's if anything, it's satire, it's comedy. The show I do would also represent the people who watch it, right? So if someone's like, nobody likes your shit, I'd be like, well, the people who watch it, obviously I represent them. They like it. You know, they tune in and watch it. Somebody fucking likes it. But to say you represent yourself and people just show up and watch it and half of them's from Albania is just fucked up. He's just taking swings at her now.
Serious. You don't have a right to say that you represent the people. You represent yourself.
No, I represent the people that support my work. Yeah, I wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for donations.
Last year.
Sorry?
How many donations have you received in the last year?
Enough to stay alive.
Okay, good. So you represent those people.
And for the last 16 years, my whole platform is funded by the people.
So he's going to say you only represent the people who send you money. Okay. What about the people who just tune in or who just visit your website with ad revenue?
Really disappointed the way this has gone, but you're not understanding that you don't represent grandma riding a Harley in Iowa.
Are you sure? Because I know a lot of grandmas write to me.
Well, that's great. Every single one of them. You maybe are a touchstone for them. You're not their elected representative. You're not their appointed.
Kids write to me. Grandmas write to me. Ex-military, current military. You name it. I have so many emails I can't count them. All right, let's not
tunnel pedophiles are out to me
versus me and talk about
you. I'm simply telling you I don't make any pretension of representing anybody.
Okay. In a free society, do you agree that a free and open media is absolutely crucial to having a free country?
Yes, but it doesn't represent the people.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, let me unpack it for you. The truth is essential to an informed, engaged democracy.
Yes.
All of our institutions are broken. The universities are lying to us. The government is lying to us. The labor unions are lying to us. The churches are lying to us, particularly the Christian evangelicals, the leaders of the Christian evangelicals. The governments at all three levels are lying to us. Most elected and appointed officials have been bribed, brainwashed, or
all three levels or all three parts of the government? What do you mean all three levels? Local, state, and federal? Are you talking about that or are you talking about the branches?
Blackmailed. Okay. All of these institutions are lying to us. Now, the solution is a combination of 100% citizen participation in informed civic dialogue and the truth.
That doesn't happen. 100% participation in civic dialogue just doesn't happen. You're never going to have a time where everybody that's under this local school board or this local board of mayor and alderman or this state blah, blah, blah is going to show up every fucking time. That's why we have representation. That's why our government's set up the way it is. Now, given it's run amok, given it's been fucked up, given people have went in there and made careers out of it, but the way it was originally set up is people have lives and jobs and everything else. You cannot be there day in and day out at your state legislature to vote for yourself. Everybody shows up every fucking day to vote. You just can't do it. So instead, you vote for representation that'll show up and vote for what you want voted in. Someone who represents you. That happens. You can't have 100% participation. It would be impossible. All we would be doing, every one of us, every day, we would all be fucking state senators and federal legislators. All day. That's all we'd be doing. Sitting and hearing the debate and back and forth and blah, 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 and then vote from our phones. That's all we would have time to do.
Now, I certainly don't claim to have a grip on the truth, and I certainly don't claim to represent the public. I think it's a height of arrogance or naivete to suggest that you own the truth or that you represent.
Yeah, comparing donations was a low blow. Comparing donations was a really fucking low blow. All that says is I'm a better con man than you. Like, that's what it says. There's people who get donations that do not deserve them, that are not telling the fucking truth. There's these goddamn mega church preachers that who live like fucking billionaires, right? And just because they're doing that doesn't mean that they're better informed or telling a better story. They're just telling people what they want to fucking hear. They've swindled people in the right direction. They've got wealthy Dude, I was watching a show today that someone said, oh, you know, since Biden sent us our stimulus check and I've been working, since I listened to you through the coronavirus to take care of this, someone made a $500 donation to this show today. This show was just, the show I was watching is just a stupid fucking show it's like a comedy show like mine, right? It's not informative. It's not representative. It doesn't do this, doesn't do that. Made a $500 donation today. That's actually the second one they've gotten this week. That doesn't mean that they're better broadcasters than someone else. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's stupid. Comparing donations was a low blow, I think.
The public. You don't. All you can do is encourage the public to have a conversation.
When you have a platform, let's say, does Cynthia McKinney represent her constituency?
I have to let her answer that. I would say Cynthia McKinney doesn't in any way claim to represent anybody except Cynthia McKinney.
Okay, so she's a congressperson, isn't that right?
She was.
When she was a congressperson, she just represented herself. She didn't represent her constituents. Well, that's half the fucking problem right there, Robert David Steele.
All right. And so you say
what
our
congresspeople
don't represent the people. I would say that's currently true. So what do we need them? What do we need them for? If they don't represent them, us, then why do we need them?
They should all be fired, including Rand Paul, who had.
So why are you all about getting people to run in 2022?
Because I want the people to have an honest Congress. Now, there's the whole issue of whether you have delegated representation or whether you have direct democracy. Now, we're a republic. The states are sovereign.
We're not going to have direct democracy. We're just not. Could you imagine all of us? Okay, like remember the COVID bill that everybody was mad that had like 800 pages and you'd have to read like 72 pages a second to fucking read it in time before the vote? Could you imagine the whole fucking United States shuts down? No, you can't go to work. You can't be driving. You can't be moving. You can't be picking your kids up from school. You can't be doing anything that you have to do on a daily basis. So you could sit in front of your phone and watch your presentation on a bill that's 4,000 fucking pages so you can vote at the end in a direct democracy. It's just not going to happen. It's not.
That has been watered down. The senators need to go back to being representatives of the states. I don't think the 16th and 17th Amendments were ever properly ratified. And I know that President Trump has been thinking, according to third parties, intermediaries, about a constitutional convention. And there are a lot of things that need to be strengthened, such as the First, Second, and Fourth Amendments. There are some amendments that need to be reinforced or modified. And there are some amendments that need to be overturned, such as the 16th and 17th Amendment. There's a lot of hard work to be done. And it is not going to be done by self-appointed representatives of the people. It's going to be done by the people at the county level. And that's why county sheriffs are so important. They're able to tell the state and local and federal governments to back off. It's the people of the land on the county with their legally authority. The county sheriff is the highest legal law enforcement in the county. And they have the authority to tell others, including state police and federal FBI people and others, to get out of their county.
Yeah. So, okay, these are elected officials, and you're telling me, and most of them are bought offs, and then you're telling me these people are the only representatives of the people.
No,
so the press is absolutely beside the point. If somebody comes.
By the way, the 16th Amendment is on collecting taxes, and the 17th Amendment is that you actually get to vote for directly for your senator. The way it used to be before the 17th Amendment is the state legislator picks the senator. They were the upper house. They were chosen by the upper echelon of men, like not the common folk. The common folk chose the representatives. The senators were chosen by people that were of a higher class because they were still chosen by the state legislature.
So if I go film a demonstration and I post it on Facebook or whatever social media platform I possibly can get it on, What I'm doing is I am having a dialogue with the people in order to mirror them, in order to get their word out. If I go interview them, which is what I do, I interview the grassroots, I interview people all over the world, and I get their word out. When I say I'm representing the people, I'm allowing the people to speak through me because I interview them, just as I'm doing with you. I allow them to have a platform to reach hundreds of thousands of people. And that is very vital, okay? Because otherwise you stay in your own private Idahos and you don't communicate and you don't have any power. So I don't consider my sheriff or a sheriff to be someone I automatically would trust, never in 1,000 years. In fact, most law enforcement I would consider to be my enemy because most of them are basically oppressing us, following rules that are put down by the Illuminati and the people that have the wealth and the old Republicans that you're talking about and so on. They are supported by those people. They kiss those people's ass. They let somebody, when they come and they take somebody, a cop pulls over a rich person's car, they let them get by. That person doesn't have to pay a ticket. When they pull over a poor person, then they harass them. They make them get out of the car and so on. We know how people in so-called positions of authority do not represent the people. In your city, say they do. One good sheriff Mac does not a whole huge world make.
It's largely useless. Is there something you want to do as we close out?
Okay. Let's go back to your platform and what you want to say without attacking alternative media. Let's get beyond that and let's talk about what it is you want to say.
I'll pay for that.
In these various states, and will your message change depending on which state you go to?
Now, that's a very good question because there are 9 different cultural areas in the United States, from Dixie to the Foundry to the Northeast to the Tex-Mex. There are 9 different areas in the country. And one of the things we're looking at is how do you respect the cultural heritage for each of those 9 regions. For example, I despise the jackass corrupt governor of Virginia, who is in the process of desecrating Confederate memorials. This is an obscenity. It's a crime against humanity. So yes, our message will be fine-tuned for the different 9 nations. We'll probably change the musicians that drop in for the 9 nations. We will certainly change some of the speakers. For example, in the West, we'll have farmers and water rights people. In the East and the South, we'll probably have some different mix and match people. Someone else, Sasha Stone, is in charge of kind of creating that choreography. All I'm doing is raising the money and putting together a caravan and essentially delivering this. It's nothing more than a conversation starter. In fact, when Cynthia McKinney and I put together the Election Reform Act, we took great pains to say this is not a take it or leave it Election Reform Act. It's simply a starting point for a national conversation. I don't represent anybody. I don't tell anyone what to do. All I want them to do is talk to each other. And the reason that Cynthia McKinney and I matter is because you won't find another white male linked up with an alt-left female black former congresswoman anywhere else.
Today we're going to play a little word association.
We will say
stop playing. Damn.
Together with libertarians and independents and say enough. Don't give an.
What? I didn't even see it. I have to read it in a second.
Yeah, Joel.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see it. I'll check it.
To any politician of any party until the Election Reform Act is passed at the national and state levels. That's our minimum demand.
Okay, well, then you should welcome this interview and the dialogue we're having, because this is a conversation and one that you're probably going to have going on the road as well. All right, I want to thank you for coming on the show. I want to thank you for doing all the efforts you do to awaken people. And I hope that you can understand that we may have.
So they're wrapping it up. But that donation from Joel says, this is so Mariah can get that new Lee press on nail set she's been asking for. She deserves to get her nails did. You deserve to get your nails did, Mariah. There you go. Thank you for that donation. Sorry, I did not hear it.
I have a different point of view here, but that each of us has something valid to contribute. So thank you again for being on the show.
BigBatUSA.org.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for
ignore the media.
Bye-bye.
All right. Boy, that was not what I was expecting, but
Ooh, they weren't clear yet. They weren't clear yet, and he was still talking shit about it. Damn it, buddy. Damn it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that was pretty good. By the way, while we're on this little conspiracy kick, and she happened to mention the Illuminati, I was looking for a place to stick this in. Most people don't know this about the modern day Illuminati conspiracy theory. I touched on it a little bit. But check this out. I want to read to you how the modern Illuminati conspiracy theory got started. I think I got it open. Listen. In a way, the story of the modern Illuminati is a conspiracy theory in itself. But unlike many other Illuminati conspiracy theories, the origin story of today's Illuminati is actually hilariously real. And this is true. This is all true. Modern-day conspiracy theorists put the Illuminati in cahoots with other conspiracy regulars, including the Rothschilds, billionaire George Soros, and the Freemasons. While the Illuminati were absolutely a real organization, there was zero evidence to support any modern-day activity. None whatsoever. Until the modern Illuminati were conceived as a prank between a Marine Corps veteran, and a 1960s counterculture activist, Kerry Thornley, and journalist Robert Anton Wilson. The idea was to create mass paranoia to see that so that America would begin to question everything they read. It was actually almost like a prank to see if it would work. They documented it, and the operation was called Operation Mindfuck, and it seems to have worked too well. Around 1776, liberal, non-religious scholars of the Enlightenment formed a secret society in Bavaria to oppose superstitious and religious encroachment on public life, to liberate people from the laws of religion. Unsurprisingly, this did not sit well with the Catholic Church, who pressured the royal ruler of the German state to outlaw the Illuminati group by 1788. The group functionally ceased to exist. So in 1788, it was outlawed, and basically it had no other documented shit that it did furthermore. Like, it basically died by 1788. But that didn't stop believers from blaming their troubles on the Illuminati. Some believe the society lived on, but simply got better about hiding their existence. The first conspiracy theories popped up around 1798. They claimed Illuminati were going to incite slave rebellions in the Caribbean, and that they started the French Revolution. They even made an appearance in Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace. In the first years of the American Republic, fear of the Illuminati gave way to fear of Freemasons. These fears even led to the formation of an anti-Masonic political party. Somewhere along the way, the mass fears barely died down, and they never disappeared entirely. In the 19th century, European monarchs blamed the Illuminati for fomenting revolutions. In the 20th century, the rise of international communism was put at the feet of the Illuminati. Then came Thornley and Wilson. Okay, here's how they got started. Kerry Thornley rose to prominence in the 1960s, having written a book about Lee Harvey Oswald in 1962. The year before Oswald assassinated, he wrote a book about Oswald the year before he assassinated Kennedy. Oswald and Thornley served together in the Marine Corps and knew each other well. Thornley's book, The Idle Warriors, was about his time in the Corps with Oswald. Thornley would go on to become major counterculture writer in the underground media, as well as a founder of Discordianism, a satirical religion. It was like a religion to play on other religions, how stupid they were. It was satire. Robert Anton Wilson was a Discordian adherent and Playboy staff writer who was also active in the counterculture movement. A New York Magazine article claims it was Wilson who detailed a plan to create paranoia in America by attributing all national calamities, all assassinations, or conspiracies to a secret Illuminati order. The plan was laid out in a memo named Operation Mindfuck, a name only hippies would come up with and execute. But Wilson and Thornley were more than just hippies. Wilson had access to reporters in the pop media and the popular mass media. Thornley was already a producer of underground media. Through both means, they began to spread the idea of a secret Illuminati force that drove national news events. The movement got real boost when New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison tried to pin the JFK assassination on Thornley due to his association with Oswald. Thornley was not found guilty, and Wilson sent a letter to Los Angeles Free Press reporter claiming that the jury were all Illuminati. He knew because all 12 were missing their left nipple. This is an actual article that was printed, okay? This guy said, hey, look, this was a setup on my friend. I can tell all these people were Illuminati because they were all missing their left nipple. That's something that Illuminati do. Since the Illuminati have been accused of creating nuclear defense bunker in North Dakota, masterminding the 9/11 attacks, using the Denver International Airport as a headquarters, and of constantly trying to create a new world order. In reality, it was all a joke that went a little bit too far. So a former Marine and a book writer invented the entire modern day Illuminati conspiracy. That's what I was hitting on earlier. Later on, when they were questioned about this, Thornley even made the statement that he said, look, I remember being there for starting the Illuminati theory. I remember writing it down. We've got a document. I remember being there. But since then, it's grown so much that he himself even started to believe some of the conspiracy. He himself even thought, well, maybe they just used what I was writing to do this or to do that and went above and beyond it. That's the same thing with the QAnon thing. The guy, Fandango, who claims he fucking started this shit, he ended up the same way, saying, oh, well, I think I invented it, but then Thomas Schoenberger come on, it kind of took on legs of its own, and this happened and that happened. It's like people who tell the same lie too many times. People who tell the same lie too many times, and they start to believe it themselves. I do have something I need to check on real quick. I need to see if these people talked about me, because I got into an argument with the Hairless Wonder, and I need to see if they talked about me tonight. It's live right now, but we got to back up for the first of it. I told him to tell Jason Q hi for me. Uh-oh. That's a donation. Oh, Jay Reese, $10. I figured he was going to play something. Oh, no text. Thank you very much for the donation, Jay. I appreciate it. I know you're asking chat, but he said that he moved his 107 thing so he could be in Dallas for a 107 event. He did not say that 107 would be there. He moved. Said one of his dinners came by. The reason that one of the dinners was so important, he moved the start date for his tour by a month so he could stop in Dallas to be with Mike Flynn and Sidney Powell, but he did not say anything about 107 beyond that. Let's see what they got to say.
All right, so I'm also giving you the ability to record it as well.
Are we live?
There you go. Record it, buddy.
Yes, we are. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kid, and this is Ostara, and we are HBU, and we are welcoming back Jason Q. Jason, it's wonderful having you back.
Hello. Wait a minute. I'm looking for our live. There it is. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to take a few minutes.
Did you all read the comments he left me?
Yes, so Jason's still getting ready. Hang on, I got to mute my computer. There we go. Say hello in the chat so people can start talking. Oh, Julie.
We had an interaction.
Oh, there's Teresa and Diane and Kathy and Lori and Keely and Angela.
It sounds like the band's back together.
Yep. There's already 85 people with 99. Woohoo!
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome. Yes. Okay, so let's go share on Telegram.
Melissa already did that. Thank you, Melissa. She's on it. She's always on it.
Oh my gosh.
Melissa, Alicia.
I fucked up. I finally figured it out and forgot to write something. Yeah, that's how you do the donations.
Come on, man. Come on.
I need to set it up on this one too.
I called him the Dr. Evil Mini-Me, and he said, that's a good nickname. I think it suits me well. I'm going to start using it. Okay.
Okay, so let's see.
Body parts in the bins. A bunch of meat hammers laying around. When I told him, I said, tell Jason Q, I said hi, by the way, when I was trying to end the conversation. And he said, I will definitely pass on your message. So I hope he does.
Nope, that's good.
I have family from Newport, Tennessee. That's right.
All right. So, yes, please do share the like button and subscribe, and be sure to share it to any of the groups that you're in so we can get more people on here. That'd be great. Thank you so much. And welcome people from Scotland.
Oh, nice.
I'll pull up the interaction we had, by the way, and just to read it to you guys who didn't get to see it.
It is amazing.
It really is. It's just amazing, and it's also just very humbling that so many from so far across the world that tune in every week.
Yeah.
It makes the world a smaller place, doesn't it?
It does. And then I was thinking too is maybe we could do something not next week but the week after. Have a have a
Getting rocking, he was
somebody wants to come on too, and
We can even do that this week if you want.
Wait, what?
Have a couple people.
Here's the comments right quick. He got on there and he was under the name Kid Valor instead of Kid Schultze or whatever he calls himself. Kid Valor. He said I'm famous. Haha. Well, I welcome everyone to join our show every wacky Wednesday to ask Jason questions, but to also enjoy my Dr. Evil mini-me clone laugh. Let's have some fun. And then put like a weird smiley face emote. And I put, I don't know if I would say you were famous from this, laugh out loud. Probably famous from your own program for sure. I guess this is your account. I thought you were like Kid Schultz or Kid Schultze or some shit like that. He put, laugh out loud, from all my experience, only famous people get labeled. So yeah, I would say I'm famous. And then a bunch of emotes. But you're right about the information. We do not know much about the information about the world. And we're not researchers of the world's information, not our forte. Our platform is up so we can help out the people. But I do have more knowledge about the mental and spiritual aspects of life. Like I can say this, no one may not know me, but if I tune into someone, I know more about them than they know about themselves. I can tell you how many lives you have lived, how many planets you have reincarnated on, who you were in your past lives, what you have done in those lives, what drives someone to do what they do, and why they are stuck in that karmic loop of lost knowledge and how to get unstuck from it. Then more emojis. I think that was like a shot at me, like, I'm going to reveal who you were in a past life if you don't leave me alone. Oh, and one more thing. Thanks for the nickname. I like it. I like it. I think I will use it. Haha, it suits me to a T. Then more laughing till I'm crying emojis. And I put, that seems pretty powerful. I rather enjoy this planet and life though, minus the overseas adventures where everything inside exploded randomly. Keep doing you, brother. And tell Jason Q I said hello. And then he responded, I will pass on your message for sure. Yes, I totally enjoy this world's adventures as well. Much to get to know and see. Well, if I ever get to leave the States, that is. And that was the end of our interaction. But he said he would mention me. He knows we were fucking trolling him. I wonder if something comes from it.
People who want to dig with us, come on.
Were you Hitler in the past life? That's probably what he was trying to pin on me.
Are there people that want to, or?
Yeah, we can. Absolutely. I mean, if you want to do that, absolutely, we can do that.
I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, if just people want to come on for like 15, 20 minutes and talk about their stuff or just anything, we can have open floor too,
Yeah, Robert Carter, you're watching people watch me watch other shows, make fun of them. Does that not make you more desperate that you're not even here for the original content? You're just here to judge the content of the content of the content? You're like fucking doucheception. You're like 4 douchebags deep.
Would be nice.
Good, that would be nice.
Yeah.
So
change up, and show some love to everybody out there.
let's see. Where should we post the link?
Oh, wait.
Wait, when do we do? Oh, the week after, right?
No, we were talking about we can even do it today.
Oh.
Now next week, yes.
Yes, next week.
So we can do it. We can do a few people.
The whole chat becomes violent instantly.
Yeah. So there should be like, there's like
Let's get going, guys.
Room for 100 people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if people
You can only get the first 20 on video at once, though, I think.
So where to post the link?
I'll post it in the Telegram.
Okay.
So it's in the Telegram group, the High Vibes Up Telegram group. So if you guys want to go there, and then I'll also post it in the Discord as well.
You know what? That's the thing. Also, there's let me send it to you real quick.
By the way, there is a clip of Jason Q has already seen one of my videos. He's like, "Oh, this guy in his basement probably he's over here hiding like a little girl in a set of glasses, and all his lights or something like that, like his red or his purple and blue lights, because I guess with like the red and blue mixed together on this wall, it's like purplish pink there in the middle. I got a red light this way and a blue light that way." He's already mentioned me once, but it was just kind of in passing, and he went on about his life. But I was hoping they would say something else again. That would be funny.
And it's really, really odd that these 3 dates would appear.
Awesome, Stuart. Just make sure you're on the right side of the rotation. If you go on the dark side, there's nothing I can do for you, buddy.
Okay, so we have. Let's see.
Oh no! Oh, I thought that was Gina Machina.
Okay.
Gina Machina.
Numbers, and now it's just a matter of time now. So keep doing everything you're doing out there, everybody. Thank you so much.
Something's in the background. They can't unmute themselves, but they come in muted, so it will give the person that's speaking a chance.
Okay, so make sure all your background is quiet if you come on, or we'll boot you.
Ooh, you heard her. Ooh. Damn.
Can't be having that distraction.
Oh man, they were taking live call-ins. Damn, and I should have been there.
That's the thing about Zoom. So once you get booted, sorry, honey, you can't come back until the next show.
So does everyone go into the waiting room and then we bring them in?
I can put the waiting room on.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Right?
So let's do the waiting room.
Oh man, I could have called in. If you've never been here to one of the shows where I call into someone else's podcast, they usually get pretty good.
We just like to wing it now.
Yeah, right?
So we have 2 people on. We have Susanna and Carol so far.
Oh, would that be Carol from the Lightworker Institute?
Carol Friesen?
Yes.
Yeah, that's her.
Ah. she is an utter delight to speak to, because she knows a lot, and anybody with knowledge. Always,
We used to take call-ins. We've got two. I could probably do call-ins on this small channel. We got too much hate on us right now until the Scott McKay battle's over to do call-ins. They're just going to say something that they'll try to use to get my channel banned. And when something pops up on the channel, I have to shut down the video. I have to stop the stream, shut down the video, delete the video, and then fire it back up again. It's a big fucking hassle. But we'll get to where we can do call-ins again too.
Always nice to have. I mean, all of us have knowledge, But
I need somebody to like sit in a green room and screen people is what I actually need.
But they mentioned 3 dates. That says place these 3 days in this map. This is the end thing about logically. They put March 27th, April 1st, and April 6th.
That motherfucker, 1, there's some type of blowing wind. I don't know if you guys hear that or not. 2, he has snorted something recently. Both of his nasal passages are completely clogged.
So.
No, they're both muted. There's no way that.
Okay, Susanna's unmuted. Carol,
Yeah, I can unmute now. Thanks.
Carol, you're still muted. I've asked for you to unmute.
Oh, duh. Let me just send it to my phone. I got distracted.
It doesn't take much to get me distracted at all.
It doesn't take much to get me distracted.
So you wanted me to share that, right?
Just a little bit of cocaine laid out, and I'm pretty distracted instantly.
Okay.
Dude, he's got something up his snout for sure.
Really, how do I say this? Not at all from an ego standpoint, okay? But there's a reason why we're here, right? Why we're all together here, and how everything is lined up for us, right? Now, these 3 dates, we have March 27th. Okay, that's Passover. That's Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll be a fun day. Of course, many more stuff going on that day, and
What are you blowing, dude? What is that?
see that day pop up.
Thank you for the new subscriptions, by the way. I see people subscribing to the new channel. I appreciate that.
April 6th is a big day. Yeah, I mean, just resonates for me personally, and resonates for about 100 others.
Getting rocking, he was doing
Because
so
what
well.
happened is, how this all started for myself and others was that, we were all, I was in a public group and a private group, and the public group was QAnon Follow the White Rabbit, and I mean there are thousands of people in there. And I was also in a group, QAnon Patriots. Now, for myself, you know, I made one post in that QAnon Follow the White Rabbit group, and I had to do time travel. That's it. Well,
Oh, and that's the group he got banned from.
About an hour and a half, because the problem is some of these groups on Facebook. It's almost as if I guess you say
Yeah, he got banned from it. He's going to be pissy about it.
They sit there and wait for people to, bring, information in, and they act like, the Gestapo. If they see stuff that they don't like, they just delete it and, get rid of the person. The problem is that when you have groups like this, and you do bring information to the table, and you do have people resonate with it, and it does cause many more comments and people to actually engage, they tend to get jealous. And I don't know why, because if you start a group like that, being an admin, you should be the one that is in control of bringing forth knowledge of what you know. You have to lead by example. You can't just sit there and expect everybody below you to bring, to do all the work, and you just sit in your ivory tower. That's not how it works. You should be bringing 150% every day and make sure that information is getting out there and people are learning. That's your job. Now, April.
Hey, Joseph, you got any left? I'll help you dispose of them.
6. The whole time travel. I just have to laugh.
Nah, good for you getting clean, brother.
Of course, I post like 10 pictures, and what I can do is I can actually what I can do is I will go ahead and I'll send you the exactly the pictures.
The storm is coming, means the plugs coming over.
I mean, exactly, because let's see.
That's interesting.
What's that?
Yeah.
Because I looked up April 6th on Google, and this is what comes up. The beginning of operation of Westerfang, German bombers attacked Belgrade, 17,000 died. 17. 17? 1 second.
Cool. There's that 17 again.
Yep.
Jason, you're muted.
I know. If I'm shuffling stuff around, I like to mute it so it doesn't make noise. So, because I mean, I hear it. It makes a lot of like racket, just unnecessary racket. So, I'm trying to be nice about it. So, respect. So yeah, I sent you 11 pictures. Okay. Now, this is just what we put out there as information as.
He doesn't want the sound of him shuffling one piece of paper, but he literally has a leaf blower going into the microphone.
I guess just examples of what we found to start out with, which is just time travel. And during your messenger.
Yeah, I'm saving them to the phone so I can send it to Telegram. But there's a lot of feedback that is on your mic for some reason. It sounds like there's wind or.
And going in and out.
Yeah, that's weird. Oh, there we go. Hold on. So, Susanna or Carol, do you guys have anything that you guys want to ask Jason while you guys are here?
I was just going to go ahead, not all at once. Go ahead, Susanna. No, I was just curious, and I know Jason has addressed this a few times before, but I have been listening to the Kim Gogan meetings on Sundays, and she is still saying that Trump is as a deep state agent, and that what we are all waiting for and hoping for is not going to happen. So I was just wanting to know if there's
okay. You're Russian, first of all.
If I was going to trust her or him, yeah, you know which one I'm picking.
Oh.
That means that she's either she's throwing out some disinfo, or I'll always have Trump, always until he actually just, I mean, even if he's wrong about something, not necessarily is he wrong, but maybe we're just mistaken, because the man don't make mistakes. He just doesn't. Mm-hmm. He's proven time and time again. And for her, because with her last name being Gogan, right here, what we're going to do is, let's see what we do here.
I know that Jason's mic is a little low, but I really feel that it has nothing to do with Jason. It has something to do with the mic.
I'll speak up. How's that? I need to speak up too, so. How about that? Better?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, sweet. Man, don't give me no feedback.
I think there we go. How about that? Even better. All right. So figure this out as we go, huh? So right here, this is just the beginning.
That's why we don't talk into the top of a front-facing microphone. You'll see this all the time if you go to Twitch. People who got new microphones, they'll have a microphone that's shaped like this. Okay, my microphone is a dynamic microphone. It literally, you talk into the top of it. It's got a big round metal ball on top of it, a guard, and that's where you talk directly into the top of it. You'll see this on stages and people that perform and shit like that, okay? This, you'll have people, oh, I got one right here. Hell, I don't need to show you that. This is a condenser microphone, so it's shaped like this. This is like kind of like the one he is, but his is round on top and mine's to a point. This is a microphone, and this is a condenser microphone, and it has several different patterns. The pattern that it's on for one person is called cardioid. It's shaped like a heart, like it just gets me, and then it tapers off both sides and the back. But you can also turn it into a figure 8 where it picks up at both. But either way, you can never turn it to where you talk into the top of it. Never. You always talk into the front of it. There's a diaphragm in there facing you. That's what you talk into. The entire time he's been doing his show and everyone else's shows, he's talked into the top cap of his microphone. It's like if I tried to drink through the lid. Like there's no opening there for anything to travel through. He's an idiot. And he just now figured it out. He's 4 years deep into live streaming. He just figured out where to talk into.
Beginners of those, how do we say it? The Fajus. And the Zionists. I should throw them out there too, because all throughout history, there has been an issue with the Jews, as we know. Now, I mean,
the Jews is what he's trying to say without saying the Jews, because he sounds like Hitler.
King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. Now, those who actually study like basic, you know.
By the way, I don't know that because I'm like a okay. Thank you for the donation.
Let the good times roll or not.
Let the good times roll or not. Probably or not, considering I'm losing YouTube channels left and right. But thank you for that donation. That was some Solitaire 401. I don't know that because I have anything to do with like music or production or theater. I only live stream. It's the only time I've ever owned a microphone in my fucking life. But I thought, hey, it's probably a good idea to learn how the microphone works if I'm going to live stream. I started with a shitty, even though, Mariah bought it for me. And we didn't have money to afford like a good microphone. I started with like a $40 microphone from like Amazon. And I had to do all kinds of shit to it to make it sound halfway decent. And it would still whine and buzz and shit sometimes. And now we've got like $400 or $500 worth of audio equipment. And it's still not the greatest, but at least I learned how it worked. Like I learned how the fucking microphone worked if you're going to have to listen to me for an hour plus.
Oh, elementary school history. Know exactly who those two people are. They are the ones that supposedly, right, financed and gave Christopher Columbus the blessing of sailing the New World on those 3 ships. But those 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, they're actually in Antarctica right now. Those are the names.
Those 3 ships are in Antarctica. That's where they keep them. That's where they keep them. And by the way, that's the reason I'm always, people come in here and like a jab they take at me is like, why are you so close to your mic? It looks like you're right on top of it. Like you're an idiot. Boy, it's a dynamic microphone. It's only made to pick up exactly right on top of it. That's the way it works. If you get away with like a microphone like he's got, yeah, you can back up. Yeah, you can set it in the middle of a table and hear everybody. But a dynamic microphone is specifically made not to pick up shit around it. Only what's directly on top of it.
Of the 3 Anunnaki ships that crashed here from Mars. And they're defrosting. And they're starting to be seen. So that's going to be exciting to see very much so.
Stop spreading other people's shit in my chat, or leave.
This Alhambra decree. It's also known as the Edict of Expulsion. Now, this was on March 31st, 1492. Now, what it did was it ordered the expulsion of practicing Jews from the crowns of Castile and Aragon and its territories and possessions by 31st of July that year. Because who were they worshiping? See? This goes way back. Way back. This is all about satanic. This is all satanic.
So now Jewish people are satanic. I told you guys a while back when we first started covering this Anon bullshit. If the right-wing conservative Christians knew how anti-Semitic, how anti-Jewish this shit was when they first got in, they wouldn't have gotten in. Now, I'm not saying you have to be a Zionist or blah, blah, blah. I know a lot of people have issues with Israel and Jewish people and all that shit. I don't care. But the people that follow this, the first people that got into this were Zionist Christians, were the people that Israel does no wrong, were the people that we should always support this and somebody's got to protect them and blah, blah, blah. But they were fooled by how anti-Semitic was. They were saying, oh, the elites, the deep state, the underground people, the aliens. They weren't just, now it's gone to the point where they're just calling them out. The Jews worship Satan, okay? The Jews worship Satan, and that's where we're going from here.
It's all evil. But yet, time and time again, they try to force this whole narrative on us that poor us, 6 million poor us. Which is
ooh, he's getting deep in there, dude. I am telling you, the people who joined this at first, if they could see where it was going at the end, they wouldn't have joined it. They slowly moved into. Now he's questioning. The J question is what they call it. Now he's questioning, were there really 6 million Jews killed, or is that cover? Is that, hey, poor us, we need help over here. You can't talk bad about us because 6 million people died in the Holocaust. That's where he's at right now. These are the same rhetoric. This is the exact same rhetoric that the New Age neo-Nazis will use. The exact same. Every bit of it.
It's absolutely bullshit. Because
Mel Gibson's DUI rant, yeah.
The FBI right now. And it's not that nobody died during these camps. It's just that
he is absolutely questioning the validity of the numbers at Holocaust camps. This is the same type shit. If you went to like over at DLive, there's some creators that are on this that think that Jews rule the world, and that's the exact narrative they'd be spinning. Now, I don't really care. I don't really care what you think the number was. I don't really care if you think. I personally think that we give too much aid to everybody, even Israel. But you can't bring that up and talk about it because people will attack you and call you a Nazi. But that's not the discussion we're having right now. But this guy right here, if the people that joined Anon originally would have known further down the line, not the 4chan people because they're always edgy, but the regular right-wing Christian conservatives would have known where this was leading, they wouldn't have joined it. They wouldn't have joined it.
There were different people that died. They went after the Orthodox Christians from Russia, Poland, Yugoslavia.
It was the Christians, not the Jews, that died in concentration camps.
They did not like these Orthodox Christians because, well, they were quote unquote children of light as well. Because they.
Oh, good for you, Patsy. That's good. 30 years.
Term Israel. Because Israel's a project. It's not a land or anything like that. We are Israel. It's the people. It's the children of light. We are the ones that are under Project Israel. That's all. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why we are in New Jerusalem with the United States, because it's America. So by President Trump actually going and doing these said, events that fulfill the prophecy of, the creation of the quote unquote third temple in Jerusalem, by building
If you actually believe that, Jason Q, and you believe that Trump is your sovereign leader, could do no wrong, then why was Trump letting Jared Kushner talk him into all these Zionist style policies over and over and over and over and over again? It doesn't fit your narrative, huh?
An embassy and under budget, because he always bragged about it. He's not bragging about it. He's trying to tell people, it's like, look, it's right here. Look at this. There's a reason for this. And it's in 1st and 2nd Chronicles in the Old Testament. It's all right there. Even
it's probably, we're on the backup channel, so I don't know if the bot's working, but I can put it in the thing for you. Hold on.
By creating that, the creation of that temple, and then he and his people will go up. And it's always been, speculated what that whole, he goes up means. Well, now we know. It's ascension. Mm-hmm. Because President Trump, being a quasar,
for some reason, they're slowly bringing fans in, Toasty. They are slowly bringing fans into the show, I guess, to speak tonight as like fan appreciation or something, I guess.
He's actually working on his ascension as well. He is moving up to a higher dimension other than ours. He's moving up from like a 5D to a 6D. Stop. Damn it. All right, there we go. I know, right? Humans, stupid humans, violence first, and then ask second, right? Let's see. I don't know where the wind's coming from. Does it sound bad or?
Why does he keep adjusting the mount? Does he think that the mount to the boom arm is giving him wind? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening?
It sounds like you're on the phone in the wind.
Or on the beach somewhere.
That'd be nice. I'll tell you that much. Hello.
Awesome. No, that's great. Thank you so much.
So that answers your question? All right. So Carol, yes. You also had a question, correct?
Oh, no, I don't think it answered your question. I just was talking, but I mean...
Okay.
Jason Q just went full on anti-Semitic, just out in the open and everything. That no Jews were killed in the concentration camps. It was actually Christians. And the Jewish people are behind all of this. And they keep saying, oh, poor me, 6 million, you can't do this. And they were banned. They were banned from certain countries hundreds of years ago because they worship Satan. They worship Satan. That's what Jason Q just did. And if you're just joining us there, Alex.
Definitely good idea or suggestion already. But yes, please continue if you have more.
So what we have are, because we just started digging, and this was all last night. And
hey, Bear Man.
I mean, just everything.
Bear Man, sharing these Biden bucks. Oh shit! Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't mean that when I covered it earlier, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Just compounds, and we learned about these red Jews.
It's from Patsy, the donation.
The thing is that we hear the red, all this. Well, with the red Jews, they were, they appeared in sources in Germany during the medieval era. Damn it.
I told you earlier, last time we watched Jason Q, that I thought that he was quoting that book. I can't remember the name of it. Hold on just a second. I'm looking it up. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Okay? The Protocols of the Elders of Zion is a book that was, it was supposed to be based on real events. It was first published in Russia. It's largely been discredited as a hoax by modern times. It was disseminated in Russia to get people to turn against the Jewish people, because the Jewish people were at the time fighting against like the Tsar and shit in Russia. Okay, what it's supposed to be is it's supposed to be a like meeting. This guy is telling a story like it's real. Like he accidentally stumbled upon a meeting that was held by Jewish people, and it was a Jewish plan for global domination. Like, how can the Jewish people rule the whole fucking world? Henry Ford believed in it so much that he printed 500,000 copies and started distributing them not only with new car purchases, but just randomly down the street. Randomly down the street, he was just giving them out. And in Germany, and we know that Germany doesn't have the best records with the Jewish people, but after the Nazis came to power, it was given out in the schools. It was given out to the schools for school children to read. It's called The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, is the name of the book.
All right. So the medieval era, from the 13th to the 15th century. Now,
by the way, even though most people discredit it and call it a propaganda piece, the people that still distribute it, like modern-day neo-Nazis and fundamentalist movements and other groups, they still present it as, hey, look, this is a literal, real book that was printed about these people taking over. They don't believe that it's they don't believe and don't present it as a propaganda piece or fiction. They present it as truth when they hand it out.
It actually brought up the Gog and Magog and the 10 lost tribes of Israel and all this. Well, the Gog and Magog, I mean, that's like...
Oh, no. Quote, unquote. We've got some extreme angles down in the bottom right-hand corner. I don't want to pick on them too much because it looks like Hawk, but with Down syndrome. But we've got some extreme angles down in the corner.
Like countries or entities that are...
Oh, that's not good for a double chin, buddy. That is not good for a double... Ooh. Oh, my God. And he's propping it up with tissues and a lotion bottle.
I mean, Christianity's been around for a lot longer than...
Oh, we're falling up.
I would say Christ.
How distracting.
Hammurabi, back in...
Hammurabi.
400 BC? No, 4000 BC. Sorry about that. I mean, when they created this Bible, the Christian Holy Bible of Laws and Government, that was the name of it. And what it had a bunch of laws and a bunch of rules. And that's where the whole basis of this whole Bible came up, because it's all about decoding the Enuma Elish, which is the Babylonian epic of creation, where the water separates the waters. And also we have
one
that actually explains that as well. Is we like charts. We love charts. Well, we have an Anunnaki biblical family tree. Now, funny thing is that this is the second time that we're going to see this, because we actually made one.
Tubing.
Not as beautiful as this, as complex as this, but we did make one. And
how come nobody brings that up as part of the Q conspiracy? The guy's name is Tubin, and he was clearly tubing a little bit, and someone turned on his camera when he thought it was off. That should be part of the conspiracy right there. Hey, look, he's out in these journalists as masturbators. Look. He's tugging the tubing.
This is done by, if anybody has ever heard of Dylan Lewis Monroe with a Deep State Mapping Project, that's where, right here, the Q map, and then the cult map of Baal. That's where, I mean, if there's one person that I can honestly say has been a positive force that I've learned from personally, it's been him, because he created the Q map and all these other maps. And there's a lot of...
Hold on just a second. I don't think he's crediting the right person with the Q map.
But we did make one. And this is done by, if anybody has ever heard of Dylan Lewis Monroe with a Deep State Mapping Project.
The Deep State Mapping Project. We went over the QAnon map. I don't know if you guys remember this. It's like it's basically like a methamphetamine had a pencil and was really into conspiracies. But the guy who did it was actually an Enlightenment shaman or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? When we went over it, I can't remember the guy's name, but it was something weird. It was not whatever Monroe. That's not who it was. These guys might be printing it. These guys might be putting it out there, but that's not who invented that. Yeah, that's not accurate. We went over the guy's name. I can't remember it, but it was something you would expect a hippie yoga instructor guy to be. His name, what was it?
Right here, the Q map, and then the cult map of Baal. That's where, I mean, if there's one person that I can honestly say has been been a positive force that I've learned from personally, it's been him, because he created the Q map and all these other maps, and there's a lot of maps, and and you never hear of them. Those that don't,
This might be slightly different. Maybe this is their own creation.
Very, very, very interesting information, and it's all for print. I mean, you can go to the website, you can download it, you can print it. It's all there, and that's why we have these back here. They're 3 foot by 4 foot, because what we did was we took the 8.5 inch by 11 inch sheet, the whole map, and took to like Kinko's and said, "Hey, you think you could do me a solid and right here, see? That's it." And then I'm like, "Well, that's small. Okay, I can't read it.
Right.
Like, we need to be able to see it." So they could do 2 foot by 3 foot, 3 foot by 4 foot. So printed some up, and then just started marking.
It's slightly different, but not a whole lot.
That's pretty much where we got the colors for the Sharpies.
I honestly think what they're doing is they're taking the regular map and they've just changed it slightly, because it's got all the same things in it, kind of in the same place, but less drawings and shit. I actually have the original map. We can compare the two. Here is the one that Jason's currently talking about, except it's highlighted and shit. I don't know if his is highlighted too behind him. So here is the one that he's currently talking about. If you pull it around, it's got the CIA, Geneva, blah blah blah. It's got all this stuff in it. The one that most people refer to when they're talking about it, hold on, I have to look it up in my downloads, but I've got it. Downloads. Is it called map? I found it and then found a guy doing an interview about it and found all of it. I don't know if I still have it though, but I'm looking. Target map, nope. Background overlay, blah blah blah. Target, nope. I might not actually have it anymore. Let's do this. Let's go. This is the one they're currently talking about, but there's a different one. I think I found it just now. That's another different. Oh, wow, there might be a bunch of different ones actually. That's still not the one I was talking about. The one I was talking about had more new age shit in it about different planets and shit. Were drawn real big. It doesn't matter. Either way, they have the same thing on it, and it looks like this company produces them, color codes them, and allows you to download them in printable format. But it doesn't really matter. There's also a 5G map. Oh, here it is. This is the one I was talking about. Let's try to open image in a new tab and see if it works. I can zoom in on that. Here's the one I was talking about. This is the one that we went over. And I told you it was like if schizophrenia had like this is the Great Awakening map. It was like if schizophrenia had an ink pen. It's got Antarctica. It's got the same thing he just talked about. The 3 boats that Columbus traveled on are all down in Antarctica. Secret Space Program, Great Solar Flash, got all that shit on it. The one he's talking about is this one, which goes back and forth. It probably mentions more shit like Twitter and stuff. That's not mentioned on the second map. How do you read the map? You go 1, zig, 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 2, zig, zig, zig. So you start at the map, you go 1, boop, 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 boop to the center. And then you go 2, boop, boop, boop to the center. And then you go down and out, down and out, down and out, down and out, down and out. Oh, that should be fun. That's the way most people read shit, right? I guess I need to print this off, don't I? Yeah, I'm going to start this printing, guys, because I guess we're going to need it if we're going to keep covering this shit. Print on my network. Boop, 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 boop. Right, don't use the printer. I'm printing out the QAnon map so we know where we're going from here. All right, back to the movie, wherever we're at here. Is it this one? All right, here we go.
Based everything off that, and then just moved everything to the Intel. So he's
Get Doug to print it. That's yeah.
Let me see. I think let me see if I could give it to Kid, and he could go ahead and
an entire ink cartridge.
Yeah, it'll be cool to be.
So the people that I found, listen, there are literally people on my social media page that have pushed this Q stuff to me. And if I went to them right now and said, hey, man, this Q stuff is kind of anti-Semitic, like against Jewish people, they would flip out and be like, you're a fucking piece of shit. No, it's not. We always support Israel. We're always part of that. Blah. They don't know, but it is.
Let's see.
So, Jason, someone said that that feedback could be coming from the cord itself.
Oh, from the cord?
Yeah, it's most likely from the cord.
All right.
Just to let you know, so in case later on you want to change it.
Well, I mean, there's like 20 or 30 feet of cord here. But not hating because, yeah, I was just very thankful that
that random feedback like that keeps coming up and keep coming down might be shitty power. You're supposed to, I don't have one, I need to buy one, but you're supposed to have a power conditioner on your microphone equipment because like power is not always perfectly at the right voltage. Sometimes it goes up and down, and when it does, you can get spikes in feedback.
you know, Carolyn actually sent it, so it's actually really, really cool.
$500 in ink refills? Yeah. Somebody donate so I can buy ink cartridges. Thank you. I'm going to go grab that right quick. I'll be right back.
And, yo, what is up?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I'm from Windsor.
Canada?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I like this guy, this new guest guy. So I'm going to pause it while I go get that. I was going to let it play through, but I've just decided that this guy is now my buddy. Okay, I'm back. Now we can continue the video. He is from Windsor.
Nice.
When you talk about
Ontario.
Like, holy shit, Jason has been in Windsor. Holy cow, man.
Oh, I've been to Windsor. I spent my 19th birthday there because you can actually drink legally 19. Yeah.
I printed mine in grayscale. I don't waste all that color ink.
Yeah, it was a very interesting time because that's when the Americans won the World Cup of Hockey against Canada. So
Yeah. Well, we thought it was working. So anyway, I have cerebral palsy, and I'm really looking forward to the med bed. I'm really, oh man. I hope you guys can understand me okay. So I've been awake for quite a while since I was young. And I can remember one time, don't know why this came out when I'm sitting on the throne, but this came to me, this whole thought saying, they're not going to win. I didn't.
I'm not going to say anything mean or hateful or anything about this guy, but I have a feeling a lot of followers are probably in the same situation, followers of these people.
Know who, I didn't know why. All I know is they're not going to win. And that's always stuck with me. But now I know what that meant. No.
Oh, bless you, Earl.
Very intuitive.
Very much so.
Thank you for coming on and sharing with us.
Yes.
And you don't have anything to worry about, my man. You know, those med beds will be coming out and you'll be fixed up in no time.
Whoa. Easy now. He didn't say he needed you to give him comfort that he would be fixed. There's nothing wrong with him, Jason Q. Come on, don't start judging people now. We're better than that, right? You'll be fixed up in no time. He didn't ask you to fix him.
I took the vaccine, didn't want the vaccine, but because due to circumstances that I'm dealing with, I had to take the vaccine because they were mandated for some stuff that I'm involved in. So it's not my idea.
Man, you know, what they're
I told you. I mean, this is a sad reality of their grift, but a lot of people, they are taking their literal issued checks too. Like this guy gets a check. I'm almost positive he gets a check. They are taking their checks, whether they're disabled whether they're retired, Social Security, whatever, they're taking their checks. These people on a fixed income that probably shouldn't be donating to anybody are out here donating to people who, when they come on, say, "Hey, don't worry, man. You're not that big of a basket case. The med beds will come out. They'll fix you. Don't worry. Just keep watching."
Completely innocent people with this whole vaccine,
Mhm.
and I hope these doctors and nurses know.
Fix the anti-Semitism.
You will.
Mhm.
And whatever they decide to do to you, that's on you. You know damn good and well what's in these. You know damn good and well that mRNA actually will rewrite your DNA. It takes you from a creation of God to a creation of man.
By the way, this guy said he didn't have a choice in taking it. He had no choice in taking it. Jason said that all these people were going to die within 5 years, and now he's telling him that he's no longer a creation of God. He's a creation of man. This guy had no choice. He is not, I'm sure he's not under his own care, okay? Somebody has a power of attorney and is taking him for his medical care, and they're deciding. This guy did not have a choice. And now Jason Q is telling him that he is no longer a creation of God, that he's going to die within 5 years. That's awesome, man. Good job. Keep his spirits up.
There's your mark of the beast. You did this, these people. You did. President Trump cannot come out and say, don't take it, because of the simple fact that he has to remain neutral on every level because of who he is.
Now, I've heard that
Been looking for me. I'm glad you found me.
On them because of what they do, because how deep they're involved in.
That's an interesting concept.
Yeah. And
if you look up at Melissa Red Pill the World, she goes into about she decoded Revelation, and really it's on them. Everything's like totally like reversed. Like I've always thought that about Revelation because it didn't make sense to me. It never did mentally. A lot of the Bible didn't make sense.
By the way, we watched the frog video about Revelation. Remember, that was one of the funnier videos they did. They got it from Melissa Red Pill the World. I watched the original as well. I just didn't put you through that because that girl is spastic as fuck. It's hard to keep up with. That's the video they watched so they could do their show. So you basically got the gist of it.
Sense to me, come to think of it, like the whole Sodom and Gomorrah thing.
There's a lot that the Bible doesn't talk about. Case in point, the Book of Enoch. Why did they remove it?
Yeah, and the other 700 some odd, books. But I do believe that all this, like how everything's gone down, it had to be to do with time travel. There's no way you can get everything done so perfectly and so calculated.
And there you have it. See, even Earl over here says from time travel. For all those back in April 6, 2000.
Even Earl? What kind of shots are you taking at him, Jason? Don't worry, the med bed will fix you. He never asked to be fixed. Even Earl can see this. What do you mean, even Earl? Maybe he found it before you did, meth head.
2018, that decided to boot us and kick us out of these groups for talking about time travel.
I bring up in the Flat Earth Discord, I mean, they're like, no, time travel doesn't exist. There can't be other creations. I'm like, if you're a creative being, you're gonna create. That's what you do. I mean, sure, there's some people out there that only have one kid, fine. But if you're a being that creates, you're gonna have that innate ability and want and drive to create.
And I mean, we were actually created to become creators.
Killed their buzz. Right. Yeah.
And
I think they feel guilty.
They have done everything within their power to stop that. That's why, there's nothing that you did to contract, cerebral palsy. But now they just think that, there's no cure or anything like that. But no, there's a cure for everything. They just had to suppress from us. And now
there's a cure for everything. They got this guy on the hook that there's a cure for everything.
When it comes out, everybody's gonna be fixed.
Yeah, but sorry, Jason.
That's okay.
But that's on my soul contract, right? That would have to be part of my soul contract. I come in like this. That's my feeling. I mean, I could be wrong. No.
I mean, you could have said that you wanted to experience this in order to, gain strength
Right.
for all the later on for the journeys that we're about to embark on.
Yeah, but now I'm like Jar Jar Binks. I'm like, what the meat is saying? Yeah.
Can I add something there, Earl? We often look at it, you're a master on the planet, and you've come back to teach us all something from the depth of your soul. And
Who the hell's talking?
Yeah. I mean, I would love to do deep dives like you do.
Who was that?
I get overwhelmed. It's like someone putting a gun to my head and say, okay, do this. That's how I feel whenever, like, simple stuff I'm looking for. But if it's something deep, mentally, my mind cannot do it.
But you are doing it. Even though you think that you're not doing it, you actually are. Your energies are actually what's doing it.
Did she?
Yeah. I mean,
come back to teach us all. Can I
No,
add?
she's not talking.
We often look at it, you're a
No
master
one here is talking.
and you've come back to teach us all something from the depth of your soul. And
yeah. I mean, I would love to do deep dives like you do, Jason, but I get overwhelmed. It's like someone playing
This is fucked up and sad. Can we go beyond this? They're telling this guy that the cure's coming. You're gonna hop in a med bed. I don't know. Let's
this time to break down karmic, point out what the differences are.
like it tell,
and that he's telling people to take it.
We knew. Harass
cross through sort of show was more, and it.
Oh, is he on the whole show?
And I'm glad you're the secretary because I can't print in Costa Rica because everything goes moldy here.
That's what you mentioned about the humidity and everything. I'm like, oh man, I could use that for the printer. And it's like, whoa, humidity. No. So yeah, we have
my dry storage isn't big enough. It's. I'm glad you got dry storage.
So those pictures I sent.
You know what? We'll just put you guys on mute. There we go.
No.
So pictures he sent.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Which ones?
About what happened today?
First.
The whole I guess you could say the whole evergreen on the Suez Canal.
Okay, that is.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, guess what? Cold beers.
It's right there. It says right there.
This one?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, they just said me. Was that me? Hold on. They shared it in their little group. What's this? I'm in there.
About what happened today? First. The whole I guess you could say the whole evergreen on the Suez Canal.
Okay, that is. Oh, by the way, guess what? Cold beers.
It's right there.
There it is. There I am. Boom. Got him. They shared it in their Wacky Wednesday groups.
Right there.
This one?
Yeah, start right there.
He said Cold Beers says hi. Cold Beers says hi. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, this is Suez Canal, right? Now, we see what name is on this, right? And why is it ever given, not evergreen, right? So, the Suez Canal actually, it taps into you go from Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf to, all that to, it's a quick way from Israel to Iran, right? So, if you were to put a ship as such in a canal, you couldn't move a submarine through there, could you?
He did say it. So, there we go.
So, wouldn't this be considered a blockade of sorts?
A black what?
A blockade.
A blockade.
Yes.
Kind of like a ship.
Yes. So, the funny thing is that as I was looking through the notes and everything, I was looking for something, and something else popped up. I was like, you don't say. So, it's from it's number 1908, and it's Israel stations nuclear missile submarines off Iran.
Jason heard ha instead of ha.
2010. Right? It says 3 German-built Israeli submarines equipped with nuclear cruise missiles are to be deployed in the Gulf near the Iranian coastline.
When was this?
2010.
Okay.
And because they were afraid that ballistic missiles developed by Iran, Syria, Hezbollah that could hit sites in Israel, air-based missile launches. So it says the submarines of Flotilla 7, Dolphin, Takuma, and Leviathan have visited the Gulf before, but the decision has now been taken to ensure a permanent presence of at least one of these vessels. Should we guess which one it is? I would lean towards Leviathan, because Leviathan is actually one of the 4 crown princes of hell.
Oh, God.
Now, we have
big time now for sure. Yeah, on my backup to my backup to my backup channel.
Don't worry about Tel Aviv, right? They're like,
big timing over here.
So afraid that stuff's gonna hit Tel Aviv.
78 subscribers, killing it.
This is what bouncing through time, all this stuff. It takes us to August 4th, 2018.
Okay.
That's when the Finnish port authorities decided to bust the MS Thor Liberty, Thor, and its 2 captains.
By the way, he shared it in his group. So that means that they have it, their Telegram group, they have it, Jana Machana has it, and Jason Q has it. All of them.
Which were Ukrainian.
We loyal, though. That's right. When you can find me,
69.
You guys are loyal.
Now, these Patriot missiles were not ordinary Patriot missiles. These
You're in line in fire positions.
They were built specifically for Israel against Iran. There's just one problem. These missiles were packed in crates labeled fireworks. Remember, it was in drops. Fireworks was in drops. Blunt is right time, fireworks.
Oh, I remember that.
So, what they did is that Israel was shipping these Patriot missiles to Shanghai, China.
Oh, Israel again.
Why was Israel sending 69 Patriot missiles with the highest
The meat hammer army.
What they were about is the technologies, because the technologies,
The Slim Jims.
those of, the missiles cost $4 billion, right? But the technologies were worth $150 billion, and if the technologies fall into the wrong hands, it's no bueno.
Yeah.
Now, when they started looking into this, and they noticed like all the explosives, they were packed very, very hazardly. Just it was terrible. Now, when Israel was questioned about this, they didn't say a peep, nothing. So, why? It's just like the whole USS Liberty. Back in the 7-Day War, the 6-Day War.
So the USS Liberty is another thing that gets thrown up. It was an accidental. The claim is it's an accidental attack by Israeli forces on one of our ships. But the people who push the same narrative that he was pushing earlier about like concentration camps says it's an intentional act of war for Israel against the United States, and we blew it off and claimed it was an accident just to be friends with Israel. You know what I'm saying?
With the Arab-Israeli 6-Day War, when they bombed the hell out of the USS Liberty, which was not a gunship, it was not a threatening ship at all, and they had the U.S. flag, plain as day seen. They bombed it for 2.5 hours. They killed 34 sailors, right? They covered it up. The U.S. didn't say anything about it because they didn't want this exposed. Why? Why is everybody kissing Israel's ass again? Because they are supposed to be the ones to start World War III. That's why they're doing all this shit. That's why they're instigating everything. It's just like this TALPI program, Unit 8200, the global cyber agenda for kill switch domination. And how about the CIA created a safe haven for Nazis and Jews? I mean, you have communism in America making a safe haven for Nazis and Jews. So whose team is everybody playing on? It's like, why do they always want to yell, you're an anti-Semite, anti-Semite, anti-Semite? They want to put it on repeat because they have to have that victimhood status. Because if they don't have that victimhood status, well, what do they have?
By the way, the German government came out and said that those Patriot missiles he was just talking about that were found on the Thor Liberty were actually a legal shipment that they had sold to South Korea as part of a long-standing agreement that has been pre-approved and authorized by not only NATO but the United States, and they were selling them to South Korea. But I don't know. It doesn't fit their narrative to say anything else.
They have nothing. Because their little story of of this whole right here. Hell, it's right here. All we have to do is once you read there's this it's called the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Now,
he just mentioned it. That's the book. That's the book that's passed around within these circles. As a true and honest tale about blah blah blah. He just mentioned the book. He just come out and said it. I didn't know he would actually say the book. That's why I gave you the backstory on it.
When you read that, now it's not that long to read, but I think everybody should read it.
Let's get an autograph now.
Who is our enemy, and what the infiltration over invasion truly means, and why they're last. They're last for a particular reason, not specified here. That's why they infiltrated our entire government, our entire entertainment industry, our entire sports industry, everything. It's the Ashkenazi Jews, also the Khazarian Jews, because once people realize that, like the Kurds, Kurdistan.
It's the same thing I told you. He just said it. The Khazarian Jews. Same thing I told you that Patriot Street Fighter meant when he says this Khazarian mafia. He doesn't want to say Jews because a lot of his people are I guess what you would call traditional Christians. He doesn't want to say the word Jews. It's a turnoff for them. It'll make less people follow him. So he calls it the Khazarian Mafia. Jason just comes out and says it. The Khazarian Jews.
Yeah, they say like, oh, we're fighting the Kurds over in Iraq and everything. Do you know that the Kurds are actually Jews?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know.
We're hold on. We are not fighting the Kurds in Iraq. Okay. My last translator was Kurdish, and the Kurds were a decent ally of ours. We actually abandoned the Kurds in Iraq and in Syria. They're actually a long-standing ally of ours. Like I said, our interpreter was Kurdish. We trained some people that were Kurdish as security forces. The vast majority of the Kurdish people are our allies overseas. The Kurdish are a wandering people that live in northern Iraq. They have no homeland. Iraq and Syria and all the places where they traditionally lived have been taking over, and they're basically like they have to live there under someone else's rule, even though they consider themselves a separate group of people. They're not like Israel, or they're more like Palestine. You know how the Palestinian people, whether you agree with them or not, they think that they have a bid to their own country because they're a different people, and that's where they've traditionally lived. And the Kurds are the same way. I don't think they're Jewish, but they're definitely not anti-American. They are our long-standing allies ever since we've been in the Middle East. They didn't like Saddam. They're not for ISIS. They're out there literally fighting ISIS day in and day out. I don't know why he's saying, you know how they say, we're out. Yeah, they fought with us in Iraq. You know how they say, we're out here fighting the Kurdish people in Iraq. They've never said that. What are you talking about?
Like the Kurds, Kurdistan. They say like, oh, we're fighting the Kurds over in Iraq and everything.
We're not fighting the Kurds over in Iraq. They're fighting with us.
Do you know that the Kurds are actually Jews?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know. Shock, right? It's why not, right?
That's right.
Oh yeah. Well, of course it's all crazy.
Oh, okay.
if it wasn't crazy, it would be real. So there's the Beta Israel, which are the Ethiopian Jews. We have the Sephardi Jews, which Sephardic Jews or Hispanic Jews, and the Hispanic Jews, that's MS-13. Because remember, what they are is they believe in.
Thank you very much for joining the cult. I appreciate that. Who was it? It just went down. Thank you so much for joining the cult. Let's see who it was. Well, if anything will update, I'm sorry I can't see who just signed up, but thank you very much for following. Oh, there it is. Betty Truckee. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
One religion, but secretly worship another. So they're sitting here, the whole, the MS-13, and they're all like, oh, the Virgin Mary, and they got all these tattoos, and they just, they got their bandanas down low, and they like to go around cat people. But then we think that they're, that they, believe in God and all that, but when they backdoor it, it's all satanic. You've got the Mountain Jews.
So all the Jews worship Satan. That makes sense right off the bat.
Ashkenazi Jews, list of Ethiopian Jews, list of Sephardi Jews. I mean, the history of Jews in Kurdistan. I saw this. I'm like, well, they actually celebrate Purim. Now Purim. I remember when they had I think it was like two girls, and they were dressed up like the Twin Towers, on fire.
So the Khazarian Jews or whatever are like from Khazar. It used to be it was like a buffer between like the Byzantine Empire and I'm trying to think of who else was there. A couple caliphates. Like it's an old world country. Like we're talking I don't know, like I don't know, like the 600s. Like that's the dates we're talking about, like the years. Like it was probably from like 600 to like 900. So yeah, we're talking about like the Middle Ages was when the state of Khazar was around.
Planes hitting them. No, celebrating. They were celebrating 9/11. Like the destruction of 9/11 and everything like that. They're celebrating like it was a good thing. Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? I mean, it's classy.
So do you think that they have been making all of these Jews? all of these people into Jews. It's kind of like what they did with Doctor Who on like Daleks and
That's different than the Ashkenazi. Yeah, the Ashkenazi are a different group of Jewish people. Ashkenazi are like still around. They're like Ashkenazi. A lot of times they actually have a technically one of the highest IQs for a genetic class of people, and they're usually not traditional, but what do you call them? I can't remember. But yeah, Ashkenazi is another group of Jewish people.
Middle race. This is when we got to go way back. When we were talking about the whole Maccabeans and the Hebrews, how the Hebrew blood alliance and brought them all in. Well, they're the evil ones. They're the ones that that they were promised power. Once the Maccabeans were done, well, now it's their time. And they were listed as political Zionism. That's what Israel is. It's political Zionism. It's exactly
Orthodox. They're really an Orthodox group of Jewish people. Yeah, Orthodox. Thank you.
Because in 1979, that's when they overthrew the Shah of Iran, by using the King Khalid military city. It was constructed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, among others, which is a massive cloning center. Because during Desert Storm, they would have our military would be stationed there, just to zip through Iraq and just destroy a bunch of antiquities. Well, they would call it the Emerald City because nothing should be alive there. I mean, it's like hell on earth. There's like nothing good about it. There's just they drilled a bunch of wells and they built this whole thing underground. That's all it is. Because how else could you have all these Muslims? Because when you look at the amount of, especially the amount of Muslims that infiltrated Europe and what they did there, they were all teenage to middle-aged men, and they were all in there to commit violence and rape. Sounds like clones without handlers.
Wow.
Because a handler prevents a clone from fighting and raping. Those are the two things that clones do without a handler.
Okay. A handler, we're learning new stuff every day. A handler prevents a clone person from biting and raping. Without a handler, that's all they do. They bite and rape. They just bite and rape. Man, this is, I don't know. This is, whew.
How does a handler do that?
What's that? They have like key trigger words, and they keep them like control like an MK Ultra, but it's like a mobile MK Ultra that they just it's like you like these actors like Al Roker when they just go in this trance and they're hearing like voices in their head and they like freeze up and they lock up and then all of a sudden they relax. It's like they're getting fed, and that's through HARP and all that other stuff. It's all that mind control. It's
the beards and the curls are Orthodox Jews.
Wow.
I'm not Jewish, and I certainly have my issues with like how America does certain things related to Jewish people. Like, I'm not going to get into that debate with them, but to go this far, you basically have to believe the whole narrative that Jewish people run the world. The level that he's on is the Jewish people run the world. That's what he's doing right here.
Not at all.
That is just crazy. So
and that's why when they had these when they had like the like Pence and Hillary, when they had a fly land on them.
No, they ain't worried about anything about the election, man.
Nerve endings, they would just irritate it. If you have no nerve endings, nothing's there to irritate it.
That's true. Wow.
I mean, right there. I mean, it really makes you think. This is when you have to take all this and just start really thinking and taking account of what is actually happening here. And once people realize what is actually happening here, it's going to get really scary and really shitty really quick. But you also have to understand that we had to learn it this way because we don't believe everything we hear, which you shouldn't. I mean, if you don't learn it and there's people that just resonate that, I didn't see it in the news. It's like, okay, well, then you're going to see it now. You're going to see it all. So
I did not expect this blatant of a turn. I felt like they were leaving little clues that when they were talking about the deep state and the secret cabal, that they were actually talking about Jewish people. But I did not see the full on, like, they're not the real Jews. They weren't the people killed in the Holocaust. It was Christians. They are Khazarian and they worship Satan and we should get rid of them. Because just the simple fact, the adrenochrome thing, if you go back to where that originates, like kidnapping kids and drinking their blood, that's tied to Jewish people. That was supposedly a rumor that was started by early Christians against Jewish people, Christian leaders against Jewish people, that it's called blood libel. They would steal Christian kids and drink their blood. That's the same thing with adrenochrome. There was also stories that they would torture them because it made the blood something better, blah, blah, blah. They just added the word adrenochrome to it. That's it. That's all they've done. And when they say deep state, a lot of these people, that's who they mean. When I say deep state, I mean the people behind the scenes paying money, doing this, doing secret deals, doing secret trades. Our own Congress members fucking trading off stocks because they know how bad coronavirus is going to be without telling the rest of the world, saying it's not going to be that bad. Shit like that. Lobbyists paying for this, paying for that. I don't care what religion they are or what they're doing. I don't think they're all Jewish by any means. When they say it, they mean Jewish people.
That makes sense. You can't tell them, you gotta show them. So once you show them, it's like, hey, now what? It's you can't negate it. You saw for your own self, right?
Yeah, he's on. He's sped up.
People is happening everywhere, but in other countries. I saw a video where they actually took the corrupt politicians and threw them in a dumpster.
Yeah, it's in Ukraine.
Too bad it could be a wood chipper or something like that.
Dumpster's a start. Jesus Christ. Dumpster's a start? Sorta. So it depends on kind of how you look at it. Pontius Pilate was the one who gave the decision to the people that were there. Most of them were Jewish. But if you look at the Jewish faith doesn't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Okay? They don't believe that he's the Son of God. The Jewish faith is still waiting on their Messiah to come. That's why they still basically live by the Old Testament laws, the old laws. They think that that Jesus came. Some of them think that Jesus was a prophet and he spread God's word, but he was not the Son of God like Christians believe. They're still waiting on one. So he was arrested for basically violating doing shit against the church. Because he was speaking a new religion that didn't foment well with the current religion. Pontius Pilate left his fate up to the people, and the people voted, and they wanted to see him executed. And then he was executed by the Roman guard and Pontius Pilate, and that's what happened.
That would be I'd be down with that.
Just like the saying, you can't unsee what you've seen. That's why they need to show them later on when we're all ready for the big masses of crowds to come in. That's why we're the strong people, the strong ones, us, are getting ready for the younger ones that are just going to be waking up. Mm-hmm. That's why we need all
the Muslims. The Muslims have Jesus in their faith too. They think that he was a prophet of Muhammad, and ultimately Allah, kinda.
That's why HBU is going to take over the world.
That's true. Quantum. That's true.
A better place.
So is the border between us and Mexico really crazy? And did Biden actually rescind what he said, that it's a bigger crisis than what he bargained for? And
I will tell you, there are a lot of Jewish people at the top of a lot of stuff, right? So you can look at that two ways. You can look at that as it's a conspiracy to put Jewish people in charge of this and in charge of that, in charge of banks and in charge of this or that or blah blah blah, or you can look at it like, well, they work well within their communities. They promote along community standards. They push their own narrative. Listen to this. If regular people did this instead of hating themselves, we would be in the same place. If just regular American white people, whatever you want to say, if white people did this, if you like gave somebody in your, not even white people, let's just say your neighborhood, because they live in their own communities. Like if you go up north and shit, they live in their own communities. So if we lived in our own community, whether we were white or black or anything, and we promoted from within our community, and we helped people out, people that we knew, people that were family members, people that were friends of friends, and kept promoting and kept bringing up our own, rather than major corporations that go out and we condemn ourselves and we say, well, we have to hire so many people from here and so many people from there and so many this and that. They start, that's right, they start at an education level. With the education, they all get the education. They're very strict about school. They put their education first. They're very strict about everything. And then they help each other from within their community and build their own communities up. So yeah, you might end up with a law firm that has all these Jewish people at top that all came from the same city because they picked themselves up. They went with themselves. They promoted themselves over and over and over again. Or you can look at it as a conspiracy that Jews rule the world, whichever way you want to look at it.
Was putting Mr. T's stuff back.
Well, when when you look at the border crisis and, who's the president?
Well, I know who the president is.
Well, I mean, remember, he's like, oh, President Harris and all this. And what happened when they asked her if she was going to go to the border? She starts laughing and says, oh, not today. I'm like, this bitch is laughing about it. And then when she gets on the plane, there's something funny also. Because who's at the base of the stairs saluting her? The Air Force? Why would they have airmen saluting her? Oh, and she just walks right by him like nothing. It's like, typical piece of shit right there. But, I mean, this is where you have to think. It's like, well, who guards the president? The Marines do. That's the president's men. You don't see one Marine around either one of these people. And then if you're going to trip and fall upstairs, you have at least somebody like running up and checking on you. It's like, fuck this guy. Go.
You know the family line that starts with R, ends with child?
Yeah, Rothschilds. What? It's not bad. I mean,
YouTube, this is for entertainment purposes only.
Oh my God. YouTube, your days are numbered.
It really is.
So what I was going to bring up? Wait a minute. What was I going to bring up?
The RC.
No, I know that.
You know how stupid he just was? You know how fucking retarded he is? The Air Force always flies Air Force One. The Marines always fly Marine One. Of course, the Air Force was at the base of the stairs, just like for every fucking president. On Air Force One, it's airmen. Here is literally Trump. Being saluted by airmen, while Marines stand over here at Marine One. Marine One is not going to be flown by Air Force. Air Force One is not going to be flown by Marines. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're just making shit up now. So this was all fake. This is fake Air Force One, and there should be Marines standing here saluting Trump. What the fuck is... They're not even trying anymore. They're not even trying to say that, like, anything truthful. Like, oh my God, she got on Air Force One and the Air Force was there. Why weren't there Marines saluting her for the Air Force One plane she took? Next thing, she's going to be getting on Marine One, and they're going to be like, did you see those fucking Marines by that helicopter? Where was the Air Force? That thing flies in the air. Okay. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Are you
Yeah, and that's stuck in my head now.
Because they're a bunch of DHs.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. So with Israel, right now, right here.
I mean, it's not a complicated. You guys understand that, right? Like, if there's an Air Force One, that is going to be Air Force that are operating that, and if there's a Marine Corps flight, that is going to be Marines that are operating that, right? Like, I don't think that's a complicated thing, and they're just like. Did you never watch Trump get on a plane? Or a helicopter? Or a fucking boat? What if she goes and lands on an aircraft carrier? Are you going to be like, where is the Marines at? This is a naval vessel. Why aren't there Marines over here? I don't understand what he's trying. Like, that's why it took me so long to say anything. It blew my fucking mind. What?
The government
I don't even get it.
Water is the weapon of slow graduated genocide.
I don't get it.
Because what they're doing is because water is a necessity to all forms of life. Access to clean water is an essential precondition of the viability of any community. Sanitation, especially wastewater treatment, is also essential for public health, for protection of the environment, and for water reservation. International laws and universally accepted sanitation standards have been set up to protect the right to access clean water and to protect.
You can literally look up a picture of every past president walking by, 2 fucking airmen getting on Air Force One. Or 2 fucking Marines getting on Marine One. Like, every one you can look up every one of those. And he's just going to throw this out there and be like, did you see something funny when she got on the plane? Who was standing at the bottom of the stairs? The Air Force? Oh, I thought the Marines protected the president. Seems pretty weird, huh? First of all, the Marines don't protect the president. That would be the Secret Service. The Marines are on embassy duty. They always have embassy duty. That includes the White House. Plus operate Marine One. The Air Force operates Air Force One. Come on now.
Environment and water conservation. Because what are they doing to these Palestinians? What are, like, the Palestinians? They are in their own hell. Israel are the ones that have the concentration camp open for them for 70 years. Now, here, I'm going to send kids this. I would say you're going to love this, but you know what? You're not.
You haven't mentioned today is Universal Water Day, isn't it?
Yeah, that was yesterday. Oh, that was 3/22. That was the water day, and that had to do with
Skull and Bones.
yeah, but it also had to do with the whole Universal Water Day.
So what I was going to say, you came back. Biden falling on the stairs, going up to the plane. I saw an infographic where it shows President Trump, T holding this book where he signs, and it said it means starts with an R, ends with a child, means they fell. Him falling on those stairs means that they were taken out. And I wanted to ask, what kind of...
Him falling on the stairs means that the Rothschilds fell. That's how far they have to reach for any of this to make any fucking sense.
What kind of relevance is that? Is it true?
Well, I mean, they're all taken out. I mean, we know that. But now, if he's tripping upstairs, I mean, at that point, I mean, he hasn't addressed the nation at all. He hasn't done anything. He's like, the laziest piece of shit we've ever seen. Truly. But he's not real.
Anti-gravity machines, that's it.
Because if he was, then, I mean, is he really that loved? I mean, he got booted at the Super Bowl, and he wasn't there. He was on some, what do you consider, just a camera with Thrill Kill Jill. So, okay, right there. If you could post those, Stefan, yeah, this one's good. Because once people really realize how bad Israel is, I mean, you have to come up with an act that says that. But the whole World Water Day, and that's on March 22nd, but it's a United Nations Observance Day to highlight the importance of fresh water. Now, when they have the theme of each day focuses on topics relevant to clean water, sanitation, and hygiene. That's the acronym for WASH. Yeah, there's a little problem with that, and yeah. So there are 2 Israeli companies that severely undermine Palestinians' access to water, especially in occupied Jordan Valley, siphoning Palestinian wells and springs water to illegal Israeli colonies in the West Bank. Right here. So, about the children, I mean, really don't have to explain this, do I? I mean, I mean, but once you read that, when you read those violations up there, torture, inhumane or degrading treatment, physical violence or psychological abuse, incommunicado or administrative detention, solitary confinement, denial of parental or legal access to interrogations, force or coercion to obtain a confession. And that's not all. Because they would actually shoot these kids in the back of the head as they're walking.
Jesus.
That's what these Israeli guards would do.
They really feed off of any type of loosh that they can get.
They're cocksuckers. That's exactly what they are. Like legitimate, like they do. That's what they do. And not to mention Israel led the world in organ harvesting and child trafficking. And also remember the law of return. Because the law of return opens the door for all pedophiles that have that are Jewish to actually come back to Israel and not be extradited to their country of origin for the crimes they committed. So now look at our Senate and our House of Representatives. How many of them have a dual citizenship to Israel?
All of them.
There's a lot. Why? Now, if they're running over and telling Israel and they're being friends with Israel, and Israel's turned around and selling all of our...
By the way, I think President Ford fell down the Air Force One steps. Donald Trump one time had toilet paper or some shit stuck to his shoe. Pence fell going up the steps. Barack Obama almost fell all the way down the fucking steps. Like he tripped at the very top and was able to catch himself. But that motherfucker was coming down the steps. Like there's been other issues with people going up the steps, but Biden's did not look good by any means. I can tell you that much.
Giving all our secrets and selling them to China. Well, in essence, doesn't that make our Congress actually liable for all of that? Right. And this whole TALPI program, it's through Israel. It's a military computers, and it's the 9-year program where the first 3 are the computers and learn how to hacking. Second,
I don't like how they made such a big deal out of Trump when he was going down that ramp, and how like, oh, is he still mentally capable? Is this still possible that he can lead? Is this still going on? Is that still going on? But when Biden trips and falls, they're like, oh, it's no big deal. Look the other way. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. They should have treated him equally for sure.
Is the military. Well, actually, you want switched, and then the third is both of them together. Who actually went through that program? What are the Awan brothers?
Yeah. So the Democrats are taking up different pieces of legislature right now about the Israeli treatment of like the Palestinian area. You can fall on either side of that debate. I really don't care. Does Palestine deserve their own country? Does Israel go too far? There's been reports of like Israeli soldiers engaging kids, like throwing rocks at them with like live fire and shit like that. Just you just have to read the reports yourself and whether you trust them or not. But you also have to know that like when Israel would bomb some places, that some of these groups within the Palestine area would like literally herd kids in there, their own children, into these rooms right before the bombing. Israel would drop pamphlets and say, we're going to bomb this area. We know you're making rockets, this, that, blah, blah, blah. They would herd women and children into these buildings and then claim it was a school. So there's faulty people on both sides of that, a lot. There's fault on both sides of that for sure.
And there are the co-sponsors.
Huh. That's a lot of no names.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Uh-huh. Look at all those degenerates.
Traditionally, the Democratic stance on that is that they want Palestine to have their own state, blah, blah, blah. But you also have to be careful with like Hamas and the terrorists that reside within Palestine, because it's kind of like free range. There are literal American-hating, not just Israel, American-hating terrorists that grow up and train and live there.
That's just crazy.
Yep. They bad. Especially Hank Johnson. Remember, he's like one of those. He's the one that said.
It was weird. He wasn't catching it after the first go around. That's true, Jay.
Really stupid. Damn, I'm trying to remember. I have a hard time remembering the stupid things because it was really dumb. They're like, these people I can't believe we pay these people. But also, so this whole World Water Day, it actually was a theme also under the Sustainable Development Goal 6. And they said, oh, it's about clean water and sanitation for all. It's like, no, don't think so. And it says it's one of the 7.
Hillary Clinton almost killed herself as well. Yeah, I don't do their shows. We don't go to their shows while they're live, but thanks.
17 Sustainable
We don't do that.
Established by the UN General Assembly in 2015. And it has 8 targets to be achieved by at least 2030. Could you say Agenda 2030? I mean, that's what I'd say. It's like, what do they put in the water? Fluoride. Because there's one thing about nuclear weapons is that they need a lot of concentrated fluorine. So if they're putting all that, like with Syria, when they say that, what were they taking over there? And then it says smiles in the Q drop. They're taking fluorine. They're polluting the water.
So I have a question. Do you think that they have been contaminating the sea slowly with the fluoride, since the water that we use is full of fluoride, so it goes straight to where? The sea, right?
Well, I mean, the sea, because the sea salt water and the fresh water here, they keep on going to these, sanitation plants and desalination plants. So they keep on, regurgitate over and over and over. But also water, it holds all information. That is why when they fluorine
is used in the production of weapons grade uranium. That is true, what he just said. I don't know about why he's saying that it's in the water for, but yeah, it is true that you use fluorine in that. It's also used in nuclear reactors as well.
They mentioned when Carol mentioned the whales and dolphins hold all of our information. They
Those
hold
are amazing.
everything.
Every time that we take a shower.
Mm.
That's it. You get a shower bukkake, you know, like a knowledge bukkake. It's like I'm washing myself. I'm getting all the knowledge. Then osmosis right in.
You sound like Cartman.
Oh, see, Patsy.
Oh man.
So to go back to the evergreen, somebody was just saying that evergreen is the code name, or it means Hillary.
Yes. But that's what they were using. Those containers, that was under Project Pelican. That's what they were using for they were transferring those from.
Oh, I got you. Thank you.
Port Canaveral, because they had a dedicated rail line to Cape Canaveral. And what's Cape Canaveral? It's NASA. What can NASA do that other places can't? They can actually cryogenically freeze things. So if they can cryogenically freeze things and certain entities refuse to eat dead meat, what do? You cryogenically freeze them. Because you literally put them down to their metabolism, and all that. You slow everything down so that they're barely alive. You know, just barely. Then you can transport them out. They don't have to worry about them screaming. They don't need food. They don't need nothing. Put them right in those transport containers. Put them right in the boxes. Send them over. They can get sent anywhere they want. Even for the intergalactic slave trade.
Disgusting.
That is very disgusting.
This is gonna bug the shit out of people when they find.
I don't think a lot. I mean, I'm not sure if they're gonna let like this stuff out, but we are. I mean, because we have it. So
we'll slowly trickle it out when the time is right. But right now, we just wake everybody the hell up.
That's what we're saying it now. Wake the fuck up. Let's go. You know, I mean, it's we don't have time to go back and teach all of them. You know, the ones that just decide to show up. It's like, hey, welcome to the party. It's like you can go back and watch all the videos and everything. You could put the work in. We already did. We're not doing it again. So because we have everybody here that deserve to go forward. It's not fair if we go back and we help them, because what do? We alienated, you know, the ones that actually stuck with us, the ones that were loyal to us. So they could go back and they could start doing some work. That's on them.
So is this still all intel about?
They've got Dwight from The Office listed as an elite pedo. They've also got Marilyn Manson, I guess because he looks scary. But they've got Dwight from The Office listed as an elite pedo whose time is coming. He will be arrested. He will be taken down. They got Will Ferrell. And this just looks like they grabbed this just looks like they grabbed something from Hollywood.
The evergreen ship. All of this that we're talking about.
Well, that is actually that falls under the whole. Put it away. Why did I put it away? That shit. What did I do? It was for the submarine, right? And if this dummy didn't just either lose it, put it away, or just misplace it, I mean that's usually what I do with everything now. So.
Somebody did ask the question. So the ship is there to stop the submarine from going
Jim
through.
Halpert must be naming names.
Who put the ship there?
Oh, I don't know.
When I was in school, we had the absolute weirdest. Did you guys go to a school where there was a conspiracy around your school that Marilyn Manson had some of his rib bones removed so he could please himself orally? Did you guys go to a school like that? I went to a school like that. I have no idea why that was a rumor in my school, but I remember hearing it all the time.
I mean, it's kind of ironic that it would have an evergreen on it, right? I mean, that's not an outside com. I don't know what is. It's like, yo, look, because there was something. I forgot who mentioned it. Something about the Red Sea, right? That there was what was it? There's supposed to be an event on the Red Sea. Well, the Suez Canal actually connects to the Red Sea. So, you know, it's what I mean. What the hell did I do with that thing? Oh, here it is.
Found it.
Yep, found it. So, and remember, we said that May 30th, 2010, you know, nuclear missile submarines off Iran. And they said that the submarines could be used if Iran continues its program to produce.
I think he does, but that's just me. I don't know why that went around my school. That was just, I watched a comedian do a thing about it that was about my age. And he's like, Let me tell you something weird that goes on in middle school for people who are like this age to this age. He's like, every middle school, or the majorities of middle school in America, you will find some kid running around telling people that Marilyn Manson had one of his ribs removed so he could please himself orally. And it's true. Like, I've talked to other people like that about my age that they went to school, and that was the rumor they always heard about Marilyn Manson, and I have no idea why. Any surgeons?
Yeah. Remember the whole, just yeah. This.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
Oh, so Fire for
Lenny
Righteousness
Kravitz.
also said at one point she was on ice in Greenland. I thought that was the same thing, but evergreen and Greenland, that's the only thing in common is the green, right? Nothing else in
Oh,
common.
from the Wonder Years, yeah, I've heard that too.
The thing about Greenland is that's where the Black Pope, that's where the Jesuits, that's where they, that was their base in Earth.
Mm.
So pretty much had to snuff them out, and that's when the Blue Dragons took out the Black Pope. That's when all those the CCP took it out on the people in Hong Kong that were all protesting. I wouldn't say protest; they're peacefully protesting. They're waving American flags and
Peacefully protesting. That's not a thing in China, bud.
in the NBA.
It's not a thing in China.
So as we're on the evergreen thing, Maggie asked this question. Watch the Water, Evergreen, Suez Canal. What does this? But does this also include the Three Gorges Dam, which now seems to be closer to breaking more than ever before?
Also, remember the SC in the drops and in multiple meanings. Suez Canal is also an SC. So now we can go through the drops again and put that in and see where it fits.
But does the Three Gorges Dam also have anything to do with this as well?
Well, Three Gorges Dam has to do with the Keys of Enoch. That's gonna be the how they say it, that they're gonna be getting nemesis upon nemesis. China Wall. Due to the fact that, they've they turned their back on, God and source. I mean, they went straight to the communism, and I mean, it's all just plain out evil. And especially what they've done to, just people in general, like the Uyghurs and just the children, because let's face it, if you're gonna have adrenochrome factories, you kind of need something.
Watch the Water.
To run that factory. And yeah, we know.
I'm gonna start a channel that just dramatically reads Q drops, just as dramatic as possible, and then I'm gonna throw up a picture that has nothing to do with it. It's gonna be like, Watch the Water, SC, Evergreen, and then I'm gonna throw up a picture of like some star system, like just outside of our galaxy, and just see what happens.
Know what that is. So
that we do.
Hope you can fucking swim. Kidding, just drown. That's what you get. I mean,
It's unbelievable the amount of suffering.
Can't feel bad for them. I mean, that's what they did.
So we're actually at a net positive of life on Earth. So what you're saying, Jason?
Remember, it's 2015, and they'll be judged because you have the rapture and the judgment. So who gets the rapture and who gets the judgment?
Lots to think about.
Oh yeah,
lots to do.
That's a boom. That's a boom. Who gets the rapture? Who gets the judgment? Boom.
Question that has to do with Earl taking or getting the Punjab. Now, for those that have to take it by force, technically, like what he had to.
Oh, in the UK. I got you. I didn't see that part.
What will happen with that, with the blood?
Well, personally, by them making him take it by force, whoever decided that, it's crime against humanity and execution.
But what will happen with him? Will his blood be cleansed?
Yeah.
Do you think? Yeah.
Remember
okay.
what you said that
Medbeds, yes.
That it stops you from ascending?
Well, the thing is that
the eagle has ascended.
Above his free will, though.
That is true.
He did not take it on his free will. These people, these idiots over here that are
Kenny
standing in line
Chesney.
because, oh well, I'm gonna go and get my second. It's like, how stupid.
Kenny Chesney went to college near where I live.
And they said, well, even though you get it, you still gotta wear a mask. It's like, so what? I mean, President Trump came out and said,
Oh shit! Quantum got it. SC equals sweet corn. Children of the corn. Children. Tunnels. Corn. Corn on the cob. Cornholing children in tunnels. Thank you for that boom, Quantum. We needed that.
it's a 95%, survival rate, right? If you don't take the vaccine, you have a 99.6% survival rate. So, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's simple math. If you can't do that, then you know what? Go and use
Yeah,
your free will, and
Gibbs.
then you'll learn. Some people have to learn the hard way. That's it. And the sad part is that these families, that they have to mourn them because they're gone. It's like, well, you did nothing to educate them. It's like, we're smarter than this, people. Come the fuck on. Let's go. Stop the shit and stop saying, conspiracy. We have all the paperwork. We have all the documentation. Stop being stupid. Even Moderna said that the mRNA, says it right there. I mean, they admitted
Patches O'Houlihan.
There are so many parents who are moving in to educate their children about this, and their children are just, no, I've already done my own research, made my own choice, willing to deal with whatever comes my way because of my choice. Leave me alone.
Oh,
And
that's
it's just,
good. Then there you go. Go ahead.
I hug all those parents.
I mean, honestly, remember, even though they're your children, they're all people before. If that's what they choose for their free will, then you can't, can't go against somebody's free will. But with the children, why are they so like, well, when you really think about it, it's the schools that are influencing us because, like, oh, well, you can't play sports unless you get this. You can't do this unless you get this. So you have all these kids that work their whole life off to play these sports, and now what? They can't play because of a vaccine. They'll turn around and do it behind their mom or dad's back.
Oh,
Okay, that's what they've been working their whole life for. So technically, who are the bad ones in this? It's the entire education system. It's a complete scam. That's why they got to get rid of it. Get rid of it all. It's got to go.
Kissed a girl and grabbed my first boob.
So to go back to the Sue
You can't get those moments back, huh?
canal, Trudy says if you put it in reverse, it spells Zeus.
Yeah.
I like that.
But
so now we have Thor, where we have.
Wow, it took him so long. It took him so long to get that.
Of course, I mean, I don't know how many weeks.
If you put it in reverse, it spells Zeus. Yeah. What? Oh God.
Friday and Saturday's coming up now. He's making the Mac promise. It's like I've always said it. Like so one of these times we got to be right. So let's just try again this week, huh? I mean,
I hope he comes back all right, Rita.
Because 3/27 Friday and Saturday, they're going to make the Mac a promise. Well, with it being Passover,
I plan on touching a boob one day.
That means that those that celebrate
If
Passover,
I can never get out of my mom's basement. There's not many boobs down here.
because it's a lunar cycle. It's a lunar calendar. So you have dark to light. Well, they're in the dark. So who do they worship? Evil. Satan, Asmodeus, Mephistopheles, whoever they want to, all that.
Jason, Q backwards is Q Nassage.
All right.
No Saj.
50 minutes in.
No Saj. Nassage.
You want to call it a night?
Yeah, we can.
Nassage.
Stay on with us for a few minutes?
Yeah.
After we end?
No.
the live? We love all of you. We thank you so much for joining
Oh,
us.
they're gonna have to stop and talk about the cold beer confessional for sure.
Beyond and Beyonds. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I know that it pulls you away from a lot of things in life. Maybe even you stay up late and
We're gonna go back and listen to him give me my shout out, and then we're done.
we're ready to.
So we love every single one of you. See you guys next week. We're going to be busy this whole week, and
Make sure to check out the cold beer confessional. Say it.
we'll most definitely see everyone Wednesday.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yay.
Okay.
Yay.
So it's not recording now. All right. So
Stopping the live.
All right, here we go.
There's after 1,000 years, you're always gonna have wheels and walls. They
I can't believe they're giving that guy false hope, dude. That's sad as fuck.
Which are just stats.
those pictures I sent.
You know what?
Here we go.
Put you guys on mute. There we go. So
Now-
pictures you sent.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Which ones?
About
did
what
you
happened today?
First.
The whole I guess you could say the whole evergreen on the Suez Canal.
Okay, that is. Oh, by the way, guess what? Cold beer.
You passed it.
Right there, it's right there.
Something. It
Go
says
down.
Down a little
hot.
bit. Right there.
This one.
Yeah, start right there.
Cold beer something
This is
says hi.
right now.
That's all right. He tried. He tried to keep his promise. He did do that. I was worried he wouldn't. So there's those stupid Marines in Air Force uniforms saluting Trump. I don't know if I covered that yet or not. I still got this video. I still got this crazy dude. I guess we can do one more. I've actually got one someone sent in about Soros in Myanmar. That's this video. About them closing his bank account. I want to introduce you to this channel because I might have some more stuff coming up with it. This is called Stillness in the Storm. They think that they are a purveyor of QAnon news and how it relates back to drops. They try to link it. They cover multiple of these grifters, and they'll put their stories up and their videos up and direct people towards their channels. But they're mostly like a news aggregate as long as they can aggregate it back to a drop, basically, is what they do. But check this first video out. This is about the omens of Biden's fall. So what did Biden's fall mean?
Everybody was going to wait for the stream to load up here. Hope everybody's doing well.
No, we're not.
You signed off in the chat. If you haven't done so already, let everybody know you're alive and well. I know we've had a really intense few weeks here. I'm inspired by what's been happening, but just like any type of situation like we're going through as a people right now, it has to get a little funky before.
That's right, Oxy.
So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. So okay, looks like we got the stream up. Go ahead and refresh the video if you haven't done that already. You'll see the links that I put in here. There's 2 links that I put into this video. There's one which is the video of Biden's fall, but I'm going to put that on the screen here in a moment, so you don't have to actually go there and look. I also put in a link to an article I wrote way back in I think I wrote it in 2016, and I've been updating it almost every year. I didn't update it this past year and the year before because I've been working on a million other things, but the content's basically the same. I try to go, in the past, what I try to do is I try to pull all of the deceptive indication and warning events over the past year. I can't say the word that everybody's going to really know when we talk about these events like this, but we'll use false frame as a good, substitute. Think of the words FF false frame, and you'll get a kind of an idea of what I'm talking about.
You can't say false flag on YouTube? Oops.
So today we're going to be going over that little event in there. Today we're going to be going over the event that
happened his mustache.
Friday, I believe it was, the 19th, with Biden falling on his way up to the plane that he takes around as president. We'll just put it that way. And what that could mean. I personally.
By the way, something I skimmed over that Veritas picked up. You know that video where you see a flash of one Saban's face? And we covered it when we were doing a One Saban show. In that video, he's calling into that radio show as Mr. W. What he's calling in to say is that he was just almost hit by an Obama drone strike. But luckily, he has good tires on his rig because he and his son were in the car and they're both unharmed. Just thought I'd let you know. I didn't even notice that. But I saw Veritas talking about it, and I thought, I just skimmed right over that. I was too busy talking.
Personally, I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in a very personal relationship with the Creator. When I say Christian, I don't necessarily say having a denomination per se. I'm somebody who was an atheist most of my life, and I have a science background, and I've been pursuing truth really in earnest for the past 10 years. But I've always had a kind of passion for trying to figure out what's going on in life, in the world, in the cosmos, and whatnot. And so my faith, we might say, is not it's not any.
Damn it. I gotta buy a new CPU.
That you might encounter in the world. Fuck. So, point being, there is that I do think there's a lot of intention that the Creator puts behind how events unfold. The universe has been likened to the dream of God, where we are the dreamers within the dream. And I don't think it's any accident that psychologically we organize the information in our lives, our personal experience, as a kind of narrative. And there's a whole lot we can discuss about that. If you're interested in any of that, like deeper psychology stuff, I have a good chunk of it on my show Into the Storm on edgeofwonder.tv. Check that out. And I'll just give a quick shout out for those of you who are interested. I am currently working on season 5 of Into the Storm on edgeofwonder.tv. We're gonna have a lot of cool information on there. The first part of that season is it's looking like it's about 8 episodes right now.
Oh, just animations, alerts, all that shit. I'm running at pretty high capacity on it. The last show we did on the main channel, I got 2 alerts at once, and it capped out at 100%. And we lost about we were losing a shit ton of frames for about 3 minutes of the show, sporadically.
First part of that season is going to be 3 episodes I'm devoting to what we might say is the case for why believing in.
I can either get a new CPU, a Ryzen CPU, and use my existing motherboard, or I could get a new graphics card, and they are like fucking 4 times MSRP right now, because I could offload all of my rendering to my graphics card and probably be good. But I'm running a 2600 and a 1060, so I could either get like a 30 series graphics card, or I could get an 8-core CPU and be good. It's too hard to buy a graphics card right now. It's impossible.
God, or believing in a concept of the creator, is actually real and valid. It's not only something that we can prove to a certain extent, but that it actually, the act of doing so itself has a lot of power in your life. It's a kind of like magic, you might say. So I'm going to get into the kind of science and the philosophy and the really deep like arguments behind why that's actually a good thing, reviewing history, psychology, all sorts of cool stuff in my usual like hyper analytical.
Oh, I've got 4 capture cards. I've got my camera, that camera, and 2 cam links. I've got 2 HD 60s and 2 cam links.
Style. So in any case, though, okay, so let's get into it. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to share my screen, and then we are going to look at this video that I have here pulled up of Biden's ballet dance on his way
Putting
up.
Dreamer within a dream on my business card.
The plane that he's been flying around in. Some people don't think it's Air Force One. And we'll see, and then we'll talk.
Right now I run off 2 GoPros, which they're decent GoPros. They do 4K. I think this one's a 7 and that one over there is an 8. But they're decent GoPros, but I'm trying to get, I want like the bokeh effect where like the background's blurry. So I'm trying to get like a Sony A5100, which they just quit making, or a 5000 probably. 5000 doesn't have clean HDMI out, but you can reduce it to where it's just the date and time on the bottom, and you can crop that out. So I would do a 5000. They're like $100 cheaper than a 5100. I just got to find one.
Let's talk about what this could potentially mean.
Professional Slim Jim.
So give me 1 second. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, here we go. All right, so here we have Biden. He's about to get on Air Force, or he's about to get on the plane. He flies around, and notice, first of all, I just wanted to note it, have you take a look. Like,
yeah, I probably want a 3060 because I don't really game hardcore at like high refresh rates, but I need a 30. A 30 series just makes more sense over 20 series. They're much better and about the same price.
Established himself as an extremely popular president, arguably one of the most popular presidents in U.S. history.
Even a 1660 would be fine because it's still got the RTX, the Turing engine. So even a 1660 would be all right. But I got to find something eventually. Right now I'm just at capacity. So like if ever there's 3 alerts that go off at once, like just be aware that the stream's probably going down and I'm coming back later. A 2060 is good. I was trying to get a 20 series before the 30 series come out, and it was like, it's not that much more for the 30 series variant. They're almost the same price, and there's more benefit to the 30 series. If I would have bought one last time I was supposed to buy one, I would have got the 20 series for sure.
On the other hand, Biden is like a total disaster. Like the contrast between the two of them is striking. Now, during the inauguration, I don't even think it got 1 million views.
Probably a 2060.
But here, as you can see, I don't know if you can see this, but for this video of Biden falling, we have 4.1 million views, and the like ratio is 53,000 to 2.3.
I had a 2060 KO in my shopping cart getting ready to check out, and we had some plumbing fuck up, and I couldn't buy. I had to pay for some shit that I wasn't expecting. That was a while back.
Wow. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. So
all right, here we go. I got to stop talking.
Joe Biden himself, or is it? Walking up the stairs, and boom, that's his first one. Second one. Let's just look at that one more time. I'm just backing up here. Oh, sorry about that. There we go. So he's going up, and there's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. Now notice what's in front of him right there. Look at that. Of all the places for him to take a tumble, the president's seal is right there. Isn't that interesting? Okay. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to read you a little bit of something that I wrote. Whoops. And let me stop the share here. What's going on? And all right, here we go. So
I like his outer space green screen.
Writing, then you can go to Gab. It's right on the front part of my still listen to Storm page on Gab. As a matter of fact, what I'll do for you guys is I will take the post and I'll put it in the description if you want, so you can have something to look at there.
That damn 17 steps, a doozy, like the 17th letter of reckoning.
refresh the page if you want to look at the post. Otherwise, I'm going to read it for you, so no need to go anywhere. And I'll read it, and then we'll have a little discussion. There's some symbolism in there, already nested in there. So give me 1 second. Let me pull up that. Okay. So the omen of Biden's fall. So just as a preamble, what is an omen? Well, an omen is a kind of event, and it's an event basically that allows you
good deal, Oxy.
predict the future in some sense. It acts as a herald for events to come. So, for example, you might find a dead animal on your yard, and that might be an omen given certain kind of cultural background for some type of death in the family or death in some fashion. So it's the idea that you can interpret the events in your life and experience at a personal level or in a grand level by thinking about what they could mean in a grand kind of spiritual sense. It's very
naked and backwards
at a pure principle level. Although divination has to do more with like, in the past, divination was about like slaughtering an animal and looking at the organs in the animal after it's been freshly slaughtered to see what's going on. Tea leaves, looking at tea leaves is a form of divination. So anyway, so let's get into this. So the meaning of Biden's recent.
So he's talking about like a ritual, like so reading tea leaves, like trying to see the future. Well, if you don't know, they used to do that with animals. So they would like slaughter an animal that you owned. They would scatter out the organs on the ground, and then they would read them like tea leaves to see stuff about you and your family and your future. And thank God they just do tea leaves now. It's not as often that you do a barnyard animal.
Fall on his way up to the president's plane as a symbol for what's happening in the world can't be overstated. As I just showed you the video. On the dystopic side of things, I'm going to look at the kind of dark omens. His fall represents the fall of the office of the president, and in turn, the fall of the United States as a result of what he represents as a globalist puppet if patriots do nothing. Thankfully, patriotism is on the rise the world over. So that's the dark side of things. It's the idea that, look what's happening to the office of the president. Look what's happening to the government. Look what's happening to all sorts of aspects of our dealings with the United States, our dealings in the world as the United States of America. All sorts of things. They're all crumbling, and we're falling back into
I do it every year with a deer.
The Great Resets, the Green New Deal, all these shenanigans, right? It's all part of the globalist plot, basically. So I think it's no accident that when he was falling, he fell 3 times, which is an interesting number, right? 3 represents the Trinity. There's often 3 aspects of things all throughout the universe that when there's 3 of anything, it often heralds a significant underscoring. So isn't it interesting that Biden fell 3 times and he fell right in front of the presidential seal? Okay, so let's look at the positive side of this. On the positive side of things, his fall represents the fall of the deep state as personified by yet another empty vessel president, Biden, filled to the brim with globalist agendas and anti-life values. So what do I mean by that? Well, these deep state presidents, Biden is maybe the most glaring example of this, represent the personification. He's like the avatar of the globalist agenda, the deep state agenda, the anti-life agenda. When I say anti-life, I mean, well, I gotta be careful what I say because I don't want to get like flagged by YouTube, but think about the antagonist in Christianity, who often it's Satan, right? So is there a religion that worships that being, that person? And what are the values and attributes of people who worship that? What kind of agendas do they often have? Is it possible that Biden and a lot of other deep state presidents, insofar as their agenda, represent a dark agenda, we'll put it that way? I think so. As far as I'm concerned, it's glaringly obvious. I mean, you got to kind of study the deeper aspects. There's Mark Passio is really good at this. He describes that true dark agendas, true dark occultism here, I can probably say that word. It's not the Hollywood variant that we've seen out in the world. You look at Sabrina the Teenage Witch, or Sabrina, I forget the name of the one that's on Netflix right now, but you get it. It's not this like Hollywood idea of it where, they are necessarily doing all sorts of, makeup-y and drawing pentagrams in the sand and all that kind of craziness. There is that version out there, but the real version, so to speak, of this dark occultism is something that deals with ideas. And it's not the worshiping of a man in red tights that looks like a devil holding a pitchfork. That's just a symbol. The deeper concept is anti-life. It's anti-truth. It's anti-equality, interestingly enough, but spiritual equality. So any case, so Biden represents these globalist and dark occult agendas put into a man. And this man is like a hollowed out being. He has no soul in the sense that he's not
such
really
perfect sense.
Consciously participating.
I don't know if you guys are getting it, but perfect sense.
These globalist, deep state, big tech, big ag, big pharmaceutical agendas that are just like all poured into this guy. And I would argue that our friend, our military insider, and other people, mind you, it's not just our military insider, suggested that when the world wakes up, when the world realizes just what they're dealing with here, that it's going to change everything. And it will, because at a really deep practical level, at a really deep, we might say, how does the machines of control work? They work because we, the people, don't really know what the heck is going on. We are constantly, eating bread and circus. we're eating crappy food, literally, but eating bread and circus also means that, it's the idea that man cannot live on bread alone, that we have to actually like understand what's happening in the world and stop looking at these distractions on our phones that we're just flipping through all the time, and Netflix and all this stuff. Like you have time is your spiritual currency. What you spend your attention looking at and researching and understanding and exposing yourself is what you're going to know about. And if you don't spend your time looking at things that matter, looking at principles of truth, trying to understand where the world is at and how things actually work, then you're not going to really know. And frankly, no fault to anybody for this, because these machines of control are very good at distracting us. But once that has been dismantled, once people really know what's happening in the world, and I think there are a lot of people that are waking up to this, truly waking up, not this fake wokeism that we see, but people who are really willing to be uncomfortable in searching for the real truth, to see the insanity that we're living in right now, then all of their controls are going to come crumbling down, because ultimately we're dealing with like a rabble of maybe, I would say in my research, at the highest levels of this pyramid of control, we're dealing with, a few thousand people who really know the full breadth of what's happening. Now, underneath those few thousand, you've got much bigger layers of the pyramid, right? And maybe at the chunk just above the people, you got the political actor, rank and file, dark occultists, who some people say that there's, a few tens of millions in the world, maybe as much as 100 million. But we, the people, are billions. And what we're seeing right now, I don't think is an accident with respect to how many people are truly realizing what's happening in the world. Think about how many of your friends and family really hated Donald Trump, and they're like, oh man, Biden's going to be awesome. He's going to be so great. Thank God he's not Trump. And they're like, man, I don't know. The gas prices have gone up like $1. Various other commodities have skyrocketed. We were adding record amounts of debt to the national debt. We've got this insane mask and COVID lockdown policy that's ruining people's lives at record pace. My kids are deeply depressed, and the suicide rate amongst young people is skyrocketing. There's arguably more people who've died by suicide than have truly died without comorbidities from the pandemic. And I think a lot of people are starting to really wake up to what's happening in our world. And I think that's part of what this video represents, or that's part of what his fall on his way up to, the plane that he flies around in represents. It represents the idea that the personification, the puppet of the globalists fell. Biden fell. Think about that. Yeah, I think it means a lot. So let me continue. God works in mysterious ways, and God also uses signs as the grand allegorist of creation. So what I mean by that? Well, it's the idea, and this is something I'm really studying quite a bit and have been studying for a long time, but I'm going to be putting as much as I reasonably can into this, the Proof of God series that I was mentioning earlier, is that life is filled with meaning. Everything means something. And if you ask yourself, what does this mean in a grand sense, in like a grand spiritual sense? Well, what does it mean for you in your life, in your personal life, with respect to the events in your life? And then what does this mean in relation to the grand story and narrative and saga of the human race and the cosmos in general? Then you're going to find a ton of meanings. And do you really think it's an accident that the personification of the deep state, Biden the puppet, Biden the globalist puppet, fell 3 times right as he was coming up to the seal of the United States? I mean, think about that. If the seal is here, as a matter of fact, I'm going to show this again. I want to have this be in the background when I talk about this, because this is like so critical to understand. Hold on, let me make sure I pull it up here. So look at this. Look at where he falls. Right as he starts to, look at his first fall. Right as his head hits the top of the eagle. The eagle is meant to symbolize the acme, the ideal.
Oh,
in a lot of ways,
that's amazing. With, I don't know if you guys are watching the same thing I'm watching. This is amazing.
The manifestation of the Creator on earth, which, in Christianity, it's Christ. But what I'm saying is, isn't it interesting that Biden's first fall begins right as I'm going to slow down the video so we can really get take a look at this. There it is. So let's see. His head right around the place where the eagle is, his head falls. You see his head's right here? I mean, it's not perfect. So, don't think, well, Justin, it's not exactly where his head is, so therefore what you're saying is BS. Like, okay, yeah, I get it. It's not precisely, but my point is that it's very symbolically relevant that this man's first trip is right as in the foreground of you sail for United States of America. I don't think it's no accident. And then all of his falls. Look, there's the first one. Here's another one. He's going to go, bang. And then he falls another time. Like, can't even get up. And then bang, he falls again. It all happens while he's still below the apex of the seal of the United States. Is that really an accident? I mean, think about the way God works. Think about the things in your life. Some people out there might be like, oh, Justin, nothing means anything. The universe is just meaningless. I'm a nihilist. I don't believe in any meaning. Just because you don't believe in any meaning doesn't mean that there's not meaning potentially there. As a matter of fact, I was just learning about this in the book Signature in the Cell, which is all about the counter argument for atheism. Basically, it's the idea that intelligent design is a valid scientific theory. So he's going through DNA as really a piece of the puzzle for why there's a lot of merit and truth behind the idea that we really do live in a theistic universe instead of an atheistic universe. So so the question is, well, why is it that you can interpret something of meaning? Let me just break this down for you a little bit. I didn't want to have this video be too long, but I want to mention this point because it's really important, especially since we're talking about symbolism. Why is it that you can say, Justin, that this means anything. Why is it not just random? Well, in the book, Signature of the Cell, they talk about a guy named Shannon, I believe his name is. He's the pioneer of information theory, mathematical information theory. And it's essentially the core concept I really want to communicate to you here is that, and if there is information somewhere that we can look at, does the information communicate meaning? And if it communicates meaning, what are the possible meanings? So right here, we have an example. I'll just pause this. We have an example where Biden is falling in front of the seal of the United States of America. That can't be argued. It's not like you can say, oh, Justin, that's not actually happening. No, it's definitely happening. So what you do is you ask yourself first when you're interpreting meaning, what's the raw data? What's the raw information? What are we looking at?
The bottom of his shoe said go and time, both shoes.
In the United States. He is a globalist puppet. He did not play fair. We'll put it that way. I got to be careful what I say on YouTube when he was running against Donald Trump. And he's unquestionably standing in front of the seal of the United States of America. So those are inarguables. They're there. It's like when you're thinking about the meaning, I'm going to use an illustration of a coloring book. You might be able to fill in the colors any way you want, but the lines are there. You can't change those. Well, the objective pieces are that. They're like the lines. Now, you can use red, you can use blue, you can use magenta, you can use all sorts of colors, and that's your personal choice about what meaning you think is at play. But what you can't argue is this. So when the question is, what is the meaning of an event, and how do you really know that this meaning is valid? Well, it's valid because you can definitely say that he is these 5 things, and then you ask yourself, what does that potentially mean? And that's the things that I filled in for you. The 2 examples I gave you were, one, that Biden this fall represents the fall of the United States and the fall of the office of the president in a lot of ways. It's symbolic of that. And then I gave you a positive interpretation, which is that, well, it's actually the fall of the false United States of America. It's the fall of the globalist pawn of President Biden and how he represents the globalist infiltration. But the true dream, the true spirit of the United States as being one of the greatest countries on earth. And that's not just like a roo United States. No, there's like objective reasons, which we can talk about at some point in the future. But for now, just accept the fact that the United States is actually the greatest country on earth. And that fall of Biden, while he has yet to ascend past the seal, itself represents a symbolic meaning. And so those interpretations
out there. Symbolism.
5 points I made. And because they can't fit inside
Symbolism.
Now, you as a person listening and thinking with your own mind might decide, oh, Justin, I don't believe in that interpretation. But that doesn't mean the interpretation doesn't exist. It's a valid.
That's wild, dude.
It's out there. And if you don't want to believe in it, that's fine. But it's still there. It still has a valid meaning. So that's what I mean by, this ability to interpret things. So we got those 2 things. All right, I'm gonna
the whole thing.
So God works in mysterious ways, and what I mean by that is
website they have is pretty fucking wild, honestly.
Uses conceivably everything in creation to get to you as a soul. There's been a lot of allegories in Christian religious works, but not only Christian religious works, that it's as if God loves you so well, and he's so good at loving you, and he's so good at ministering to your needs, and he's so good at trying to raise up your soul and give you an opportunity to climb to the highest potential that you could, that it's basically as if the entire universe of all these beings and things of this sort all exist as if you were the only creature in creation that he was trying to get to. That's how good he is at doing it. Imagine that. To use a parenting analogy, imagine that you were the child of a parent, and this parent was so good at loving every child. Let's say that there were 10 kids. He was so good at loving each of those 10 kids that for your personal experience, it was as if you were the only child. That's how good God is at doing his thing. So that's what I mean. All of this, I think, is very symbolic. I think God works in signs and wonders and omens. And if you have the mind that's willing to consider the possibilities, then you can understand and foresee a lot of things in the universe. And I've been using this for a long time. Carl Jung spoke about this as synchronicity. It's something that, the kind of New Agers talk about a lot, and it's valid. If you try it, you'll be surprised the kind of insights you're going to get. And just one last point on this, because I'm really interested, and you might say I'm a pro synchronicity person, because I hear a lot of people, the nihilistic atheists, the debunkers out there say, oh, Justin, you're just full of it. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like, no, sorry. I am fighting for the truth in this capacity. And the bottom line is if you act like the God is trying to talk to you and actually send messages to you and interact with you.
Well, what it was the clone handler wasn't around. So all clones do without their handler. Oh, good night, Sue. All clones do without their handlers are try to bite and rape. So he attempted to bite the stair. When he couldn't bite it, he was trying to rape it. And then handler jumped out of the car just off camera and started using one of those dog clickers, the really loud click, 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 click. And he went back to walking up the stairs.
Raise you up and make you the best you can be, then oddly enough, you're going to get insights that give you that very thing. And there are a lot of scientists, believe it or not, and inventors who believe that very thing. Tesla being one of them, Walter Russell being another one, and a bunch of others who felt that they were in direct communion with some type of divine force. Some people believe it's God, some people believe it's an angel, some people believe, all sorts of things. But isn't it interesting that when you consider that that's actually a valid possibility, then the information unquestionably lands in your lap. And that's one of those inarguables too. It's like if it was all just BS, then why would it be that when you start to believe that it's valid, all of a sudden you actually start to get insights? Something to think about. Okay, so let's get into the season of sacrifice bit that I was talking about before. Okay, so I think it's no accident that Biden fell on March 19th, 2021, which marks the astrotheological so-called season of sacrifice. It's the first day of the season of sacrifice. And this has historically been a 40-day window of time when the globalist agenda is furthered in the world. The last day of this season is May 1st. So if you go to the video description, look at the links. I posted the link to the article I wrote a few years ago. It lists a whole bunch of events. It lists the astrotheological case, the science, all that stuff in there. And if you look, what's interesting is that the people that are in power, you might not believe this, but the people that are in power believe that if they do events during certain times of the year, then effectively they're mustering the forces of the cosmos to favor their works. Because ultimately, these guys are like dark astrologers.
That makes sense.
Celestial physics is a term that I've heard one of the Vatican priests, I want to say. It's been like 6 years since I read any information on that, but that's a valid term. Okay, so isn't it interesting that this happened? Now, what's interesting is astrotheologically, you might be wondering, what the heck is that? Well, astrotheology is itself a kind of grand omen generating system that the universe itself creates specific to Earth. Like, there's a lot to share here, but it's basically the idea that the movements of the stars and the planets in the heavens is itself a kind of hero's journey allegory. It's a symbolic story that priests and various powerful forces throughout the history have believed was real. And so the idea is that if you time events during certain times of the year, then you will basically sow the earth with fertile seeds of ideas that then can come to bear fruit.
Oh, sow the earth with fertile seeds.
They like to manufacture all sorts of false frame events that manipulate consciousness, push certain globalist agendas. They like to do it like starting off in May 19th. Now, it's not the only time. So if you're thinking, oh, well, Justin, I can think of other times like September 11th, where that didn't fall within the window. Well, that's not the way it works. The point is that this window is think about it. In springtime, you're preparing the soil so that later in the year, it can be harvested. That harvest happens often, at the later part of the year in fall. And so symbolically, if you want to create global change in a way that gets your agenda, if you're a globalist, to manifest, then you'll do things at around this time of year. Now, what's interesting is that it's a neutral system. So accept that that's real for the moment, just so we can talk about it. And you might be asking me, well, is it all bad? If things are happening, is it only the bad people are using this, and this technology, this divine, system, this astrotheological system is evil? Well, no, it's a tool. The way the universe works is the universe is essentially immoral, like in almost every way you can imagine. What makes something good or bad is not the use of the tool. So if I use a hammer to kill somebody, does that mean all hammers are evil and we shouldn't use them? No, of course not. It's a tool. You can use a hammer to build a house, or you can use a hammer to brain somebody and kill them. So what I would argue is that positive forces know how to use these tools, like Trump and the people he works with.
Okay.
And the creator definitely knows how to. God knows how to. And think about the symbolic meanings. Imagine if you're a Kabbalist.
And the evil knows how to as well.
Astrotheological window, about March 19th all the way up to May 1st is this big window where all of your nasty stuff is going to happen to try to further the globalist agenda. And then your front man, Joe Biden, for the United States variant, which the United States is the military arm of the globalists, right? We got the Vatican, London, and Washington, D.C. These are the 3 sovereign city-states. I'm sure you all know about that. Well, the United States is like, the military arm. Well, I'll use this finger. I don't want to be giving you guys a finger. So it's a military arm. So if you're a globalist, if you're a Kabbalist, if you're a deep stater, and Biden, frontman, falls on this day, you best believe that these people are looking at this and thinking, what does this mean symbolically? If you don't think this is real, no problem. The Kabbalists definitely think this is real. And I can guarantee you, this is my personal belief, that there are people interpreting events in the world all the time to try to figure out what's going on and if the Dark Lord that they worship is favoring their work. And what do you think it means to these globalists that Biden fell on the 19th? Yeah. So, let me finish this. While there's a lot to be worried about, I think this event can be interpreted as a prophetic omen that the cabal will go down. And we, the people, will play our part in helping to restore freedom and prosperity to this world. The very fact we care about truth, goodness, and justice and are willing to advance the cause as we are able ensures the forces of heaven will continue to reach down to inspire and uplift the realms of men. And the last line here, pray for peace, walk with bravery, and have the courage to respect what can't be changed and work to change what should be. So I think
there we go.
Things happening.
A little bit of motivational patriot speech there.
Sending his messages. I believe that if you use prayer is not just like this thing that weird Christians do. It actually is a kind of like, you might think of it as like a kind of divine technology. It's like a way that you as a being, if you believe in God, and I think a lot of you probably do, so I'm not necessarily talking to a lot of my audience right now, but when you pray, and the ideas you invoke in your mind literally activate this thing, this body, this tabernacle that you can use to make contact with the divine and to influence the cosmos and the universe and the creation. And it's not just a one-sided conversation. So when you pray, you do a lot of amazing things in the universe. And for you personally, it helps you change. And then not only do you let's say this, because God is not changing, but not only do you influence events that can be changed in, the world around you, but then you open yourself up to.
Is that a virtual beard? His? No, I don't think so.
That can be poured into your cup, so to speak, of mind, and then you can drink deep from that cup. And then you, in those moments where you can, then you in that hour can take a lot of action to play a really big role in making the world a better place and changing what needs to be changed. That's what I meant by that. So thank you so much for listening. I'd really love to know your thoughts about this. I haven't really seen too many or too much interpretation of this event out there. So if you have any links or if you have thoughts, please put them in the comments. I really want to know about it. I think this is a really interesting thing that happened. When I saw this last week, I was like, oh my God, this is huge. I've just been insanely busy. I haven't really had a lot of time to produce a lot of content. And I was just like, you know what, I'm going to go on and I'm just going to do a stream. It'll be rough, but it'll be good. And also, I really appreciate all the donations and contributions to be getting. Really, if you guys weren't helping support me in this channel, I couldn't do this work. I do this full time, and I really appreciate the support. You can, for as little as the price of a cup of coffee, for a meal, you can support this channel. You'd be surprised what a little bit goes. If you can't support me directly, please share this information. Share this video around somewhere where you feel comfortable, of course. That'll also help. We're getting shadow banned like crazy. So if you want to support, I have support links in the description of this video. You can also go to
here's how you support. Make sure you're there to support.
PayPal up there. I have a new
I kind of want to show you his website right quick.
A lot of people have been asking me, Justin, I don't like using PayPal. Can I use my Visa card or a credit card to send you some money? Yes, you can now. I have that system. It was kind of an arduous process to get set up.
Wait. He sells EMF protection as well. Here it is.
Scroll down, you're going to see it marked Patriot Friendly System right there. You can also
pause, asshole. EMF harmonized. DNA antenna absorbs EMF, cell phone EMF, and the brain. Oh no. Oh no. It ain't a USB stick, is it? This is their website. I'll kind of show you what's going on here. So if you go there, FBI crime stats reprove white supremacy, not responsible for hate crimes that threat to Asians. So that's kind of like a Red Pill News article. I saw that one. Australopithecus Prometheus, why this ancient skeleton is still making scientists question human origins. So not that really right or left, just a thing that's going on. American police state is now forming. Here's how much illegal immigrants are getting to in stimulus checks thanks to Biden. So another red pilled. Multiple sources say alleged mass shooter Ahmed Alawi, Alyssa, paranoia issues and a nasty temperature. Kamala's niece slammed for claiming alleged Colorado shooter as a white, calling white men terrorist threats. Those are all true stories. Dem lawmakers sell out women, ban female athletes planning to testify against the Equality Act. Monkey Works. So see, they have some regular news story, then they start pushing some stuff like this. Here's Monkey Works. Secondary Air Force 2. We didn't get to see that, by the way, but we will go over there and watch that right quick before we wrap up. Facebook scrubs page showing supermarket shooter was anti-Trump, pro-refugee activist. Federal judge in D.C. slams Biden DOJ over investigation January 6th storming of the Capitol. Using herd immunity to excuse for blah, blah, blah on kids. Psaki says Joe Biden considering executive action on gun control in wake of mass shootings. Of course he is. Leaked email. The White House issued direct... Oh, this... Did you guys see this? This is actually true. So the White House issued an email out to other agencies such as the FBI, the Department of Defense and shit. They do not want it called the Biden administration anymore. They want it called the Biden-Harris administration for the rest of the administration. Specifically, the Biden-Harris. U.S. appears to have suffered 20,000 murders last year. Toll not seen since 1990s gang violence. Price of gas is up. I wanted to get they share the Anon theories too. Project Veritas and the win in defamation lawsuit. Deep State takedown news. Deep State takedown news. This is it's tagged with Deep State takedown news. Dustin Nemos, Just Informed Talk, Red Pill 78, video, X22 report. So they share that shit too. Assault style knee pads. Niece Mina slams all white men. That's the same one. BLM mob traps 100 customers inside a grocery store. We're shutting shit down. Nearby star cluster torn apart. Physics breaks. Galactic sheet. So news. March 24th. Suspicious observers. So that's more of the Great Awakening ascension shit. One man awoke the soul of the nation. Republican-controlled Wisconsin Assembly authorized investigation into, I can't say that, ChemSick. So they got some chemical stuff and chemtrails and shit like that. Giving men female hormones could reduce this. Biden admin is no more. White House says it will now be officially called the Biden-Harris admin. Essential and non-essential, never again. Equality Act. Virginia public school teachers formed doxing groups to destroy the lives of parents who oppose anti-white curriculum. Blackface Northam calls for backup. Planning to lose a proxy war. Where's Hope? Where's the Hope newsletter? Border crosses. The one that really caught my eye was something way out there. Omen of Biden's Fall. That's the one we just watched. Praying Medic. That's what caught my eye. The Praying Medic. They have Medic Monday. Medic Monday. And they cover this shit. So the Praying Medic, everybody knows him. He did an introduction to Q. He did a Q breakdown on every drop. He did everything that had to do with it. Praying Medic is a big-time charlatan. Curious relationship between color gray and depression. Arizona State Rep Mark Finchman gives updates on election audits. Parody video showing Trump knocking Biden down. 6 dead, active ones reported at King Supers and Bowler. So 6 dead and an active shooter reported. Mother pleads for help after son removed from her care over Facebook posts without that. Federal judge officially declares New York Times and WAPO fake news. We're going to make so they have news, and they also have propaganda, and they have anon shit, all on this website. And they have a lot of stuff that I've never seen before, because it's not in video format. It'll be articles and shit that are written, and some of these articles seem like they tend to be sources for some of these video people that make their video, that make their videos on YouTube. This I just jumped way back in their logs to see what here. Brian Kelly's vlog, the One People interview with Curie, the race to underwrite Dobbs, discussing points and articles, stillness in the storm. I jumped way back in that article bank to see what they were writing when they started. Bob Wright, stillness, the collective imagination, courtesy notice, success story. Maybe I should jump way back too far. None of these are even. Help Curie, petitions, flyers, and links. How transparency and reconciliation repurpose the world. The pineal gland, crystal transducer. The RV and the new financial system revaluing, and the new financial system clearing the air. So they're not the greatest at keeping the news out there. But they seem to be, like I said, they seem to be the source for some of our grifters. Hotkey Davis channel, signs of change the past week or so. Stop the Pirates. Oh, is this really from 2013? Is that how old this is? Yeah, I need to jump way back forward. I wish I could just put some shit in. I'm in 2013. I thought maybe I would end up around 2017. I'm way back here. And I'm never going to get it a few pages at a time. Damn it. Let's do this. Do they have a search? Search our archives. Okay, I hit search, but how do I search? Oh, here we go. The Plan to Save the World Remastered. Here's what the movement stands for. What is wrong with this? May 2nd to 3rd, 2020. April 10th, 2020. Together we will win. April 8th, 2020. March 28th, 2020. All these updates in here. Ultimate Proofs for Dummies. Help wake up your friends. March 27th, the scheme essentially merges the Fed and Treasury into one organization, so meet your new Fed chairman. DJT. Spygate, China virus, Dems caught. I can't say that word. Do not fear. RDS on coronavirus, blessing, Q, debt jubilee, financial reset, and more. This is from March 16th of 2020. Obama's IG on Homeland Security indicted. Is the storm brewing? This is from March 11th, 2020. So they're not, they try to come off as a regular fucking news site, right? They're not so much. They are not. They are pretty deep in there. Will is going to get in with these people so deep they'll be reporting on pedal pumping. I hope so. pump that pedal. A lot of new people have never seen the pedal pumping video. We used to have a show called Weird Wednesdays where I would cover some weird shit. And one time it was these groups called pedal pumping groups. It's like people who masturbate to women in high heels trying to start cars that don't want to start. This site is called stillnessinthestorm.com. Virginia Falls online censorship and the battle over who gets to create our cultural narratives. More updates January 19th of 2020. Insider updates. Why the Great Awakening is a surprise party, why America will be reborn, and why many won't know until her birthday. This is, I don't know. They're not a legitimate news site. They do their deal. But they try to present themselves as a legitimate news site, and they're just not. Let's see. Let's go into this because I haven't seen this. This is from the 23rd, which was a day ago, back before midnight. So let's check it out. I'm going to check it out on. Yeah. Here we go. I hate his extra long intro.
Neighbor's dog decided he's going to howl at the emergency vehicles right outside my window. And so it's just been a series of unfortunate events that are preventing me from going live right now this morning. So without further ado, we're going to do this recorded sit rep. I apologize to my Patreon folks who normally see me go live, but I will kind of break this down. Now, as we get into it from time to time, I will kind of...
Doesn't look like much traffic, to be honest with you. What the fuck?
Unpack it just so I can show you guys how I get to where I get. And some of the filters that we go through. So I had one of my Patreon howler monkeys, Bill, asked me yesterday, how to get to certain things. And so I was just kind of backing into this because I know occasionally we do get new followers that don't understand any of this. And so but I certainly think if we're going to use them, we should support them. And they do amazing work. And so okay. And that's because that is showing the altitude. So, okay.
He's showing how he sets up his. We don't need to see that. I want to see the part about Air Force One.
No more commercial filters, all of that out. All right, and now this right here, make sure your P is off. That is persistence. Now, when you're on this, there are different filters along the side here. I typically select the O, which is going to be the O and the K. And so that just gives you your labels and extension. They're kind of self-explanatory. And then this also your tracking labels. So when you click on something, that's what you're going to see, right? That little white label that pops up. And so it tells me what the aircraft is without having to click on it. Okay, now this little table along the side is going to actually tell you all of your aircraft that are up. All right, and you can see there's a long line, and this will give you kind of an idea. So, for example, we got quite a few H-60s up. These are all...
Let's see if we can jump up here to where his story was.
I'm going to tell you. We've got more. So these, it's a C-130. But let me see here. Where did our P3s go? Let me just... we've got one P3 and two P8s that are in this general area. So you can see this one is coming out of Jacksonville Naval Air Station. Looks to be coming back into base now. But this one has been out here for a little while, flying around, doing a little search activity. You're gonna have to search a little harder.
Yeah, the only thing that I really liked him for is he helped me find all the what seemed to be offshore prisons where we hold a lot of people at. But I don't know. I like to hear his opinion, but I'm usually not of the same opinion.
Right? And so that one is right now it's just showing everything that's up airborne for that same aircraft. But that's a little side, so it was back and forth there quite a bit. It did. Odessa. Now remember, we did have an event that ordnance and stuff like that, so that's always there as well. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got a guy in the front, a guy in the back, so it's a two-man helo. And this gun right here and these cameras are connected to this guy's helmet. And these, so this
Why
guy.
is he talking about this?
So it looks like we got several of those up, a couple Chinooks, and this little Apache gunship here. I don't know what they're doing up in this area. We got 4 or 5 of them up, and that's a 2-ship. And so for those not familiar with the gunship, the Apache, that's what it looks like. It's that thing can do some heck of damage, right? And so this guy, you got a guy in the front, a guy in the back, so it's a two-man helo. And this gun right here and these cameras are connected to this guy's helmet. So when he turns his head, he can turn that gun and do a lot of stuff. It's a pretty impressive aircraft. Super duper quiet. This thing can sit. A little advanced radar right here gives some images, and it's got FLIR cameras right here, so it can do night vision and stuff like that. And of course, these are missile mounts, and then these are Hellfires that go into this. And so you can see that holds quite a few. That's a lot of holes. Okay. But that said, that thing, man, can sit.
I don't even see where he addressed it.
A pretty good fair distance away for a long period of time, and you would never even know he's there. Okay. The rotors on that have a little bit of a swept tip on them, like they're designed from a sparrow or a hawk when they dive, and the wings fold back and they're silent in their dive. And so they figured out on helicopters that if you put that little tip on there that's got the little swept wing on it, it actually can make them silent or almost silent. You don't know they're there until they're right on top of you. So pretty impressive engineering feat there. So, all right, so that looks like the UK. So we're going to bug back over here to the United States real fast.
We had a second Air Force Two, which is unprecedented. I've never seen that ever at 9:05.
Keeps kicking up our advertisements and weird stuff in the background without me prompting it. And so, all right, now that said, this morning, so yesterday while we were watching this, we had a second Air Force Two, which is unprecedented. I've never seen that ever in tracking these. When you have Air Force Two, that is because it gets that call sign because the Vice President of the United States has his butt in the seat on that aircraft. It's the only time they're allowed to call Air Force One or Air Force Two is when one of them are on board. And so if you have both of them, like
yeah, but we've also wait. Just since I've been watching you, we've also seen them fuck up and leave Air Force One up as an indicator after they dropped off the president and had it empty. So what's to say that she didn't switch planes and somebody fucked up and had the wrong call sign logged? We've seen that. I've personally seen that fuck up.
We had the other day, you had both Flashbang and Bob Marley on Air Force One, or NA as they've been calling it. That aircraft becomes actually Air Force One because it takes precedence with Flashbang on there. Now when Flashbang leaves and gets off that aircraft and that aircraft only has Bob Marley on it, then it becomes Air Force Two. Okay, so
That's their. Please tell me that's their Secret Service names. Flashbang and Bob Marley. Flashbang and Bob Marley.
In order for an aircraft to be named Air Force One, Air Force Two, just the rules of engagement are that it has to have one of them butts in the seat. Okay, and so yesterday we were in the middle of our
technically, but like I said, we've seen them fuck up before.
Of our sit rep. And I started reading my chat feed and people were asking that very question. And I thought that's what they were relating to, but I didn't realize that we had another Air Force Two that had left DC headed westbound to Colorado Springs. Okay. Now, so then when we saw it, I was like, wow, this is crazy. It doesn't make any sense because we know for a fact that Bob Marley is in Jacksonville speaking. Okay. So that said, that aircraft remained in Colorado overnight. Okay. Now we know we had an event that took place in Colorado yesterday. Probably going to see a lot more of those because of the legislation that's being pushed through for 2A type of stuff. And I mean, it's a sea of it. So they're definitely coming for your pew-pews, 100%. So stay frosty on that one. Okay. But you're probably going to start to see an increase in those type of things because it has already passed the House. And if they can get it through the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, sorta, but it's also public knowledge. I mean, it's not like they're doing some type of weird investigation, but seems to me if they were doing some type of clandestine shit, they would definitely turn off their transponders and stop squawking their call signs and shit like that. Like, come on. If they can do all this other shit, you don't think they can fucking flip a switch and go dark the same way fucking we do overseas? Come on. I know they can.
Then all of a sudden we're going to be very tight on restriction wise for everything we do. It's going to open the door for them to come in and actually take your stuff. Okay. And so, they're coming for it 100%. So, but that said, we are, if you've got the Denver area, now Boulder is just a little bit north of Denver, and that's where our event took place yesterday. And so this other aircraft, this Air Force Two, had flown into south of Denver, which was a little ways away. Okay. And so this morning, Air Force Two again rolls out of Colorado Springs and heads eastbound. Last time I tracked it, it was into the Tennessee area, and I think it was either landed in Nashville or Memphis. I lost track of it because my open ADSB went blank, and then my secondary, I was tracking something else by that time. So now from time to time, and so let me just show you one other thing here real fast, and this is for Bill because he's one of my howler monkeys on Patreon that asked this question. When you get outside of the United States, everything goes into the native tongue. And so if I'm looking at Israel or the UAE or Qatar or Afghanistan or anything like that, what happens is it goes into their native language. And to get out of that, you have to come over here and select right here under carto.com light_all. Okay. If you're in here where I usually go as a street map, right, works great for the US. Okay. But when you get overseas, and I'll just show you guys when you're overseas in that you can see very quickly, this is all like native language stuff. Okay. And it's very hard to see. It's very small and it's all gibberish. Okay. And I can't make sense of that. So to make that into English, you go down here to carto.com, select that. And now you've got everything in English. Okay. All right. Now back over to the United States.
So he's showing how he sets that up. I just wanted to check that and see what he said about. I did hear them talking about it on Twitter about two AF2s and why and what was going on. But we have seen them. We have seen them playing and be left on blocks. We have seen them fuck up and leave a call sign up and shit. I've got a couple of videos I'll probably save till tomorrow, I guess, guys. We finished that one. That's just a picture. That's a picture. I've got this one that was sent in about Soro. Well, Actually, we can watch this one right quick because it's not that long. This is about Myanmar and what was going on over there when they had their election, military takeover, blah, 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 and about Soros's bank accounts over there. His Open Society Foundation, which is one of the things he donates through. This is actually tied to him. This isn't conspiracy. This isn't blah, blah, blah. He donates through this Open Society Foundation, and let's see what this is.
Seizes the
I don't give a fuck, Pamela Bush. Leave. I don't give a fuck. If you don't like my language, fucking chuck deuces and leave.
bank accounts of George Soros's Open Society Foundation. In this video, we're going to take a look at the civil unrest going on in the nation of Myanmar. We're going to see why the government has decided to seize Soros's assets and why it is that Myanmar is but the latest of a number of nations that permanently ban George Soros from their borders. You're not going to want to miss this. Greetings, everyone. Dr. Steve here with you. Wonderful to be with you. As always, we're here to give you each and every single day conservative hope in the midst of these turbulent and trying times, helping you to think better so you can feel bell and subscribe button. Before we begin, let's give you a huge shout out to the water heater. Now, with all of the lockdowns that we've been witnessing over the last hours, you guessed it, sterilized water for drinking, great for you campers, and the best is a limited time offer. Click on that link below before they sell out and get your own Patriot Sun cooker today. All right, gang, let's dive right in here. Now, I don't know how many of you have been keeping up with what's been going on in the nation of Myanmar. It's also known as Burma. It's a Southeast Asian nation. It borders India, Bangladesh, China, Laos, and Thailand. It's a fairly large nation with a population of about 54 million. Back in February of this year, the military in Myanmar launched a successful coup and took over the government, declaring a year-long state of emergency after Aung San Suu Kyi, who was the incumbent leader, won re-election with her National League for Democracy party. Now, Suu Kyi first came to power back in 2015 when she won the first openly contested election in 25 years. As I understand it, under the Burmese constitution, she wasn't allowed to be president because she was in a mixed marriage with a foreign son, something akin to that. But regardless, she had a special position created for her, the Minister for the President's Office, which was akin to a prime minister, which eventually turned into the position of state counselor. So, not to get lost in the weeds here, but the Burmese military backed the opposition to the NLD, the National League for Democracy. The opposition claimed that there was widespread voter fraud, and in response, the military launched a successful coup. And since then, Suu Kyi has been under arrest in a location unknown, and the nation as a whole is going through massive social unrest. It's been utterly chaotic. Thousands of citizens have been taken to the streets. The military has been cracking down on the demonstrations big time. Dozens have been killed. It's pretty rough stuff. Sure.
Thank you, guys.
Something fascinating has happened with regard to George Soros. It's being reported that the military regime has seized control of the bank accounts of billionaire George Soros's Open Society Foundation Myanmar and announced that it will take legal action against the foundation, which is accused of violating restrictions on the activities of such organizations. Now, this was just announced the other day. It was on Monday. Military-controlled television announced that the military had issued arrest warrants for 11 staff members of Open Society Foundation Myanmar, including its head and deputy head, on suspicion of giving financial support to the civil disobedience against the military government. The regime also claimed that the Soros had failed to obtain approval from the Central Bank of Myanmar and was therefore operating illegally within the country. So the military is taking control of Soros's Myanmar assets totaling several $1 million, with spokesmen saying the foundation had breached the law that lays down the rules and regulations for organizations in the country. Now, military-aligned groups have long seen Soros as manipulating Myanmar's politics by supporting leftist liberal factions in the nation. Open Society Foundation has been in Myanmar ever since the nation originally transitioned from military rule to civilian rule several years back. And Suu Kyi was the de facto president, prime minister prior to the coup. She was pretty chummy.
I hope she's all right, Hick Chick.
I found this fascinating because it's but the latest example of Soros getting banned from more and more countries. While so many on the left are decrying the increasing number of governments that are either formally or informally banning Soros, nevertheless, Soros's international unpopularity seems to be increasing by the day, and he has admitted this. In an interview with National Public Radio, Soros admitted that his Open Society program of unfettered globalization and the wokeification of the planet is currently under tremendous threat. He noted that when he first got involved in politics 4 years ago, what he called the Open Society was winning everywhere. What he called closed societies were opening up, and a great glorious globalist world was rising. And now, Soros's open societies are on the defensive or outright collapsing virtually everywhere. He is admitting this. Now, no one has been more of a menace to George Soros's vision of unfettered globalism than the one and only Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary. Back in December 2018, Soros's Open Society Foundations announced that it had become impossible to work in what they called the repressive atmosphere of Hungary, and that they were indeed picking up and moving their operations to Berlin. Now, this was in response to the massive landslide win of Viktor Orban in the parliamentary elections, his third win in a row, and he campaigned on what's commonly referred to as the Stop Soros Law, which penalizes all NGOs that seek to undermine Hungary's border security by assisting immigrants and refugees in crossing the border and getting into Hungary. And the penalty, which involved massive fines and taxes, it just made it impossible for the Open Society Foundation to continue their operations.
So she fell, and then you went over there and punched her?
In Hungary. Moreover, Viktor Orban also oversaw the expulsion of Soros's Central European University from Budapest. The Hungarian government refused to grant accreditation to the university,
kicking them out everywhere.
Hungary altogether. And then right around that time, in August of 2018, the nation of Poland deported a top Soros organizer, and they were able to have her effectively banned from entering in.
This is all true news. I've looked this up. Soros is not very well liked around the world, I guess you could say. And his the stuff that he does with his little group is not very well liked, I guess. What?
Into the
I
EU.
don't even know what that is. Is that a bot?
Schengen information system, and she was considered a threat to national security and public order by public officials. Now, in addition to Hungary and Poland, Macedonia has been actively attempting to rid their nation of Soros. The center-right or nationalist right party has made it a priority to, in their words, de-Soros-size Macedonia. A new movement named SOS, or Stop Operation Soros movement, has been mobilized to first and foremost expose various NGOs financed by Soros, and then eventually to banish such organizations from their nation. And of course, it was widely reported that a couple of years back, Soros and the Open Society Foundations were officially banned from Russia. Russia passed a law that no longer permitted Soros to fund organizations operating within its borders.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Soros's Open Society Foundations were considered a threat to the foundations, not only Russia's constitutional system and the security of the state, but also what the Putin government has called Russia's spiritual security. It's very fascinating. Spiritual security is a government policy designed as a primary measure by which traditional Russian values, embodied particularly in the Russian Orthodox Church, can be protected and perpetuated in the midst of globalized assaults, like exactly what we're seeing from Soros and the Open Society Foundation. So George Soros's active attempts at liberalizing societies, destroying the centrality of their religions, their culture, their traditional foundations, their borders, they were
Dyslexa, delete that comment.
were effectively banned. All right, so that's Europe. But in many ways, I have to say what's going on in Europe is nothing in comparison to Asia Minor and the Middle East. But first, I do have a free gift for you. Make sure to click on that link below and download your very own alt tech directory favorite content creators. Erdogan banned Soros permanently from Turkey. And around the same time, the nation of Pakistan ordered George Soros' foundation to close their doors.
Jesus, he's getting kicked out of everywhere, but he runs rampant here. So you got to watch a lot of people that tie this and that and blah, 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 Soros funded. He is very particular about who he funds and why and how many different places it goes through, to where technically you can officially say this came from this. So it goes through several different places, then they have a decision to make, they put it somewhere, then they have a decision to make. All these independent decisions that he doesn't have anything to do with. But it does push through a lot of money to a lot of different places, and a lot of foreign countries are not happy with him currently. So I guess that's all I've got to say about it. But it is weird at times. It seems like a lot of these foreign companies are not happy with him, and we just don't give a fuck around here what he does. Like, hell yeah, let him do it. But I guess that's it for that. It wasn't too much of an update. Just he was kicked out of Myanmar and for violating their rules on activities that were allowed to happen while the military was in charge. And since he was kicked out of Myanmar, they did an update on everywhere else he's been kicked out of, which seems like a lot of places. Not him personally, but his foundation and their activities that they do. Some of their workers, they've even had some of their workers arrested for violations against election laws in foreign countries. But that was just an update somebody sent in the thing. I figured I'd go through it and check it out. It's a pretty interesting story, if nothing else. And I'll save this Nino one for the next time. I do have one parting video. This is fresh from Fox News. Here it is, rolling update. There we go. Oh no. Oh, Joe, Jesus Christ, Joe, what's going on there? And we will leave on that. Thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. Oh no. Oh God. It's just going to be on loop. I don't know how to get rid of it. We'll just let it roll through. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. I am Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for the donations tonight. We had a couple come through the traditional solitaire. Jay Reese both came through, and we had some coffee donations. One from Mariah that she will absolutely never see. From Joel, and Patsy also donated. So thank you for those donations tonight. I do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Also, I thanked him before, but Joseph had a donation that came through the mail. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys. Y'all have a good night, and we'll see you on the next one. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's over here. There's some music playing. Now we got her.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the
dime store douchebag
on this planet by name.
Yeah, I can open the chest if y'all hang out a minute. I don't think there's much in it, but I'll open it.
Fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Here you go, I'll add some to it. Here's another 50 I can add to it, and then I can bust it. There you go.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need G.
Thank you for joining there, Jimmy the Hook.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping Trump's cock and begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong, starving for attention. I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk.
There you go. I put 50 with it so they'd actually be something to give out. There's only 9 in it. There you go, guys. Thank you. Have a good night.
Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet,
Thank you, Rico, man. Appreciate it.
my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files.
Oh, it's all good.
Stop. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me oh my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well.
By the way, thank you guys for coming over to the backup channel. I really do appreciate it. We'll be back on the main channel in 2 weeks, and everybody will be back there. But I do appreciate you guys coming to the backup channel. I know it kind of sucks finding a new channel and shit. There's not as many people here, and there won't be. But thank you guys for joining us here anyways.
These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
It's the cold beer confessional fuck stick. See you guys on the